And it seems to me that Biden is afraid of Russia falling apart. In other words, Ukraine winning too quickly, and the Siloviki and the oligarchs and the FSU and other security establishments just tossing Putin out on his head, or even worse, from the U.S. government or administration point of view, the country splinters. So I think I feel like it's a horrible decision because it's at the cost of Ukrainian lives, but I think that's the reason. So, the Ukrainians have, for the most part, I mean, not Zelensky and his team, but the citizens, as I was visiting, they're just determined. That they're kind of like, it is what it is, whatever people think. We're happy for the help, even if it's coming slowly. But it's frustrating.
Oh yeah, there'd be a lot more English-speaking pilots that could be doing the training if this had started, 9 months or a year ago. But unfortunately, a lot of those guys got shot down. So, All right. Well, hey, we got a bunch of hands. Let's see. I was talking; they all kind of popped up all at once. So
Abdullah was next, but it looks like he dropped.
Abdullah, come on back, man. So
I think Freedom was next.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment.
Yeah.
If anybody has not followed Juice Fighter, you should follow him. I've had the privilege of exchanging direct messages with him. He is an English-speaking Ukrainian pilot and probably will be one of the first to transition to the F-16. So everybody follow Juice Pilot. They have a Juice. They have a website where you can donate. And that was all I had to say. Glory to Ukraine.
Slava Ukraini. Thanks, Freedom. That's cool. That's cool that you've got that relationship built with them. Let's see. Next was JD. You're up.
Hi. I just have a question. I've heard that the F-16s won't be used in a air superiority role. They're going to be used more as in a close air support role. And I was just wondering, is that because that the F-16 wouldn't have missiles that would reach out far enough to match the Russian fighters that have the R-27 missiles, or why are they being used? Why will they be used in the role that they will be? That's my question.
Well, I actually heard the exact opposite, JD, that they were planned to supplement the air defense role for the moment, because the air defense, because Ukraine is such a big country, because the front line is so long and they have so many cities that Russia is perfectly willing to bomb. And so the air defense, mobile or stationary, but ground-based air defense is just thin on the ground for all the things that Ukraine needs. So I had heard, and I don't remember who it was, if it was the Doolittle Air Wing or Tyner or even one of the generals, was saying that they would probably train them up in the air defense role first and do ground support maybe as a subsequent class, right? Like, not do the full pilot training that a Western pilot would get if they were, matriculating into becoming a full fighter pilot. in qualifying on the F-16, they wouldn't learn all the different combinations of missiles and practice on the different moves for the whole spectrum, but rather concentrate on air defense. So it was talked about as both the need for more air defense and also simplicity of training or quickness of training, right? Has anybody, Primus, have you heard something different?
Hey there, sorry I had to drop there. I lost my sound for a minute. Last thing I caught is we're talking about F-16s and close air support. Yeah, I mean, it can do it, most certainly, but that's a pretty good way to lose your F-16s pretty quickly, because I mean that's a very much a high risk environment on there. So yeah, like Scott was saying, they're probably going to be focused more on a air defense role, which is going to be trying to cover the gaps where some of these cruise missiles may be flying through, and that kind of thing would be what I would expect the first thing they're going to be doing, almost like a mobile SAM battery. But there's probably some creative stuff they'll do with them as well, because the Ukrainians have definitely shown some creativity on there. So I mean, the first batch I think will be doing that. They could also haul some cruise missiles or something like that too. But things like,
and from what I've heard, JD, on the radar and missiles, is that the F-16, at least the latest generation, and we're not sure which model variant Ukraine's going to end up getting, but at least the latest, most updated ones have a radar system that has further extent, range, and also missiles, air-to-air missiles that would outrange the Russian, the best fighters that they have in their inventory at the moment.
well, they're not going to outrange the Russian missiles on there, because I mean they have some pretty long range ones on there. Like if you're familiar with the F-14 and the Phoenix, they have missiles which are better and longer range, which they can and have used from time to time. And then some of the other, AA-10s, the Alamos, and the whatever the Amramskis are pretty long ranged weapon. But the most modern versions of AMRAAM, well, they're kind of stretching the definition of medium range at this point. Let me put it that way. So they're no slouches, but I mean, I think the Russians have comparable to longer range in some circumstances. But range, like your Wikipedia range is very much not always the case, because it depends completely on the altitude that you're looking at. I'm really hoping if they're doing anything with air superiority or anything like that they get a hold of some Swedish Grifins and Meteor missiles. I think that would be probably the most effective thing if you're shooting from low altitude. But anyway, so let's go back to the hands here. I lost my order. Was it where did you have it?
I think it was Cornelius, and then Baza, and then Mike.
All right.
Right on. Super short comment. Don't discount the psychological effect of the F-16s. I'll give you a case in point that we all immediately recognize. How many nukes has Vladimir Putin actually used? Look at the effect of having them has. It's a super strong weapon. This form exists for the psychological warfare, and the proof's in the pudding. Thank you.
Good point. I like that. Start to think more highly of 6 F-16s.
Yeah, they're gonna be useful. They'll just have to husband the resource. So I think they'll get a lot of use out of them. Let's go to Baza and Mike and Robin.
Good morning. I was just going to mention about there was mentioned before about foreign pilots going to fly for Ukraine. I think with some of the security issues there, I think they'd have to have a clearance from whatever country they're from, and plus an additional clearance from the USA before they could go to Ukraine and fly an F-16. We've got a US pilot here that's presently in jail because he spent some time in South Africa at a flight school training foreign nationals, and there's a fair bit in the media about that and about the issues associated with ex-pilots training foreign nationals.
That does make sense. I think there might be international sensitivity, as you're suggesting.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. But if you have like a retired F-16 pilot, someone who's been flying for 10 or 20 years and wants to go fly, like apparently there's a fair amount of them that do. Why not? But the complete silence on that.
They would still confusing. They would still need to get, irregardless of whether they're in this is the situation with this guy here he's an Australian citizen now, and he was arrested as an Australian citizen, but once you sign those security documents, it's basically a lifetime of having to deal with that, and it wouldn't matter what the status was, they'd still have to go through that security apparatus to get the approval to fly for Ukraine, I think.
Well, yeah, probably. But that's just an engineering issue. If they want to do it, they'll find a way. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's a big question. That's a big question whether people like Jake Sullivan actually want to see or want to try and avoid having, US pilots and maybe foreign pilots flying those planes in Ukraine, and knowing how tentative, somebody like Jake Sullivan's been, you just wonder whether they'll avoid that and try and keep it to the Ukrainians.
That seems to be what's happening so far. But I mean, I just haven't heard anything about it. You usually think there'd be like some sort of denial, but anyways, let's see. Let's go to
Mike's next.
Yeah, let's go to Mike.
And then Robin.
Yep.
Good evening. Just want to remind everybody to tweet the space. Thanks for your time. And if I sound a little bit repetitive, I'm sorry. I've been off and on for the past few days. Haven't been able to hear much, but I did want to refer back. I think maybe Freedom was talking about, it seemed like apathetic Americans and on the Ukraine, or they didn't know, and those kinds of things. And I think it's all a combination of everything. But the one thing I've done, first of all, Randy Mott's blog spot, and Randy and I don't have a lot in common outside of that, but his blog spot does have a couple of tools that you can use to explain to other Americans, or even maybe explain to Americans on the space about taxpayer money and what it really does and how it comes by. But the other thing I've found also, and you folks from other countries can also help Americans with this and as well, is that it's not only do we want to help people freedom and have their opportunity at democracy, but democracy runs on economics as well. And the United States, huge amount of economics is not just in Ukraine, but it's not Ukraine, but it's Europe. And it's an annual economic boon of, I think, close to $1 trillion a year. And that we're trying to really protect that whole aspect of it. And again, I think that even if you can find something, even if these people within their own states could find somebody or some company that's doing a lot of business in Europe and see how that impacts maybe their local economy. I know that's drilling down a long way, and I don't mean to do that too much, but I'm every day having to fight this battle, even with people who just look at me and say, I don't even know where the place is. And I'm like, well, it just drives you crazy. But anyway, thank you for your time. And that's kind of all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Randy Mott. I mean, we tried to avoid getting too much into domestic politics, U.S. domestic politics here, just because it's it's controversial and the Ukraine focus on here. But nonetheless, it's still an important issue to touch lightly. And like Randy Mott has, he posted something the other day, GOP for Ukraine or something like that. A group of Republicans which are trying to organize in support of the Ukraine issue on there, and show that it's not all what one part of the party thinks. There's some diversity of opinion on that, which probably a more Reagan-esque bent to a foreign policy, and I'll just leave it at that. Let's go to Robin and Cornelius, and then I think Scott and I are going to go hit some news as we wrap up the end of the shift here.
Hi, Primus. Hi, Scott. Thanks so much. Great discussion you guys have been having, as always. I just wanted to throw in a little bit of a caution. Someone was on before talking about a Ukrainian member of the armed forces who had a Twitter feed, which is great. We know Roman Trechemetz, we know a number of people who really do very interesting ones. But it's important to be aware of one thing. Sarah Ashton Cirillo last week made a special announcement to make people aware of the fact that by law, Ukrainian soldiers, members of the armed forces, are not allowed to solicit funds directly. So if you're following somebody, it's wonderful and you can enjoy what they're doing. But if you want to contribute to help Ukraine, you're much better off giving to a known organization, for example, a 501c3 like MriyaReport, where you really know where your money is going, because unfortunately there are grifters out there who know that, especially people on this site, have a soft spot for Ukraine, and you don't want to end up funding perhaps the exact opposite of what you think you're doing. So just a note of caution. There are a lot of wonderful soldiers and airmen from Ukraine who have their own Twitter feeds, and we get a lot out of them. But just be aware that there are people who are using your concern and your love for Ukraine to try to get money for nefarious purposes. That was all. And thank you so much for mentioning the domestic politics issue. I think we do need to discuss things in relation to helping Ukraine, but at the same time, we don't want to go down the rabbit hole as we get closer to the next presidential election. So I appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to go back to listening. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Robin.
Heroam Slava. Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, as hosts, I'm sure, Scott, you've got this too, and some of our regular speakers get a lot of these solicitations or basically comments from someone saying they're a Ukrainian soldier, so along those lines. And it's not necessarily the case that that's who's listening. So, sometimes they do, but when they start asking for food or saying that they just want some money because they don't have any food or something like that, the hungry soldier thing that was going around, it's it's a different form of grifting. I know NATO has been active on trolling some of the the Russian donation drives and so on. They've had some success with hacking into them and taking their donations and then sending like a whole bunch of dildos to the guy or something like that that was doing it, and taking some of their money that they'd raised for donations. I thought that was quite hilarious, or taking advantage of some Russians that just want to send drones and weapons to their guys or whatever. So, and while that's a great story, I very much appreciate NATO's efforts. I don't want anyone here to be a victim of that nonsense, because, they're out there trying to do the same. So, it's a information war in a sense. Let's go to Cornelius, and we'll hit some news.
I love the mention of grifters, because I was going to talk about not grifters so much, but risk management. If you've got a weapons platform as valuable and on the world stage as F-16 fighters, what kind of risk management do you have to take to make sure that somebody you've hired from offshore doesn't take a big packet of money behind the scenes and fly off with an F-16, put it into somebody else's hands? There's a lot of risk management that has to go into making sure that things stay safe, especially on the world stage with an asset so valuable.
That's an interesting take on it, Cornelius. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, but I mean, on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, I mean, if you have someone, I mean, there's going to be a vetting process of anyone that is going to be a pilot, both Ukrainian and theoretically otherwise. But if you have someone that is a career pilot and had retired, or maybe retired specifically to do this, I don't know. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Because they have a lot of experience on the type. Especially if they're coming from a NATO country. Particularly, I mean, they're all briefed in. I mean, they probably use more modern versions of this stuff than the Ukrainians are going to get. So they're going to have to kind of remember how to use something that might be a little bit older.
Yeah, I'm trusting, and I'm a glass half full kind of guy. But that point about the grifters, there's people like that out there. So you do have to put your due diligence in place and vet. You're absolutely right. But you're right. It's not a long discussion. Thanks.
All right, let's go to Freedom.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Just a quick comment about people asking for money from Ukraine. I understand how that can happen, sure. I just want to give you a brief story. My brother-in-law in Kiev, his son is in headquarters in the Kiev army. When this first started, I asked him, how can I support you? I want to send you money. He flatly denied he needed money. He said, in war, you do not need money. Now, maybe he was speaking for him personally, because he was a former Soviet soldier. He's now a Ukrainian fighting for his country. His son is fighting for his country. That being said, there's still very many good Ukrainian charities you can donate to, but I would recommend United 24 and other officially recognized charities, other than maybe some other things you see on Twitter. We want to raise money for this or this or this, and I'm sure I'm leaving a lot of people out, but I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks.
Well, I would, I would agree with that. I mean, you need to be, careful, who you're donating to, there for sure. So, I mean, you want to read some background if they just show up, or is it some idiot who wants to raise money for e-bikes, for a sniper team or something like that from, some Canadian sniper dude, which is really just an airsoft guy or whatever, there's been that kind of thing. But I mean, MriyaReport is a 501c3 organization. That's kind of what you want to look for in, anyone that you're really doing a donation with, especially as, an American, because there's a lot that goes into that, a lot of verification and vetting and transparency, is on there, and, your tax deductions or your donations are tax deductible, that kind of thing. And then, you can see, certain parts of the accounting and so on that goes on through there. So I mean, that's kind of the trust factor, that should be there between you and whoever you're donating to. Otherwise, risk assessment, I suppose.
Mark Hamill, may the 4th be with you.
Yeah, Mark Hamill School. All right, Scott, to you.
All right, should we do a little news roundup here in the last 10 minutes of our shift?
Yeah, let's roll through it, man.
All right, I'm gonna go to my little list, put my readers on, and zip through some stuff. Yeah, let's alternate. I'll start with the front line. The Kherson front was very exciting to me today because they have a third landing in a place called Korsunka. Now, Chuck didn't mention it last night on bullet points, so it's an island in the Dnipro estuary. So not all the way over the Konka River, which is the closer one to the left bank, but still another foothold in the estuary. It looks like it's south of the Dnipro, but it's south of the main channel of the Dnipro, but still one of the islands in the estuary. The other one that's exciting is on the Velika Novosilka front, on the way to Berdyansk. The Uruzhane that the Ukrainians finally captured after a bunch of weeks of fighting there. The Russian unit totally retreated, and so the Ukrainians are now advancing south of Uruzhane, and attacking Staromlinovka, which is the big, basically supply hub on that axis for Russia. So a lot of artillery attacks there, and continuing to be amazing results with artillery. And people are talking, I mean, Russian mill bloggers are talking about the possibility of Russia withdrawing even from that town. It's still a small village, but a little bit bigger than Uruzhane and some of the other Marinka and some of the other towns along that river valley. And then I looked this up because this was talked about as the Taurida direction. And I actually looked on Google Maps for Taurida because I haven't heard anybody using that designation for one of the vectors of attack. But this is a place where they shot down a Ka-52 helicopter, destroyed a tank, and had 64 Russian soldiers dead and another 168 wounded just today or overnight, and which would have been last night in Ukraine. So I'm not sure if that's in western Zaporizhia region, or I don't think it's a whole new front. But that was pretty exciting that just in one of the vectors, they had such success.
Yeah, I think they ended up getting 2 helicopters yesterday, 2 Ka-52s in different areas, which is great. But I really saw like one of the most hilarious copes of recent times. Some Vatnik was saying in response to the 2 being down, it's like, well, I mean, we have like, a couple hundred of these helicopters and hundreds of the other ones, and this war has just been great for getting additional training time and working out the bugs with the system. And because Ka-52 is kind of a new helicopter. It's like, dude, you started the war of like maybe 100 operational, and you've lost getting close to maybe half of it, and who knows how many just blips disappeared off of the radar scope that are also burned up in a field somewhere. So it's probably higher than we know, and like the Oryx stuff, which Oryx will be coming to an end, and I think it's October. But there's some of the people involved in it are going to continue in a different venue, so that kind of information isn't going away, which is good.
Yes, your turn. You pick a category and go for it, and then we'll bounce back and forth.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me roll the dice here. All right. So, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz responded to opponents of arms supplies to Ukraine who tried to disrupt his speech at the SPD party event in Munich, telling Ukrainians that they should simply allow their country to be taken over has nothing to do with pacifism. Those who came to the square as doves of peace are actually sinful angels from hell who protect warmonger Vladimir Putin. I had to do a double take on that. I'm really liking this Olaf Scholz 2.0 lately on there. So, that's good. I know there's been some recent donations that have been coming through from Germany and a couple of other countries. My understanding is they're committed to, and they're starting to send up to 135 Leopard 1 A5s. So it's going to be like around 10 or 20 a month. And then, probably like the rest of it coming sometime next year. And I'm sure they're going to continue to dig up Leopard 1s from inventories and get those going. My understanding is some people were even looking at old British chieftain tanks, which are in storage. You may try to bring up a few of those. I don't know about that one, but yeah, we shall see. But yeah, it's interesting stuff is coming to the battlefront, and more of it. So over to you, Scott.
All righty. I want to do a little Black Sea trade set of facts. The first Ukrainian ship left on Wednesday that was going to try out this new sea corridor, and it was the one that had a Hong Kong. It was Hong Kong flagged, so I don't know why it was called a Ukrainian ship, other than it was a big grain ship, but it had some other commodities on it. It had 30,000 tons, and it made it through to Istanbul today. There was a Turkish ship that was fired on, and Erdogan was not having it. So he verbally slapped Putin around and said, if you fire on our ships, I don't know if he broadened it out to any ship, but if he fired on a Turkish ship, that was not going to go unpunished. And maybe the Russian Navy wouldn't even be able to navigate the Bosporus and Dardanelles. So that was cool that he was being tough with Vladimir. And then a non-Black Sea version of getting the grain out. There's a couple different things in the news that are worth mentioning. Romania has a desire to be a transit point for Ukrainian grain, and that would presumably be up the Danube, and then transited to rail at some point. And then also Poland is interested in transiting Ukrainian grain. So that's a complicated one, though, because of the gauge difference, and they would have to transfer to the Polish gauge, and then obviously at the sea, then they would at Gdansk, which is probably where they'd go, and then they'd go out the Baltic way. So pretty exciting that Ukraine is not taking Russia's cancellation of their agreement to the grain deal sitting down. They're like, no, and obviously it's shown in those drone attacks on Russian naval vessels and the one sort of merchant marine vessel. So it's exciting that they're not gonna just allow Russia to torpedo their economy and the world's grain. Right, that's important.
Oh yeah, that's very much important. Right now, Russia backing out of the grain deal really seems to have just resulted in them not being able to send as much as they want, because I think the Ukrainian perspective on it is if we can't use it, no one can. at least between them and Russia. So that's why they've given warnings about certain oil terminals and other ports in the Black Sea. On the Russian side of it proper, that may become targets for some more of these sea baby drones, they're calling them now, because if the Ukrainian Navy, I mean, it really is a navy at this point because they got boats, right? So they're kind of the first drone navy. Is very much harassing the Russian Navy, and any sort of merchant ships are going to be very vulnerable, if they're trying to use them. So, I think that's good. I mean, if the Russians start firing on Ukrainian supported ships, then I think turnabout is fair play on that. And so far, it seems like the Russians don't really want to go down that road. They're not really enforcing their words, because once again, they're just full of crap. Speaking of,
It's nice to see them back down like that, isn't it?
yeah.
It's like, okay, big guy, big bully.
Yeah, I mean, can you? I mean, yeah, it's such a step down in their influence where the Russians are saying, "Hey, if you do this, we're going to shoot at the ships," and then they do it anyways, and then they do nothing about it. I mean, their credibility, they make so many empty threats. Their credibility is just a joke. I mean, their Russian word, their credibility is worth less than the ruble right now. So what is that? 1 penny is the equivalent of a ruble now, something like that, and it's still going down. So they just raised their prime lending rate from, or equivalent thereof, from like 8.5% to 12, which is insane. I mean, that's going to make it so much more expensive for people to buy, consumer goods that are imported. A lot of this stuff running sanctions, so it's already on a premium. So then that's going to just create more inflation, which will continue to devalue the ruble. I mean, this is how you get in kind of an economic death spiral. And it's just great to see their economy circling the drain. So that's been cool. That's been cool. Speaking of those drones, apparently they tried to hit a surveillance ship in one of their corvettes. I think it was Viktor Bykov again, going after that. So it was interesting that they did a press release about the attack failing, and they totally stopped it like within an hour of it supposedly happening, which is exactly what they did when that LST, the landing ship tank, got hit. Which apparently they did take that into dry dock. It has a huge hole in it. They just cored that thing, like I don't know, some sort of fruit that you'd core. But that. So it's in rough shape. They're probably going to turn that into razor blades, I would expect. But rusty razor blades. So good luck, Russia. Where are they going? So what else you got, Scott?
Let me do one more category before we shift over to our new co-hosts. Ukraine political. We don't often, or we don't always, touch on this on the space, but I found these 4 items pretty interesting. One is, and it might have been talked about one time when I wasn't listening, because I first read about it last week, but that was back in the news today, about the military enlistment system reform. So the administration, Zelensky's administration, fired all the military enlistment people at the oblast level. And because there were allegations of favoritism and bribes and the like, so a whole new slate of military enlistment heads, department heads, are going to be appointed, and they're going to reform the system. I don't know deep details about the nature of the legislation, but that is on the docket. Then Zelensky today signed legislation, or yesterday, sorry, signed legislation extending martial law, which by current Ukrainian law must be extended with an explicit, explicit legislative action every 90 days. So that happened yesterday. There was a report about a hospital in Zaporizhia, Zaporizhia city, presumably, that the mine injuries were just overwhelming the surgeons in that hospital. And they were reporting that the mine injuries are much higher now than earlier in the war. So the extensive mining and the delay that allowed Russia to emplace those mines all the way over the winter and through the spring until the start of the counteroffensive in June. That is really, it's really happening. It's not like the Zaluzhny is running scared, or it's not an excuse. It's actually, these mines are, really wreaking havoc on Ukrainian soldiers' legs and arms, and so that was quite a sad story. I guess that's to be expected if you have to go through these lines of minefields, but still, it's producing a lot of grief. And then I saw, lastly, on this topic or this category, I saw a really good thread on the treatment of prisoners of war on the Ukrainian side. I'm sure everybody listening has seen pictures of the Ukrainian prisoners of war as they get finally released, and how emaciated they are, how sick they are, open wounds, and the like. By contrast, the Russian soldiers who have been taken as prisoners of war are really treated well. The facilities are clean. They have a bedside table. Every bed has a bedside table. They eat 3 square meals a day, home cooked, family style, with the same number of calories that an active soldier would get on the front lines. They are able to call their parents in Russia or loved ones in Russia once a week for 15 minutes. They can check books out of the library in the compound. They can exercise. So that was so heartwarming to me.
Yeah, I heard that too. With a caveat, I saw an interview with one of these guys in this really nice, dining hall kind of situation. It only goes so nice. It is a dining hall, but it's pretty good for prisoner of war treatment there. And the interviewer asked this Russian prisoner, it's like, so now that you're here, you came in, basically starving, in rough shape, and we gave you medical treatment and food, and you can call your family, and you can check out books or whatever, you have all these freedoms, and we're taking such good care of you on here. Do you still think that Ukrainians are Nazis? And the guy replied, yes, you're just well organized, polite Nazis. So yeah, it's important to take good care of prisoners, but don't think you're going to change a lot of their minds during the process. I guess if you want gratitude, get a dog. So I don't know.
Well, we would hope that they would change hearts and minds a little bit more than that, and they probably do in a lot of cases, right? Because they know that what's going to happen to them if they get transferred back to Russia. There's crazy, terrible stories about what's happened to former prisoners when they do get transferred back to Russia, which is just another evidence of the inhumanity of that regime.
Well, that serves the purpose of undermining, themselves with their own military, and maybe eventually they'll decide it's better to stop fighting a wood chipper by throwing wood at it, and turn around and look at their government, and maybe stop wanting to do this, and march back east on here, which I think would be. I think Prigozhin had the right idea, and I think a lot of people know it. So we shall see how that goes. But yeah, that pretty much covers everything I have here. So we do have a couple other co-hosts coming up. Let's see, I believe Prince Heather and Nancy, maybe. Yeah, that'll be good.
So do you wanna? We can do this in sequence. Do you want to go first, or you want me to?
Yeah, well, let's we'll do yeah, I'll flip a coin here. All right, I'll go first, and then you'll go next. So, or whatever you want to do. So, all right. Pleasure speaking of everyone tonight. It was great following up Thomas Feiner here. So that was a great segment. We have great segments basically all day on here with guests. Again, remind everyone, we are raising some funds for, thermal drones right now. MriyaReport is a 501c3 organization. Please go to MriyaReport.org or follow a link, which is probably in the nest. Please make a small donation if you've appreciated what we've talked about today in general as a organization. So bringing a lot of great guests and content and information and awareness about the war, but awareness doesn't necessarily fund drones. So if you could spare a few bucks to help out with that, it would be much appreciated by the guys at the front. Well, men and women at the front there. So all right, y'all have a good night, and thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Primus.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night. Yeah, thank you. All right, Cornelius, while we're shifting, why don't you make your comment or ask your question?
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was about the new law whereby they're getting rid of the civilian, presumably corrupt enlistment station people, and putting in veterans to take over those functions. And I was just staggered at how right out of Starship Troopers that is. That's Robert Heinlein down to a T right there, if you've ever read old science fiction. And I was hoping to actually ask this last night with a bunch of old soldiers on the phone here, but I'd be interested to find out just opinions. There's no science behind this, but well, what do you think that'll do when it really boils down to the rubber hitting the road, putting a bunch of veterans who have seen the front in there, and will it boost the system? It'll cut down on corruption, perhaps. I'd really be interested to see what the outcome is. I mean, I'm very hopeful that it'll be good, but those social experiments like that, unless other countries do it, I'd love to see if there's a track record here somewhere. Ever heard anything like that before?
Well, our recruitment in the U.S. is done by active duty personnel. So I don't know how it was done when there was a draft, because that was when I was a little kid, was the last time there was a draft in the United States. But the recruitment and the sign-ups and the talk about what kind of roles are available, and the talks at high schools, those are all done by active duty personnel. I would think that veterans in the Ukrainian case makes more sense, just because they, if somebody's still able-bodied and can stay on at the, in an active unit, they need them. They need them closer to the front. But yeah, I was encouraged because of the anti-corruption angle on it. But you raise a really good point that the veterans, nobody could explain what it's going to be, and realize the need to do it fairly, and do it conscientiously, and get the people into the units more than the veterans, right?
Yeah, good point. Actually, yeah, good point. Plus, if you need to, it just occurred to me, you can shift those guys around. Like the civilians, it'll be harder to change from one station to another, but you can post a military person across the country in a heartbeat if you sense that there's something going awry at that particular place and shake things up entirely. Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's a good point too. Hello, Prince Heather. How are you?
Hey, Scott. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing okay. Getting ready to sit down here for a few hours. And
Excellent.
yeah, my last co-hosting shift was extremely tiring. Yeah, that whole
I laughed when you said that in the chat, but I take it that you were supposed to be on during when Thomas was on.
Yes, I was. I was supposed to be on the 2 hours before you and Primus were scheduled. And so I just sat back and waited, and of course it never happened. But that's okay. You know, just a really, really tiring and taxing co-host time there.
Yeah, I'm sorry that was so exhausting. But you know, now you can even get more tired.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good for a few hours, and I guess Will and Mockers are going to be up later. It's unusual. I haven't had only a 3-hour shift on a Friday night in a while. I usually stay until midnight my time, which is 5 hours from now. So that's okay though. I will enjoy an evening off, but I will be doing 5 hours tomorrow night and Sunday night, I believe. So no, I don't even think Sunday. I think Will's doing it. That little guy from down under, he pops up when you least expect him. So
well, it gets light there sooner than in Europe, so it's better than. I mean, Mockers is on as a listener, so I don't know if she's actually listening or if she's snoozing, but
she's asleep. Trust me.
I hope so. All right, I'm going to drop. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us after the excitement of Thomas giving us a history lesson, and it was enjoyable for me to be with Primus, and I will leave you in the capable hands of Prince Heather and Nancy M.
Thank you so much, Scott. Have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you next time you co-host, which I think is usually Tuesday, but I haven't looked at the calendar. Well, I've looked at it, but I haven't looked at when you were co-hosting, because it only matters that I show up on time. I don't need to worry about you showing up on time.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about everybody, but I'm usually Tuesday night and Friday night from 7 to 10 Eastern.
There you go. That works out. Having a good, reliable schedule is always easy, and that helps to know when you're coming. So, what I'm just trying to look at here and catch up on a little bit, because I was actually reading some material and doing some stuff to prepare for tonight, and I actually wasn't paying attention to what was happening in Ukraine, which seems just odd, but there has been a lot of drones, a lot of those dumb Shahed drones, which sometimes I like to call other names. And it looks like also some threats of ballistic missiles in Donetsk, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia, and drones even on their way to Kyiv, it looked like. Now, this was at 3:30 my time, so that was a few hours ago. But then just continued to have drones, more drones, more drones. Man, they're just drones. I don't know how wide the air raid alert came, but I do see that it did affect Kyiv. and then Ternopil, which is farther to the west also. And right now, I was just going to look real quick and see here that, because when I logged on, Kyiv was not red, but still to the west of Kyiv was. And of course, now it's not going to load for me because I want to tell you about it. But to me, it looked like the far east of the country and almost far west, without the middle of the country. Okay, so I see here it's the Ravine and Zhytomyr regions to the west of Kyiv are lit up, and then the Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Dnipro are also lit up. They're still under air raid alert, and that's and all I see is drones, and maybe some anti-aircraft guns. Oh my! And a lot of drones. Klemensky had some explosions. It looks like Venetia. Local media was reporting about explosions that could be air defense. Same with well, I guess maybe the air raid did hit all the way to Lviv, because now I'm seeing an alert about Lviv reporting explosions, but I would bet that's air defense. And yeah, threat of enemy controlled aerial bombs, that's towards the east, S-300s. But so it doesn't look like any cruise missiles. It does not look like the launch of any cruise missiles. It looks like it was mostly ground to ground missiles, a couple of aerial bombs, and ground to ground air, and the Shaheeds. So that's what it looks like happened. And I mean, this started, let's see, it is currently 5:25 a.m. in Kyiv, basically. And this started, I remember looking at the clock thinking, this is really early for them to start. I want to say it started around 11:30 p.m. in Kyiv. Thomas was still on. And yeah, so it has been a very, very long night in Ukraine. And even, I hate to say the word even though, but it is true, even though it is just, and I guess just is another word I hate to use, even though it is just the drones that they are firing, the drones can do damage. However, the drones are fairly easily taken down by a lot of the air defense that Ukraine has, and that is a good thing. We do see, of course, what goes up must come down, and things that get shot out of the air do still come down, and they can cause damage also. That's one thing I will say. I have not seen any damage reports from any of the Oblast accounts that I follow. So I have no indication of that. And just time will tell. And that's how it goes for every time something like this happens. We want to know where those explosions happened and what kind of damage might have been caused, or if it was air defense that got them. But that takes time, and they get us that information as soon as they have it, or as soon as they want to give it to us. Sometimes they don't want to give it to us because, sometimes that can be important information for them to keep secret. Just like I think for some reason someone is somehow managing to keep all pictures of the Kerch Bridge hidden. They're just not existent. You cannot find pictures of the Kerch Bridge, and it is annoying me, and I know it's annoying Mockers, unless she managed to find some today and did not share with me. And I think she has some secret contacts, and I don't think she shares them with me. I tried to have a talk with her about that today, and I sort of just gotta shrug the shoulders and, you know, the hands in the air, like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. So I like to tease mockers, and she's fun to tease because she dishes it right back. Anyway, Nancy, are you able to talk?
I think I certainly am. Yep.
Well,
And I was just laughing at mockers too, because I can just see her going, yes, I've tucked away some of that secret stash and you can't have it. Ha ha ha. Except we all know that's not the case either. She loves to share updates and news. So.
this is the truth. This is the truth. She yeah, but she, you know, she does love to give you the updates, and she loves to tell the truth. But you know, sometimes I do just wonder if she's got stuff stuck hidden away here and there. So let me see if I have any news here that is worthy to share. I think you guys probably got really, really good updates on what is happening in Ukraine today from hours of Thomas Tyner, and that was very, very interesting and very, very good. There was an article today that actually is one, because I was focused on other things, I did not have time to read. However, I did take a note of it. And if you read it, anybody, I would love for you to come up and share with us what you thought about it. I did hear him earlier on the space, though, I do say that. So John Spencer has a new article out. That was done with a soldier named Gina. His full name is longer, but he goes by Gina. And the quote that John put in his tweet was, "If he crawled a couple of hours one way, he could make it to a nearby landfill that was a few kilometers away. In the landfill, Gina found clothes and expired or rotten food. He would see if he could keep it down." This is an amazing story of a soldier. Actually, he wasn't a soldier at the time. He was a citizen, who ended up not being necessarily, was he held captive technically? He survived relentlessly, and he escaped captivity is the way John words it here. So he resisted and he escaped captivity. So yes, he was captive in Mariupol, and he wasn't a member of the military. But when the invasion started, he and his friends, some people in Mariupol, did take up arms that they had. He had been in the military previously. And I think Freedom might have come up here to talk about this a little bit. Either way, no matter what, the encouragement that I have for you is to read this story, because I sure will. But I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention, even though I have not completely read it yet. Nancy, have you had a chance to read it?
No, I haven't had a chance to read it. I did hear, I was multitasking, but I heard a little bit of John's description of it earlier today. And what I heard from John was just absolutely amazing. So I definitely want to sit down and listen to the whole thing. And yes, he was a POW for a time, was able to get free, and his fight to survive and to get comms in order to get rescued, with only like a 1% chance of mission success to do that. And they succeeded, and he's free to talk about it. Just that summary was very compelling, and I know it's going to be worth a listen.
Yeah, and this is an article too, but he does, I think, have a podcast out with this too. And
Yep.
yeah, and so, you know, John does have some amazing stuff, and we're very lucky that he comes to share stuff with us. Go ahead, Freedom.
Yeah, thanks. I read that story, and the heartbreaking point of it is he rescued the family, pregnant wife and children of a resident, and this resident turned him in. Whether or not that's because of torture on the resident side, or we'll never know. But it's just a inspiring tale of how this one man survived, and it truly is a Rambo adventure. And I hope that John will make a movie of this, because it is incredible what this man went through.
Yeah, and one of the things I do when I first come up to co-host is check out what is in the nest, because sometimes there are things in the nest that I put there the night before, and cleaning it up does help. So the second tweet in the nest actually is a link to this story from John, and that is I think well worth the read. And I know that these kinds of things very much impact me, and I will take the time to read it. I just did not have the time today. I ran out of time. I might not have time tomorrow, but I'll try. Anyway, there was a little odd piece of news that I ran across today, because sometimes you run across these things, but they're very, very interesting. And so I thought perhaps I would bring this piece up. And this is one that you got to see. And let's hope I have it bookmarked here. And it is a sculpture. This one is a sculpture. And it was tweeted out by the defense of Ukraine. So I feel totally comfortable with this one. A young man, well, it doesn't say man, but young artist, Ilya Chernomaz, a young artist, created this sculpture. It was built from Russian Kh-31 missiles shot down near his hometown of Nova Volodova in Kharkiv region. The main material of war is metal. It kills, but it also saves, the sculptor explains. And it's, I mean, I would see this if I was like going around and I saw this, and it looks like it's extremely tall. I would think it was rather intimidating and possibly a little bit scary to begin with. However, once you start to take a look at it, you see sort of two sides to this thing, especially, of course, in the face. And I think that really gives it an impact. It really, I think, speaks to people. Had you seen this, Nancy? It's up, and I put it up in the nest here.
No, I hadn't seen that earlier. It's been a crazy day for me, so I'm behind on even my regular sources for information. So yeah, it's actually interesting looking at the facial features, I guess you'd call them. It's kind of interesting, especially since earlier tonight over dinner we were actually watching the original Terminator movie, and that eye is reminding me of that.
That's where I thought of it from. I knew that eye looked familiar, and I was like, it reminds me of a movie, but I couldn't remember exactly which one. And that is exactly it. So sometimes they, people come up with surprising things, and it's always really, really good and very, very interesting to see what an artist sees. I am not a very artistic person, and so when somebody can make something like this out of next to nothing, well, definitely nothing, to make something like this out of wreckage, I guess is a better way to put it, always sort of grabs my attention. So yeah, I also read a little story today about a woman from Mariupol. A woman, yeah, this story had to be hard to begin with, because I can't imagine having to go through this. But she was an armed forces medic, and she was taken prisoner by Russia in Mariupol at Avastal in April 2022. She was 3 months pregnant at the time. That right there, I mean, I hadn't read the story yet, but that right there, I didn't. It's not a real long story as far as what I'm going to share, but there is a video out there that you can find, and it's on Anton Gurashenko's timeline. But she was 3 months pregnant at the time. I can't imagine being a prisoner of war, being held by Russia when I was pregnant. Mariana endured Russian captivity and experienced the hatred of Russians firsthand. She was threatened with having her child being taken away. But after 6 months in captivity, a miracle happened. She was returned to Ukraine and was able to give birth here and raise her child freely. Glory to the hero. And I can't imagine what it would have been like, because she must have had most of her pregnancy in captivity. And that just had to have been, excuse me, that just had to have been heart-wrenching and scary for her. So yeah, it was that the things that people are going through are amazing, and I really am. I hate to say it, I'm somewhat surprised that they did not keep her and make her give birth in captivity and take her child away from her, because I'm sure a newborn child would be very sought after in Russia as far as putting a child up for adoption, and it would just be yet one more that Russia takes and tries to make their own. But as we know, they are not their own, and as we know, they have taken way too many children. So yeah.
And I'll just add one thing, because I remembered following that story of Mariana Mamonova as well. When she was released from Azovstal, I was also quite surprised. And, what's horrifying to think about also is that when we look at the condition that these POWs are returned in, we see their emaciated bodies, and the shock and joy to bite into an apple, knowing that part of the reason that they're given food like that is so that they eat it slowly, so their body's not overwhelmed going from starvation to rich food. But I had just looked her up as well, because when they're treating prisoners of war with that type of condition, it's inconceivable to me that they would have a shot of any decent prenatal care as well. But the baby was born at, according to the mayor of Rivne, in September of last year. Her daughter weighed 7 pounds 2 ounces, 3.25 kilograms, and was 57 centimeters long. So, you know, lighter than full birth weight, but it could have been a lot scarier as well too. So I know I've seen interviews with her since then, you know, with just a glimpse of the baby girl, and that was awesome to see as well. But I just shudder to think of, you know, aside from all of the abuse, even if she wasn't abused by her captors, she wouldn't have been taken good care of, particularly with prenatal needs. So it was just such a relief to see her released at 9 months pregnant and shortly afterwards to give birth to the baby girl. And Prince, I think to your point, her goal was for her baby to be born in freedom, not in a POW camp, if she had anything to do with it. And she succeeded.
Oh, absolutely, she did, and I'm very, very glad that she did, because I can't imagine there would be a lot of trauma there. I couldn't imagine. I just couldn't imagine, you know, sitting as a prisoner of war for that many months and then having your child taken away. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I just looked further down in this older article that I'd pulled back up, and she was released on September 21st and then gave birth to her baby girl on the night of the 24th, 25th. But she was part of the prisoner exchange with for herself and 214 prisoners in exchange for Viktor Medvedchuk and 55 Russian soldiers. So that was one of those that I know took a lot of negotiation, and I'm so glad that they were able to do that for her and for her daughter.
Me too. But have you noticed how slow the exchange of prisoners seems to be lately, and how few they seem to be lately? You know, I think
Yep, I
the
have.
last prisoner exchange, I think, was 22 soldiers, and that's yeah. And I was reading about it the other day. I don't know if you heard. I know you listen sometimes this time of night. And part of the problem they're having is that Russia doesn't want their people back. Ukraine has tried to give their injured and their dead back to them on no conditions. Here, just take them, please. You know, these are your people. You know, take your injured, take your dead, and Russia is refusing to take them.
Well, there was a problem with that at the beginning of the war as well too. I remember early on there was a huge phase where Russia was refusing to accept their dead back, and you know, Ukraine was initially having a challenge with storage, and then we heard less about it, and now it's increased again. And it's interesting to think about what, you know, is Russia not wanting them because of, well, if they admit that somebody was killed in action versus missing in action, then they've got monies or fish or ice cubes to pay to the families, because they sure can't afford the latas anymore. You know, or is it that they don't want the population of their country to see their cemeteries expanding to the levels that we know they should be, because they're worried about unrest? Or is it a combination? It's really just it's an odd factor that I just don't have an answer for, but I do wonder about from time to time.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, when you read Ivan Fedorov his Telegram posts sometimes, or the Telegram posts from the guy from Mariupol, then you'll start to hear things like, a couple of truckloads of 300s came in. They took them right to the mobile crematorium. The mobile crematorium was full, so they just laid them out in a pit and burned them, or they dug a pit and had a mass burial. And so they're not even taking their dead home when they know that there's family waiting for them. They are just disposing of them in a way that is not appropriate, right there in the areas where they not far from the front lines, or leaving them behind. And it's part of the reason that Ukraine has so many dead Russian soldiers, is because they don't collect them. Cornelius, I see, has his hand up. Is it Cornelius? Yes, it's Cornelius. I accidentally called you Cornwall one time. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, Cornelius.
I've been called worse. That's all right. No, those prisoners, the Ukrainians. I saw the news today. Well, the news surfing through Twitter, and the care that the Ukrainians are putting into those prisoners is remarkable. Now, I'm sure we got treated to possibly the highest standard because it'll go through public affairs. But I mean, I don't get the sense that anybody is enduring the kind of tribulations that Ukrainian prisoners in Russia are being put through. Now, what I suggest is Ukraine is actually manufacturing its own human ATACMS bombs. And it makes sense for Russia not to want those back in Russia, because that's how they're launched. You send those back to Russia, whether it be in the middle of the war or at the end or afterwards, and you've got the seeds of some social discontent being sown. Anyway, deep thoughts for the night.
Thank you. And yeah, it does. It does show the discontent, and it does feed into that. And there was I wonder if I have it still. There was a story not too long ago about an area in occupied Ukraine, but an area in occupied Ukraine that has been occupied for a long time, and it is an area that has lost like an insane number of soldiers. Yeah, it's not there. I have one more idea of where I might have stuck that. I want to say it was Horlivka, I believe. I could be wrong, but that sounds right to me. And I want to say it was like around, yep, right here. Horlivka, 20,000 residents of Horlivka mobilized for the Russian army have died. That's not small. You can't hide that. You can't hide that. That's pretty big. And yeah, it just makes me wonder, really makes me wonder. But I did.
That won't stop them trying. They'll try and hide it for sure.
Oh, I know.
They don't want the live ones back because they're going to bring ideas back with them, and that's scary.
Well, they haven't had a problem transferring the live ones before, but I wonder if the problem they're having now with transferring the live ones is, there was a report in The Economist earlier this week about captured Russians asking Ukrainians not to exchange them before the end of the war to avoid fighting again. So yeah, I mean, these things happen, and actually I did pull up the article. I'm referring to it as an article. I have probably the same tweet that you read. And it is a decision that I've made not to share any images of POWs, no matter whose they are. And well, unless they're like freed POWs. So I have not shared this tweet, and I have not retweeted it, and I will not put it up in the nest. But it's not that hard to find, I don't think. But it's a really good description of what it's like for a Russian POW in a Ukrainian prison. And I will go through it again if you guys want me to. It's up to you though. It's I think it's interesting, but it's, you know, the thing, I was thinking about it again last night after I read it, and I read it last time, and it was like, yeah, they even do that. That's pretty amazing. Okay, so I saw a thumbs up, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let me take a drink really quick. Okay, sorry, I didn't mute that. Are Russian prisoners of war being held in Ukraine? How are Russian prisoners of war being held in Ukraine? You'll be shocked. This guy who wrote this recently watched a special project by Dmitry Gordon and the Ukrainian state program for voluntary surrender, I Want to Live. So this is also part of what the state is helping to put out. In this thread, he prepared the most notable things about it. When a prisoner of war enters the camp, they are first examined by a doctor, then they wash themselves and get a haircut. There is hot water available all the time. Then they do go into a 2-week quarantine area to ensure that they do not infect other soldiers. They are given clothes, new leather shoes, bathing flip-flops are also provided. During the 14-day quarantine, a psychologist also works with the POWs to rule out suicide attempts due to PTSD. So they get medical care. They get to see a psychologist just as soon as they enter. They're taken care of, is the point. This is what a room looks like where prisoners of war live. There are no bars on the windows. The view from the window is pretty good. Each prisoner has his own bed, a twin-size bed, and there are several in a room, but it's not overcrowded by any means. And each prisoner of war has a bedside table. Russian prisoners of war can exercise, borrow books from the library, play chess, or watch TV. Despite the large number of convicts, aggression and cases of scuffles are almost non-existent among POWs. One of the reasons is that they always have something to do. And it's just showing some pictures of guys like out in an exercise yard and showing the TV room. I do remember one night I heard that they were shown a special movie, and it was a movie about the war crimes that Russia is committing against Ukraine. There is an Orthodox church where services are held every Sunday. There is also a prayer room for Muslims. POWs can buy their own food, sweets, cookies, coffee, and so on, which they can store in a refrigerator and lockers. The food is bought with money that they can either earn or receive from their relatives onto their account. This is what prisoner of war work looks like. and it's just some guys around a table doing little menial tasks, it looks like. It's actually hard for me to tell. They glue and package souvenir bags. This place also serves as a bomb shelter where a paramedic is on duty with the prisoners of war, even at night. There are a lot of different options there in the prisoner of war camp. It also looks like there's a picture, but he didn't talk about it in this, but it looks like there is a guy weaving together like a bench. And I would bet that that's another job that they can do. I also bet they work in the dining room. Let's check that out. Here is the dining room. The POW also works here. 3 meals a day are served. They have a full meal, soup, a second course, and salad. The number of calories is the same as for a Ukrainian officer. They are all sitting calmly around tables, and the tables looks like there's about 4 to a table, and they're just all hanging out. They eat quietly and unhurriedly. While there is torture in Russian camps, when a Ukrainian POW is given boiling water or scalding food, thereby putting him in front of the choice to burn his intestinal organs or starve. The campground has its own bakery and even a pool with fish. The bakery also dries bread and vegetables. This is not provided for in the Geneva Convention, but every POW can call their relatives in Russia. Approximately 15 minutes per week, depending on the workload of the camp. Video calls are available as well. So there is a place on YouTube where you can watch the entire video, but I think if you go and search for this on Twitter, you'll probably be able to find it fairly easily. The Red Cross and UN and other organizations regularly inspect where the Russian POWs are held. The Ukrainian authorities have never hindered their work and have complied with all requirements. What about Russia? When you look at Ukrainian defenders returned from Russian captivity, it is hard to look at them without tears. They are tortured, starving, damaged, both mentally and physically. There are known cases when, after returning home from captivity on Ukrainian soil, people have died from their injuries. And we've heard some of those stories before. Russia has more than 80 places where prisoners of war are held, often together with those convicted of criminal offenses, which the Geneva Convention prohibits. The Red Cross and other orgs cannot access most of these places. And on that, I'm gonna stop. That's the end really of that thread. But I do want to mention that a few months ago I read a list out, and it was a list that I found on a Telegram channel on one of the official government ministry Telegram channels, and it was about a meeting that was being held for the families of Ukrainian soldiers who are POWs in Russia. And it was between them and the International Red Cross. And what it published was a list of questions that they had for the International Red Cross. And there were things that are established as basic rights that POWs and their families have, such as the right to send gift packages that the International Red Cross is supposed to help facilitate, that is not being done. And the same goes with letters. And they're not getting the calls from the prisoners of war, which I believe is also required. So, and like this little thread said, they're also not allowing the Red Cross to go and inspect the prisons, which is something that is also required. And I believe at that time the answer was, we'll get back to you. And, you know, it just reminded me of right after the dam was breached, and these international organizations were trying to get over to the left bank to help those who were in just terrible places, in flooding, in just horrid conditions. And Russia would not allow them to. Russia would not guarantee their safety to come across and help provide humanitarian aid, just like they're not doing their duty by taking care of the Ukrainian prisoners of war. So, Nancy, anything to add?
I just always have a deep sigh when we talk about those stories. It's absolutely amazing. You know, there is an obligation and a duty of care that, you know, time and time again, it's of course clearly demonstrated that no matter what convention or agreement Russia has signed, they don't care. They just disregard it. Whereas Ukraine is taking every possible step to conform with all of those conventions. And the difference in care between a Russian prisoner of war in Ukraine's care compared to a Ukrainian prisoner of war in Russia's care is just gobsmacking. It really is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, you and I had thought we would have a conversation about something specific tonight. Are you ready for that?
I sure am, yep.
Okay, maybe we should move to that. And I would really appreciate it if you would kick it off.
Sure, yeah. One of the things that, you know, we do talk about in the late night shift is some of the deeper conversations that at times are difficult to have, but that we all know are necessary and important to have. And, you know, we've had in recent days, we had Gina up in the space who is so eloquent at talking about genocide in Ukraine and the measures behind it. And she and several other very frequent listeners who don't always come up to speak, but are always there listening, shared some really good information and really good reports, like the one recently from New Lines Institute on the Russian Federation's escalating commission of genocide in Ukraine. And a lot of times here, we will talk about the individual stories that are so heart-wrenching and really grab at you in a way that for most of us with empathy is so absolutely compelling. But when you talk with people who maybe haven't been paying attention, they're like, oh yeah, that's horrible, but why should I care? I don't really understand genocide. And we kind of talked about that a couple of days ago as well, too, of what different people in different places have been taught about genocide in school may be limited as well. And what that report in particular does is it really does a fantastic job of breaking the information into objective pieces to explain why society should care, not just because it's the human and right thing to do, but because of the social contracts that are literal contracts, agreements, and treaties that nations have made with each other as far as the laws that we agree to abide to for the continuation of the human race effectively. And that report just does an amazing job. I am nowhere close to done reading it yet, I'll be dead honest with you, because I found that even the executive summary of it, every single word they use matters. Every word, every phrasing is written with intent and importance. And, my first thought when I started reading it was, hey, for us lay people who aren't as well versed on those conventions, and what a good compelling case is of why our governments should be doing more, because we all know they should be, but what's the reason why when we start looking at genocide? What are the arguments that are best able to express it? And I realized that there was so much information here, and it does have a tendency to get emotionally overwhelming if we're not careful, that it probably would be a good thing for us to step through some of this information over the course of a few weeks, just a bite-sized piece on a Friday night. And hey, sorry, I know it's Friday night, but that's when Prince and I are here together co-hosting for the upcoming month. And, I really appreciate you guys being here. And I hope I don't ruin date night if we talk about serious stuff, but you're here for a reason too. And part of it is that education and sharpening our skills and honing our abilities to present good arguments and to educate other people. And so I think it's important for us to step through not just what we at a gut level know are examples of genocide here, but to help prepare ourselves for that better argument and to leverage some of those materials, but to do it in bite-sized chunks. Because I'll tell you, an almost 80-page report that is just amazing from, like I said, the absolute start all the way through, we're not going to be able to summarize in a meaningful way and have a good dialogue about in the course of an hour on a Friday night. So we think we're going to break it into chunks and kind of talk about kind of the beginning steps about the Genocide Convention itself this Friday. Make sure you guys have the links and encourage you to read the New Line Institute report that came out in July. And they did one in May of last year as well. So they do an excellent job of explaining what they saw as the risks then and what they see as the reality now. And then step through maybe the same way they categorize it, which would be talking about the definitions and then 3 primary categories. And that is the incitement factor, the incitement to commit genocide, which goes into some of the history that we've talked about as far as how Russia has been hardening their people's minds and promoting violence and and otherism toward Ukraine and the Ukrainian nation. And then the next part would be that evidence of intent, you know, because just going in and killing people willy-nilly doesn't reach that intent requirement of the Genocide Convention. And then the third, which I think is really the most important part, and when Gina had mentioned it, gosh, I'm sorry, the days blur together. I think it was within the last several days that she came up and talked so eloquently about the duty to prevent genocide. And, you know, typically that's where emotionally I look at it and go, then what are we doing? You know, I just want to yell to the rafters about how did we miss the prevention part? And I want to be able to address that less emotionally, less angrily, and more in an educated way where I can explain to others who aren't paying attention why that obligation is so important. And that really was an inspiration I got from Gina and several others who had sent me DMs as well. And those of you know who you are. And so I thank you for that too. That I think it's important for us to step through that framework, but to take it in small pieces, if you will. So, Prince, what do you think of that? Anything you want to add before we get rolling?
No, I think that explains it very, very well. And I just have thrown some stuff up in the nest here while you've been talking, and I actually threw your tweet up in the nest because I think it is a little bit better because it has a good graphic there with the definition of the convention, of the definition of genocide in the convention, and it also has a link to I think what we're going to be talking about tonight there. Yeah, it does. And then also the next thing in the nest that I put in there is one of Gina's tweets, actually. And this one is her article that came out yesterday that talks a bit about the Genocide Convention also. And has some things in there also that are very helpful, including a link to the full report. And then the third tweet I put up there is again from Gina, which is a tweet from today. A tweet from it's pointing you towards Gerashenko's Anton Gerashenko's tweet today that I do have right here also. Hang on. But it is a very difficult tweet to read. I will say that. It is about a soldier who had been held captive, and it is a snip of an interview that he did, where he describes how they tried to rape him and make him eat chevrons of the Ukrainian army. And all that time, they were burning the bodies of soldiers nearby. And this guy was a kickboxing champion of the Ukrainian National Guard. And this was in an interview that he did with Gulag.net. It is a hard one to watch. He describes some of what happened, and but it is, I think, an important one to watch. And so those are just some things. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't scroll down far enough. She did put the actual tweet from Anton Gerashenko farther down in the tweet thread that she made there. And I encourage people to go and take a look at these things when you have a moment, because these are examples that we see and that we hear about. And I know that I have talked about a lot of the individual cases and individual things, and I'm the one who talks about the emotional things a lot. I'm the one who talks about the kids who are being taken away, of which I have a report in my file here for today of another 450 children being deported. I have another report here of a testimony of a girl who went to go get her brother back in Mariupol because her parents had died, and how she had escaped from Mariupol. You know, I have these things, and I still have an article that I've been dreading reading because I just haven't been able to bring myself to, about a nurse who was alone among a mountain of corpses. The story of the nurse who worked in a morgue during the siege. So these are all examples of the genocide. So I think it's really important that we learn what is genocide, where did it come from, what does it mean, and what exactly does the Genocide Convention mean. I think that is that I think is the goal of what we want to learn in the next few weeks, and in examining what we're going to talk about a little bit tonight, and this New Line report that is very lengthy a bit. I think we'll all have a better understanding of what genocide is and what exactly is happening in Ukraine, why it is a genocide, and and why are we here? Because we should have been able to prevent it. Nancy, anything to add before we go to Gina?
No, I was going to say, let's go to Gina. I think it's a perfect segue.
Hi, hello. I'm so grateful to both of you for putting this together to talk about this. So, you know, in a dedicated way. It's so important, I think. And to both of your points, you know, as you said, Nancy, we need to be a bit more. I don't want to use the word dispassionate, but we have to be able to somehow talk about the sheer evil in some sort of a systematic way, to come to terms with it, and to address it and to prevent it. And for instance, you know, you were saying it's the intensity of it. It's very, very real. You know, reading the New Line's Raoul Wallenberg report, I the first time I read the May 22 report, I was throwing things against the wall. You know, this one, I just could. I stayed up almost all night. I felt like reading it to write the article about it. But I wanted, if we had a second, if you think it's okay, to back it up a little bit historically to how we came about with the term genocide, and also call attention to a really wonderful book. And the British lawyer, human rights lawyer, Philippe Sands, is central to this. He wrote this book called East West Street, which my Ukrainian friends, when they kind of gave me the reading list, like, here's what you need to read so that you can continue to do this work, this was on their list. But the book talks about the origins of the word genocide, how it was developed by the lawyer Raphael Lemkin. And it also talks about Sir Hirsch Lauterpacht, and both he and Lemkin were contemporaries. And Lauterpacht was at the Nuremberg trial. He's one of the judges. And what the crux of both of their work was, while Lemkin was looking at the systematic murder of peoples, when he was a law student in Lviv, which then was part of Poland, I believe, but he was a law student, I think, in the 1920s, because he was born, I think, in 1900. And he was amazed, like, with the Armenian genocide, that entire peoples could be, you know, annihilated. Lauterpacht was trying to come to terms with an understanding of individual human rights that transcended states. And I'm not trying to be any kind of I would never presume to be someone like a Timothy Snyder or anything like that. I'm a journalist. I have academic training, but I'm a journalist. But that whole notion, I think, is revolutionary. And I think it's important that we revisit it, because what I think is in danger of being lost here, if we don't keep the work of both of these men and the concepts that they dedicated their lives to in focus here, we see a world that is rife with division, where human rights are being eroded, where authoritarian regimes are rising and democracy is regressing. And that's exactly what they were both in their own ways trying to fight, trying to stop, that there are universal rights and obligations for individuals and for states. So that's the first thing that I would offer. And again, this book, East West Street, the lawyer, British human rights lawyer Philippe Sands, he is, I believe, I want to say that he has something, he's going to be working on the case for Ukraine with the international courts to say pursue justice. But I didn't get a chance to double check that, but I remember him seeing that. So I'll be quiet for now. That was the first thing I wanted to offer. And if there's anything else I can offer here, let me know. But if people want to, suggest maybe areas that we want to kind of proceed with, or if you folks have some, particular breakouts of the convention that you want to talk about, let me know.
Well, I think that's important. And you say you have no specific education on this, and you're just a journalist, but you're not. The reality is you sent me today when I sent you just a note saying, hey, we're going to be talking about this. I know you did this article and you have, some good experience and some good knowledge on this. So if you're around, come hang out. And you sent me a podcast that you did in May of 2022 about genocide in Ukraine. In May of 2022 already. And I didn't have a chance to listen to it. I know it sounds like 34 minutes shouldn't take that long to listen to, but I was in the middle of reading stuff to be able to have some stuff tonight. If you have that in a tweet, I would love that. But just even the first few minutes of that, the way you, because I did listen to it for a few minutes of it, but the way you started out with it is sort of exactly the kind of stuff that you said here. But just so people know, you have been investigating and talking about genocide in Ukraine that is happening now since May 22. And in order to have gotten to the point where you did a podcast about it, you knew about it before then, and you were doing research. And I remember when I first started coming on this space, you coming up, and it was like you and Yehuda were old friends. And I just thought that was really cool, and I figured out who you were pretty quick, and I just I've just sort of fallen in love with you because you are just a really, really good well, I don't want to call you a resource, but you always have wonderful things to add when you come up and share with us. So go ahead, Gina.
No, well, you're too kind. I've fallen in love with you and with all of us here at Maria. I mean, this really, you guys are therapy for me, because I tell you, sometimes when you're trying to advocate for Ukraine, unfortunately, you can feel lonely sometimes amid your circle of friends. I think one night I had come back from a barbecue where I had a friend of a friend just tore into me. It was right before my trip to Ukraine, and she basically spouted Russian propaganda at me to the point where I had to leave. I came back, I got onto Maria. I'm like, help, I need some debriefing here. But with the podcast, no, it's interesting because I'm also blessed. I live not too far from a place called Gratz College, which actually has a PhD program in genocide studies. And back in May of 2022, I interviewed one of its professors, Jeff Benvenuto, to ask him, because I knew early on, because of my ability to speak to a lot of Ukrainians in this area who had given me the backstory, and with the historical backstory, you could see the pattern, and I think that's what, unfortunately, a lot of us in the West didn't realize. We hadn't really kind of paid attention. But when you realize how many hundreds of years this extended back to, then the pattern became really, really clear, and it was easy for me to go there. So, but one of the things that Jeff made clear, and he was frustrated in that podcast, you'll hear him later, is saying that, prevention, which is the goal of the convention here, the whole reason that we have this genocide convention is never again, right? It was drafted and initially ratified after the Second World War, the Shoah, Holocaust. When nations were, as this one, and I wish I could remember his name, the listener who was on the other morning, he just said, we were hungry for peace, because that was true. And we've lost the edge of that hunger, I think. But the idea is we're not going to do this again. But Jeff in that podcast said one of the most frustrating things is that it always seems to be something that we have to deal with in the rearview mirror. And yet we do have resources out there. Another scholar has come up with, and I think it may be in one of the links too that you had pulled together, Prince, the 10 stages of genocide. And the 10 stages of genocide. And this is by Professor or Dr. Gregory Stanton. At the time, he was professor at Mary Washington University. And genocide is preventable. And again, I think the indictment comes back to us in the West. If we had acted as we should have acted in 2014, how many lives would have been saved? You know, we know this. And it, again, to Nancy's point about looking at this systematically, if we can pay attention and focus and call things out and say, wait, we don't have to go there. We can stop this now and hold ourselves accountable. We will literally save lives. To be really honest, prior to this phase of the war, of Russia's war on Ukraine, and it was prior to COVID, I did a lot of work covering the immigrant controversies. I was, working for the Archdiocese of Philadelphia's newspaper at the time, and we were doing a lot of migrant advocacy with, social services support and prayer services and all sorts of things. And I was covering a lot of this. And at one of the events, and I actually interviewed two people who had been arrested. They'd been fleeing persecution. They'd lived in the United States, and they were taken to immigration jails. And there was a husband and wife. They were separated. I did interviews with both of them, but the daughter was at this prayer service, and I was literally walking through the church trying to go up to her to do an interview. And a friend of the family happened to cross in front of me, and I said, "Oh, I'll interview you. Let me just get some reaction here." And she turned out to be a genocide professor. And she and I were talking, and she was pointing out how in our own country, we have crossed into some of these stages of genocide. At the time, this was when anti-immigrant rhetoric was really, really, really strong. It's died down a little bit, but not as much. But to focus back to Ukraine, again, if we had paid attention, we could have prevented this. And so it is important to think logically and systematically about it, and to look at genocide. Where did it come? Where did the term come from? It's existed before the term. Obviously, it's existed throughout human history, unfortunately. But we have tools, and as hard as it is to not detach ourselves, but to maybe emphasize a different part of our consciousness and say, yes, I have these emotions, but for the moment, it's probably what first responders and people and genocide investigators and a lot of people who have to go right into the face of human trauma have to do, is they have to engage that part of themselves that can maintain that passion, that emotion, and that compassion and empathy, but still be able to calmly argue the point, document the evidence, and forge forward. So so I don't know where you want to go from here. I could go on all night, but I don't want to take up too much time in any one segment. So let me know where you'd like to kind of go next, because I've got books and 10 browser tabs open and ready to roll.
Oh, and Gina, you are such a wealth of information. I'm loath to even have you pause to take a breath, to be honest with you. But I do want to add one of the reasons why I felt it was important for us to really start doing a little bit more of a deep dive, tentative as it is from my perspective, because I'm still really ramping up on the education front, was that I realized this is part of the big why. Why are we here? Why are we helping Ukraine? Why does it matter? All of the military actions and the battlefront tactics and the strategy and all that stuff is a tool. It is a purpose to get to the big why, which is to stop genocide. And if we see that it's floundering or having issues because of what has and hasn't been provided at what time, or what battlefield circumstances may bring, if we lose sight of the why, which is preventing a genocide, then we run the risk of not giving Ukraine the full moral support that they need, and not just battlefield tools, but the full moral and legal support. And I think that's why it's so important for us to really arm ourselves for that part of this fight and that part of this conversation, because that's what's going to provide the sustainment and the political and social will to continue forward. Go ahead, Gina.
That is absolutely correct. And that is what we need to keep in mind here. What we're witnessing with Russia is the utter and complete disregard for international law, for a rules-based order, for human rights, for human freedoms, for humanity itself. That is what we are witnessing. And my great frustration with anyone who, I mean, to be very honest, and you can see it in my timeline, I had to bark back at the head of the Heritage Foundation here in the United States, who made this very specious false dilemma between domestic aid to disaster victims and helping Ukraine. And he literally said that American support is waning. Why are we doing this? Well, I'll tell you why we're doing this, and I'll have no trouble barking back at you about this with all due respect, sir. This is for humanity and a rules-based order. And we have signed a treaty. We have engaged in this rules-based order after the world almost fell apart in World War II. So if you are not committed to that, and if you think that only what matters within your borders is what matters, you're taking civilization back, because that is exactly what both Hersch Lauterpacht and Raphael Lemkin gave their lives to, is to say that human beings do have rights. Lauterpacht in particular, who actually, if you read this East-West Street, you'll notice that Sands kind of highlights this tension that, you know, Lemkin had to fight to get genocide into the Nuremberg proceedings and to get the convention signed. He really kind of had to struggle with that, because Lauterpacht actually had kind of a little bit more clout legally, in at least the way it's recounted in Sand's book. But Lauterpacht was concerned because states prior to that, well, you're within their borders, well, your rights are negotiable. You know, what we do within our borders is what we do within our borders, and it really doesn't hold any accountability to the rest of the world. So if you don't want to be within our borders and endure that treatment, just don't be within our borders. But that's not the way this planet or humanity can function. And that's why Lauterpacht was really concerned that transcendent individual human rights, regardless of state borders, prevailed. But don't we see that absolutely both sovereign borders and human rights, transcendent human rights, being utterly, utterly despised by Russia? It respects no international border. It has no problem making revanchist land grabs. And it has no respect for individual human rights. It treats its own people as cannon fodder, and it treats everyone else as a subhuman species, a bug to be crushed under the foot after it's been tortured and laughed at. I mean, if anyone, and I don't mean to demean the probably the very good Russians who have suffered for speaking out. I think it is about 16,000 are currently in prison, something like that. I do believe that there are Russians in the diaspora. I know, I've heard some of them speak, who know that this is a legacy of shame, and they are working in their ways to try to turn it around. And many who are just scared and may lack the courage to be able, or fearful for family members. And I don't want to typify or resort to stereotypes, but collectively speaking, I think it would be disingenuous to say otherwise. You know, we cannot look at Russia as presented to the world as either respecting international law, state, or human rights at this point. And that's why this conversation is important. So if people want to say, well, that's, you know, the probably the most maddening remark I've heard lately is Tucker Carlson's famous, "No one can find Ukraine on a map." Well, Mr. Carlson, that doesn't speak well to American education if geography is this lacking. Secondly, we have Google Maps, so anyone deficient in that area could certainly check their phone. Thirdly, yes, it does matter. And any attempts to create this narrow inward focus actually sets us up. And I believe Timothy Snyder talks about this too in his book on tyranny. You know, populism ultimately becomes enslaving. I mean, the whole notion that it's going to be liberating because we're empowering ourselves and we're getting all this stuff done, somehow that always works for the tyrants, doesn't it? So broadly speaking, it's another reason why Ukraine matters. And it is this, you know, I've heard people say, and I think the report talks a little bit about this, but I think this is something that I've heard probably more, not so much in the report, but other commentators say, yes, there are people will say, we have all these horrific genocides in the world. And we do. We see what the Uyghur people are going through. We see what the Rohingya people are going through. We know there are atrocities on the African continent. We've certainly seen with the Syrian, the Yazidi, you know, the sufferings of the Yemeni people who are being starved into, you know, non-existence, and being held captive by, you know, between this, in this horrific civil war. It takes nothing away from their suffering to advocate for Ukraine. And in fact, if we can get the world to be reawakened and to recommit to human rights and dignity through ensuring Ukraine's victory and rebuilding and Russia's defeat and you know, hopefully a cleansing and a reconfiguring that allows them to, you know, overcome a very horrific past and finally become, you know, citizens of the world. If we can do that, everyone wins. And that's another thing I try to tell people, is that everyone wins if we can get this right. So it's just another framework for thinking about this in a way that enables us to navigate those hard moments. Because I'll tell you, when I was watching the video that Anton Gerashenko shared, I actually put in, because I am myself am a survivor of sexual assault, and I've written about that, but I put in the you know, National Sexual Assault Hotline in my tweet for those in the US, because I know how traumatic this is, you know, and you can read something and you have to have those sensitive content warnings, and you have to, you know, give people a chance to have a resource if they find themselves triggered. But keeping it in the analytical framework helps us get there, and it helps us, it certainly helps me bridge those hard moments of you know, hearing such raw pain and just unimaginable suffering.
For someone who's not an expert, you sure sound like one. Anyway, there was Nancy, I interrupted you. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say basically the same thing.
What I was going to say though is what's interesting, because, you know, if you look at this little fact sheet that we pulled up that we thought we would try to talk about tonight, something that you said in all of that sort of triggered me, and it's sort of where my brain stuck. Because the first question that they ask in this fact sheet is, what is genocide? What is the Genocide Convention? That's what it is. What is the Genocide Convention? And that is the important piece here. And the thing to realize, I think there are a couple of points for me that really stuck out here, and I think Nancy might have some, and I would lay money that you have some, Gina. And Suzanne, we will get to you. Just give me a second here. But what is the Genocide Convention? The things that stick out to me is it was adopted December 9th, 1948. But what the key point to me was, the definition was the result of a negotiating process and reflects the compromise reached among the United Nations member states while drafting the convention in 1948. But it was not then adopted officially. It became entered into force on the 12th of January, 1951. And not all of the countries have adopted it. Those are just a few little points that I thought were interesting. The negotiating, and it's a compromise. So it wasn't, maybe it was the best that they could get, but it maybe isn't the best that it could be, is what I thought. And we can go into what is the Genocide Convention maybe a little bit more. And Nancy, should we go to Suzanne's hand really quick before we continue on with this? I think I jumped myself a little bit there at the gun because I was excited.
Yeah, well, let me just add one thing and then let's go to Suzanne, because that was definitely something that was a highlight for me reading this fact sheet, which, you know, it makes sense. That's how the UN does everything. You know, you get a whole group of diverse countries together and all their representatives and, you know, trying to do the best for their nations, and it's going to be compromise. But that also tells me that this really is, as a compromise, kind of the minimum standard that we should strive toward. And because of that, it makes it all the more important that we understand it and hold people accountable to it, because it is the minimum standard that the consensus was reached on. And I think that was interesting. But let's flip over to Suzanne, because otherwise I think you and I will go on a roll and definitely get feedback from Gina and Suzanne and anyone else who wants to come up and talk about it as we step through the rest of the fact sheet, which I consider kind of the primer and a little bit of foundational work for us. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Well, I tuned in late, so I'm not up to speed on the fact sheet. I just wanted to let Gina know that she has left an indelible mark on me. A couple weeks back, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, I don't know. I was driving and you read excerpts from Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech, letters from the Birmingham jail. And it so resonated. But then you went a step further and you talked about how if a member of our family was subject to domestic type abuse or violence, that we wouldn't settle for a peaceful type approach to resolve it. And I really felt like you were reading my life. As you read the letters, I was thinking, yeah, well, what about this? So I just want to thank you that everything you say about fighting for what's right in Ukraine and in the world is absolutely 100%. I just can't tell you how much it meant to me and how I bookmarked those letters from Martin Luther King, and I will remember you forever for that. And thank you so much. Sorry to be sappy, but it's almost midnight here, so. But thank you. It's one of the best things I've ever heard anyone speak to.
See, Gina, we're not the only fangirls on tonight, definitely. And Suzanne, I really appreciate you sharing that as well, because I know, you know, how impactful somebody speaking like that can be. And I think that's what makes it all the more important. You know, if I were in a situation of helping a friend or a family member or a coworker, anybody who I cared about who had an issue with domestic violence, the first thing that I would want to do, besides empathizing with them, would be to understand the legal frameworks that are in place to help get them assistance. And I think that's where it is important for us to understand these fact sheets and understand these conventions better. And I kind of look at it that same way. You know, we all give kind of those use cases of, you know, well, if somebody, you know, came into your house and attacked your spouse and your child, you know, and threatened them, raped them, beat them, you know, would you say, fine, you can keep the living room? But there are legal frameworks and structures too that give you the ability to legally say and forcefully say, get the hell out of my house, and to have others come and render aid, and others are obligated to render aid in those circumstances. And that's, I think, the place that is my goal for us to get to incrementally, not all at once, not all in one night, but incrementally over the next period of time, is to give us more of a structure behind those arguments to really support the compelling stories and experiences that we hear every day.
Absolutely. Oh, Suzanne. Thank you so much for coming up, Suzanne. I really appreciated what you had to say. And yeah, thank you for coming up, Suzanne. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Whoops, wrong button. It Gina, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the message is too, it's like you don't have to be complacent in fighting back. You don't have to take that nonviolent quote unquote approach, that you've got to fight for what's right. And that may not be the path of least resistance. So maybe I misinterpreted it, but I gotta say, you're my hero.
Just respond, Gina. That's fine. Go ahead.
Well, my goodness, Suzanne, you just made my month. I'm overwhelmed because normally as a journalist, I'm used to people going, "Oh gosh, you're bugging me again with these questions." So I don't usually get such a beautiful response. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I think that what you just said, and this session tonight that Prince and Nancy have put together, I really just think it affirms the best of what we're here to do, right? The best of humanity, and our this is about connections. This is about human respect, human dignity, the sharing of experiences. This is what humans are made for. And when we lose sight of that, this is when genocides happen. I wanted to speak to your point about when you were saying about getting frustrated by people who are, kind of uber pacifists. And I had actually, that's why the MLK letter. And then I also cited something from, I'm a Catholic, so Pope Paul VI, in one of his World Day of Peace messages, which Catholics observe on the 1st or 2nd of January every year, he had said, if you want peace, work for justice. When I was in Ukraine back at the end of June, I interviewed the head of all Ukrainian Catholics in the world, Patriarch Sviatoslav Shevchuk, and I sat in his office and he told me, and I printed this in the interview, that, when he's at the Vatican, he said, "Oh, so many, they say to me, make a deal, just shake hands, just make peace." And he says to them, is the crocodile ever satisfied? Because it's not. And real peace means work, means calling people out, means challenging people. And I'm not talking about being, unduly obnoxious or abrasive. I mean, there's a time and a place, and there's a way to respond in a way that's assertive and truthful and authentic without belittling and falling prey to the tactics that we see, for example, Russia undertaking right now, dehumanizing people. That's not it at all. But there is no peace unless we're willing to work for it and to ensure that we have justice. And Ukraine cannot, the people of Ukraine have to have that agency, and they already have it. It's more of a question of it being respected, to determine what they want to do with their nation and to have their sovereign borders back, and so there can't be this giving away of land. I have to be honest, and I won't name him because I do have respect for him, and he's kind of a lot more experienced and seasoned than I am. But there was a recent column by a noted Catholic columnist, and this is not the second one that he's written, where he is urging Ukraine to negotiate. And unfortunately, what that column revealed to me, and I did send it to a friend of mine who was my guide on this trip to Ukraine, and she just kind of basically shook her head because she didn't really have anything to say. What it betrayed was a lack of knowledge, and I think that's what MriyaReport is so important for, is that every time I listen, I learn. I've learned things about, for example, I have no military training, but listening to the experts here, now I understand better. Okay, this is how it works on the battlefield. These are the equipment concerns. This is why, we can't do X because we've got, factors A, B, and C to consider. So the more informed we are, the more we can work for that justice, the more we can work for that peace, because we're not dealing with theoreticals. And that's exactly what was the problem with this recent article that I just cited, is that, people are sitting. In fact, Gunny said this really well the other day on the space. He said, in that wonderful accent that I'm not even going to try to emulate his British accent. But he said, in their leafy green spaces and offices in Washington, or wherever, and, kind of making these decisions. If you don't know the blood and the battle and what people are actually experiencing, you cannot make these decisions for them. So, as I said, crucial to this space is our sharing of knowledge and information and expertise, and as many voices of Ukrainians as we bring onto the space, it enables us to better assist and support them in their struggle for sovereignty, which is really all of our struggle, as I was saying earlier. So thank you. And again, that kind of push, that's a little bit of a neuralgic point for me. I'll sign off on this comment with, when people, and many of them are people of various faiths, but, as a Christian and a Catholic, I meet people who are very, I don't want to say peace at any price, but it's pretty close. And I think that their understanding of peace may not be the most in-depth, because peace is not appeasement. And as Catholics, we have something called the just war theory. We've been at this game a while. We haven't always done it well by any means, but we have been around the block a few times, and we've also had some really good thinkers. And one of them was Thomas Aquinas, who was a medieval theologian, and whose work has just been fundamental in shaping Catholic theology. And he developed the just war doctrine that is still upheld. And it's in our catechism, which is kind of our, I don't want to say rule book, but, it's the big reference book along with the Bible. And in the just war doctrine, war is to be avoided at all costs. I'm giving it a quick summary here, and I'm not an expert on this by any means, but you can look this up in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which is available online for free. Just look up just war doctrine, and you'll see that there are several conditions. It's to be avoided at all costs, but if it comes to that point where all options have been exhausted, you do have the right to wage war. The conditions are that it has to be a use of force that is just and proportional, that there are reasonable prospects for success, and there are moral theologians who would add failure to do so is immoral. And I'll add quickly, when Zelensky came to Washington, I had a press release from a professor who was of this, he was staging a counter protest, and he was of this persuasion that peace, complete pacifism. And he had me on the phone for about an hour. I thought, well, I'll give him a shot. I'm a journalist. I got to present both sides. Let me hear what he has to say. And I still have concerns about that conversation. I have to do more research on it. I couldn't include it in there because it was so, to me, first of all, it didn't fit our word length. It wasn't where the article was going. So I had good editorial reasons, not just, I disagree with you, you're not going in my article. That's not journalistic. It truly didn't fit the article. But he was saying, well, Ukraine, that Zelensky's government isn't giving any support to nonviolent resistors there. And I said, can you please give me some more information, context over there? I was really trying to drill him. But what was most strange about this was that I advanced him. I said, I've got a lot of friends in law enforcement, and I don't, they have to use force to do their job. They don't want to, but they have to. What you're proposing doesn't scale up. And it still amazes me that he is a professor, and I won't name him or where he's at, but he advocates this. And I just don't know how does one do that when a drone is hurtling at you, or a missile is flying over your head, or your child has just been killed and you've lost limbs, or as I saw the burned cars outside of Izium, where flesh, they were telling us that as people tried to leave and the missiles hit them, the flesh singed and melted into the steel and into the fabric of the seats. And when I met a woman who had been in one of those cars, not necessarily the ones I'd seen, but similar cars, and her husband was killed, and she lost the lower part of her leg because they were trying to flee Russians. How does one nonviolently resist that? So beware. I say beware people who have a naive understanding of what peace is. I think, Ukraine has a lot to teach us about what peace is through this struggle. And then another good reference there is if you watch the video that Sarah had uploaded, Sarah Ashton Cirillo, it's from the Territorial Defense. Correct me on that, Prince, but that is the Territorial Defense that put that full-length feature together, I think.
I believe it is.
And
it's around a half an hour.
Yeah, that's the one. Watch the priest who's in that, because he actually uses the word bastards. And this is a man of God, but he just says, looking, surveying that destruction, he says, they're just bastards, and I think that's a pretty good call out, if men and women of God are pushed, to this kind of terminology, what does that tell you about the evil that they're facing?
Absolutely. As somebody we know likes to say 100%. Nancy, you unmuted. Go ahead.
Well, no, actually, I was just thinking I like to say 110% just to kind of grate a person who likes to say 100%, but I tend to keep it to myself. Let's go to Suzanne for one more follow-up, and then we'll dig back into this document.
Last piece. It's off to bed for my dog and I. But Gina, I think what I love too is your concept of bringing up justice. I mean, I'm not academic enough, only an economist, but when I think about justice, it's fairness. And having been in the business world for my entire career, agreements with partners or vendors never work unless they're fair and just. And I see the same thing in the rest of the world. Nothing can be lopsided. It's got to be fair and based on principles. So again, I think you're awesome. I was a Catholic till I got divorced and they kicked me out of the church, but 12 years of Catholic education doesn't go away. But thank you again, and I'll drop down.
You are welcome back at any time, Suzanne. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Prince, you ready to, we'll head through the other questions on the fact sheet. And like I said, this has been a great conversation. I really appreciate all of the extra feedback, and Gina, feel free to jump in at any point, because for not an expert, you know way more and have a lot more exposure than many of us will as well too. So I really appreciate your input into this conversation as well. So I think, Prince, that I'm ready to highlight the next pieces that I captured out of the next question, which is, why is the Genocide Convention important? And of course, obviously, we've talked about that extensively from what we see and hear and read about in Ukraine right now. But there were some factual details that I hadn't paid attention to before, that this was the first human rights treaty to be adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I didn't realize that it was the first one. So that big compromise for the first human rights treaty that the UN established is pretty significant. And I think we've, along the way, when I say we, I mean societal we, have forgotten some of that import. It signified the international community's commitment to never again, as we've said many of times, after the atrocities committed during the Second World War. And we all know that's what caused the Genocide Convention and why it is so important. They do step further into the fact that the definition of genocide that the convention uses, and we'll step into that a little bit further on, has been adopted substantially at both national and international levels. The verbatim definition was included in the statute of several international and hybrid tribunals, such as the statutes of the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and for Rwanda, and for the extraordinary chambers in Cambodia. And I know that we've talked about all of those previously. The same definition was also included in the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which made genocide one of the international crimes over which the ICC has jurisdiction. And this I highlighted in key, that already in 1948, the Genocide Convention had predicted the establishment of that type of institution by determining that accountability for genocide was the jurisdiction not only of the state in whose territory the crime was committed, but also of an international penal tribunal, as may have jurisdiction with respect to those contracting parties which shall have accepted its jurisdiction. And basically the way I read that is, again, that intent of justice and of holding more than just the harming and the harmed party in, not just focused on them, but on the societal damage that requires justice, to prevent harm and to prosecute and punish harm in those situations. And I, for some reason, when you hear a lot of the politicians, they really are trying to cast a very narrow view on these types of things. But I think it's important for us all to recognize how broad that expectation of accountability is, because I think that's a really important facet of this. Thoughts?
Yeah, you highlighted absolutely everything I highlighted, I think. Did you did you mention that last paragraph that they mentioned here? I'm sorry, my mind drifted for just a second.
No, go for it. I think that one is very important as well.
And that was the, but I think pretty much everything else that I highlighted, you highlighted. So I won't copy that. But what it gets here is the International Court of Justice also concluded that the obligation to prevent genocide contained in Article 1 of the Genocide Convention has an extraterritorial scope. So it doesn't have to be just on your territory. As such, states that have the capacity to influence others have a duty to employ all means responsibility available to them. All means reasonably available to them to prevent genocide. Say that again. As such, states that have the capacity to influence others have a duty to employ all means reasonably available to them to prevent genocide, including in relation to acts committed outside their own borders. So it doesn't matter if it's in your country or not. You have a duty. That, I think, is something that's extremely impactful and extremely important when it comes to that. Because, we think of genocide when we think of the points that define genocide. But there's so much more to the Genocide Convention, like these kinds of things. Like, it's not just what is genocide, what qualifies as genocide, but these kinds of things that point out that states that have the capacity to influence others and have a duty to employ all means reasonably available. Every country who has adopted and ratified the Genocide Convention, and we'll get to who they are and who they aren't, they all have a duty. That means the United States, Canada, Ukraine, Russia, all of these countries, Poland. So yeah, and I asked, I don't know if it's an appropriate thing to ask right now. We had a duty to prevent. But where do we go with that? Where do we go from there? Now that we're already here, Nancy. But let's go to Gina, because I bet you she's got some stuff to add. Go ahead.
Well, and real quick, actually, Gina, if you don't mind, before we turn over to you, one of the things that strikes me here is that for those of us who will occasionally have that, occasionally you have a bad day and feel a little bit disheartened and go, okay, if giving them, if slow playing materials that Ukraine needs is allowing them to compete, but not to decisively win easily on the battlefield, then at what point do we run the risk of somebody saying, oh, well, we gave it a good college try, let's just take our toys and go home? This is the part of the doctrine that says that that is unacceptable, because we still will have that duty to employ all means reasonably available to prevent. And as long as there are still people in Ukraine who are suffering under torture and genocidal activities of Russia, including taking their children, then we will still have the duty to protect and prevent what we can. And the fact, again, hindsight is an amazing thing, and we can look back and say, well, we didn't do so great at that last year or 8 years ago, that type of thing. But that doesn't allow us to just go, oh, we tried, and walk away, because that duty continues forward. And go ahead, Gina.
No, and that actually ties in beautifully, because I was going to say, what Prince just said about the other parts of the convention. That's absolutely correct. We do tend to focus on those first few articles and subsections, but what the convention really does is it holds us in a dynamic of accountability. This is a window into the foundations of what international, relations and cooperation and interface, as well as individual human rights. This is the nexus. This is the core, right? And it's a horrible reason to have the core, the fact that entire peoples are at risk because other peoples want to eliminate them. But it is that dynamic of accountability. And then to what you were saying, and so I really want to, thank you, Prince, for bringing that up and let that, really sink in all of us, really, because it's so important. The other thing is, Nancy, what you were saying, that's exactly what the new report, the July 2023 report from New Lines and Raoul Wallenberg was saying, is that you can't just say we gave it the college try. That Russia isn't stopping here. They're not stopping. So we need to accelerate and enhance and bolster and throw in whatever synonym you want to there. We have got to up the game here with the support, not because, as propagandists would say, oh, well, you're trying to, I'm seeing really in the Russian propaganda narratives, well, it's the US is fighting a proxy war and they're pumping weapons in. And I'm seeing that getting, played out in the US iteration of the Russian propaganda. No, it's because we have a moral and treaty obligation to do this. We have to counter this, and we have the resources. So we're not doing a favor. This isn't us being nice. And Ukraine, I do want to say, I really do think that Ukraine is being held to a ridiculous double standard, and you've not shown sufficient gratitude. Excuse me? We were supposed to be doing this. So, those who would say, oh, well, Ukraine, and Zelensky always has his hand out, and I've heard some of that. I think to myself, I think you need a little course correction here. I think you need to be studying some of the documents of international law. I think you might want to remember, the others that we kind of conveniently blew through, like the Budapest Memorandum, for starters. Come on, folks. This is not charity. This is not, in a sense, this is not even just investment, although I can see where people would say, well, this is a good investment for us defense-wise. Yes, but there is a higher appeal here, and that is what is embodied here in this genocide convention. So we do need to up our game here with aid, and it has to be timely and it has to come fast, because let's face it. And when I was speaking with a Ukrainian friend yesterday, and or rather the day before, but she said, it's hard. It's hard. And, it takes a toll. It takes a toll on them. We cannot fail Ukraine. We cannot fail Ukraine. To fail Ukraine is to fail humanity, I think. And I don't think I'm being over dramatic in saying that.
110%. there. I said it, but yeah, I agree with you completely, Gina. It's absolutely an imperative, both from absolute moral imperative as well as because of the binding commitments that we as many large countries in society, we've made these commitments to each other and to ourselves. And by God, we should uphold them. Go ahead, Gina.
One quick coda to that, because this is the word that I tend to hear from people who are spouting the Russian propaganda. We want to create this multipolar world. Do you now? Maybe you should take a look at the Genocide Convention that is calling us to all have nations in dialogue and accountability with each other. So anyone out there who gets hit with the multipolar word, which I got hit with at the barbecue of, infamy that I had to leave, because I was so incredibly frustrated with someone who just smirked at every other word out of my mouth. And I was trying to explain to her about what's going on in Ukraine. And when I asked what her sources were, and at one point she looked at me and said, Putin is trying to create a multipolar world. Looking like, I don't even think that any of you are really understanding. I don't even think he knows what that means. That's basically the dictators club. That's how I read that term, because it seems like everyone who wants to be in that multipolar world really just wants to have their own, part of the schoolyard so they can oppress everyone else. But the point is, that is another way when you encounter people who say, oh, multipolar and things like that, those buzzwords. Have them look at the Genocide Convention. And I don't mean to say this in a snarky, it's been a bit of a long day, so I don't mean to sound snarky or arrogant or anything like that. I don't. But I truly think that if people looked at this, and if we can recover and rediscover that hunger for peace that was felt in the ashes of World War II, please, dear God, we need to recover that, because if we don't, God help us.
Hear, hear. Thank you for that, Gina. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, just real quick, I want to say a couple of things. And first of all, I remember the night of the barbecue. I remember you coming in here. You were fired up, and you had every right to be. But it's making me feel like, every time I write to my congressman, or I write to the president, or something along those lines, that I need to remind them that the United States has ratified and is party to the Genocide Convention, and that Genocide Convention says that we have a duty, we have an obligation. It is in a treaty. It is in a convention. It is our responsibility to prevent this genocide. And realistically, how can you prevent something that's already happening? And that was sort of what I was struggling with a little bit, because in no place do I read where it says that you must stop a genocide where it keeps on happening. But I think the reality is that you can prevent a genocide as it is happening, because every day it happens again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So your goal today is to prevent the genocide tomorrow, and your goal tomorrow is to prevent the genocide the day after that. So I think I have a little bit of reconciliation with that little bit in my mind. But those are just a couple of little things that I jotted down here, that I wanted to mention really quick. Is just, we have that duty, we have that obligation. It is our responsibility, to prevent tomorrow, and to do what we can today to prevent tomorrow. And that I think is something that is important. We don't need to necessarily say stop the genocide, even though that is exactly what we want. We want to prevent the genocide from continuing tomorrow. Go ahead, Gina.
Well, I think and that's an excellent point. And I think that's what you see, for example, another beat that I cover are Catholic-Jewish relations, and I keep an eye very closely on anti-Semitic trends. And I think that's exactly what you're seeing in the work of B'nai B'rith, the ADL. They're very attuned to that. I get I think it's a weekly report, almost, the Combat Anti-Semitism, which I think is an interfaith effort to keep an eye, and it's looking at what incidents are taking place. Let's stop this. Let's address these incidents at level before they become trends, before they become movements. So that's a good parallel for, and of course, when you're talking about anti-Semitism, you are talking about something that is very, very deeply rooted in human history, and that in the 20th century, of course, just reached unimaginably horrific proportions. So, that's hopefully historically still close enough to us. I know that we've, a lot of the survivors are, unfortunately, we're losing them, and efforts are being made, I'm sure, to capture as much of their memories and to, preserve their legacy and to carry it on, because it has to be never again. But that's a good example of how, we can, going forward, in any area, with Ukraine or with any other group that is a target, we can change, we can do this, we can unlearn these patterns, this dehumanization, and even, in Ukraine, it's going to take a long time for Russians to relearn, or maybe learn for the first time, unfortunately, collectively speaking. Again, I don't mean to demonize every single Russian on the planet, but in terms of, I think you get my meaning, in terms of the nation and the culture, to learn to see Ukrainians as human beings in their own right, with their own agency, with their own culture, language, just the fullness of their identity. And and those steps, even after even after Ukraine has the victory, are still going to, that groundwork's still going to be laid to prevent, God forbid, any future attempts at a genocide of an additional genocide of Ukrainians. They've already endured multiple genocides and not one more. So it behooves us to study these documents now and to learn how to prevent.
Absolutely. And I think we're getting so, I feel like I'm gaining some understanding even more just talking with you guys after going through this article today. And I feel like we've already sort of drifted into the ratification. Do you, Nancy?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to take that part, Prince?
I think you might summarize it better than I do, but
Okay.
I'll start off with just sort of the introductory paragraph here, and then ask the question. And it is the call for universal ratification. The Genocide Convention has been ratified or acceded by 150 states. The Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide calls upon all member states that are not yet party to the Genocide Convention to ratify or accede to it as a matter of priority, so that the Genocide Convention becomes an instrument of universal membership. And that is, I think, a problem that I think needs to be addressed too, because there are some countries who don't have it. So the next question is, why does the Genocide Convention need to be ratified? That may seem like a simple answer, but I think that it points out a few good things. So Nancy, why don't we see if you highlighted the same things I did again?
Yeah, this will be a good test for us as well, too. Yeah, I think the key things that I noted here were that the drafting of the convention represented the international community's pledge to work together to prevent and punish the crime of genocide. So obviously, ratifying the convention affirms that commitment. It fully codifies it for those nations. And I think that was a key important part there. The ratifying it also is a building block for the individual nations to provide their mechanisms at the national level to identify and address risk factors for genocide. Similar to what Gina was talking about, there are warnings. And actually what I highlighted here, and I thought expressed it perfectly from the document, was that history has shown time and again that genocide is a process, and that throughout this process there are warning signs that mark the road to genocide. And the establishment of legal and policy tools can help identify and address those early warning signs, and that is the first step of prevention. And that right there was all that I needed to hear as far as why it was so important to have that formal commitment to it. Did you catch anything else there, Prince?
Well, yeah, just going on just a teeny bit more. It's, the ratification of the convention is also a moral obligation towards humanity, something that we've sort of already talked about, recognizing the responsibility of states towards their population, and actually everybody's population, and shows respect for those who have perished as a result of the crime. So it's not only showing respect in this time, it's showing respect for what has happened in the past that was genocide before it was called genocide. And I think those things are really important. And, it sort of surprised me, the number of countries that have not ratified the Genocide Convention. And I don't know if that surprises any of you guys. I mean, once I look at them, it sort of makes sense to me in some ways, for some of them. But there are 44 countries at the point when this little fact sheet was written, and I would assume that it's correct. 44 countries who are members of the United Nations who have not yet ratified the Genocide Convention, and they are in the Americas, in Africa, and in Asia. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was looking, because I had to quote this in my article. I was looking at another part of the UN's website, and apparently they did get a few more. So it's down to 41 who haven't signed. Apparently the last one to sign so far was Zambia in April of 2022. So on another part of their website, the UN's reporting that 153 have signed, but still 41 nations haven't ratified it. So yeah.
Thank you. That's good to know. I didn't have time to dig in to see if any of them had added since this was written. But yeah, I mean, those are interesting pieces of information. And like I said, there's a link to this document that we're reviewing up in the nest. So if you want to go and look at which countries at the time of this writing, which was January of 2019, so it is a little bit old, which have signed. So 3 more. So it's down to 41 now who have not signed. And we'll try to find that information and share that too, which are the additional countries who signed. I know you said Zambia was one. I'd be interested because, I watched some of the UN Security Council meetings, and I was just thinking about the way that some of the countries talk about what is happening in Ukraine, and I'm trying to think. The one I thought I saw on here, but I guess I didn't. And I believe Zambia is on the Security Council. I'm not 100% sure, but that seems like one that I feel like I've heard talk on the council. But they also did just change members a little bit too. So anyway, those are just good pieces to look for. And and the question then next is what can be done to support the call, as far as the call for these countries to support this. Of course, they must take steps to ratify or accede to it. For the states that have ratified the convention, ensure that the provisions of the convention are domesticated as part of their national legislation, that relevant policies and structures are developed for its implementation. Now, I want to stop there for a minute, because I think that's important. That's an important piece to point out, is that they should, as part of their national legislation and the relevant policies and structures, so that those are developed for its implementation. So that would mean that if the United States has done this, we should already have legislation and policies and structures to make sure that this is implemented. And in my mind, implemented means preventing, which in my mind means we should continue to support wholeheartedly. And that includes sending aid and sending equipment, and not backing off that at all. In fact, probably upping it. Nancy, Gina, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. And this is a section of the document where I started realizing that my education was lacking, because, what nations do have, clear-cut black and white practices, what nations give themselves, I guess you'd say, wiggle room, and what do they consider necessary to make the declaration of genocide, to protect and then defend. And it made me realize that one of my note documents that I had started last year, that is woefully out of date, and I didn't have this language and vernacular at the time to really look at it effectively, but I was trying to track in March through June of last year which countries had formally declared, by even just back then, that Russia has committed genocide. And Poland, for example, they passed a resolution and they were pretty strong on it, but again, my notes aren't detailed enough to say, okay, what does that call for as far as their next steps go? Latvia was another one, which was a pretty clear statement, as was Estonia. Canada had done a non-binding resolution. Lithuania had done a more formal designation of Russia as committing genocide and as a terrorist country. And the Czech Republic had also had a Senate resolution in support of declaring this as genocide. I think Ireland on June 1st had as well. Their Senate had passed a resolution. And in Portugal on June 3rd, their parliament had passed a resolution as well. And my notes kind of stopped at that point, and I'm a little bit disappointed in myself now, looking at how important this is to understand binding versus not binding and what those things mean as far as next steps, and looking at it as far as, what has my country done and not done, what legislation is still in flight that is being talked about, but hasn't been acted on yet. So I've got some homework to do there, I think, before our next session.
Well, Nancy, I can tell you one little thing here.
You're the answer person. You always are.
Well, sometimes, not always. House Resolution 154 that has been introduced and referred to Committee on Foreign Affairs. introduced by Representative Steve Combs. It was introduced on February 24th of 2023. Recognizing Russia's actions in Ukraine as genocide. So evidently the United States has not done a resolution for that yet at this point. I think that we need to hammer this home. We need to hammer this home, and we need to really start encouraging our United States listeners to contact their congressmen and contact their senators. Because for the United States to not have done this at this point is insane. I'm sorry. We're the United States. Everybody constantly says, how many times do I want to kick Axel down the road for saying Joe Biden needs to pick up that phone and make a call to Olaf Scholz and tell him to send the leopards? Because that's all it will take. All it will take is one phone call from Joe Biden. So in the estimation of Axel, and many, actually, I am sure, it is the United States who can tip the scale on a lot of things. So as a signatory, as a participant of on the Genocide Convention, it is the United States' responsibility at this point to at the very least, pass a non-binding resolution through the House and the Senate, and the Senate number is Senate Resolution 72. That's something that we need to do. A bunch of countries are ahead of us on that, and it is our responsibility. It is our duty to prevent. Gina?
Amen to that. I just pulled up the text of House Resolution 154, and I am pleased to see, because I just called his office and spoke with one of his staffers, that Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, my representative, is on this. He is one of the sponsors. And I wanted to just take a quick second to read what the resolution says at the end, what the resolve part is, because they go through in the text of it, and you can see it, of course, online. If you just Google that, it's House Resolution 154, as you said, Prince, recognizing Russian actions in Ukraine as genocide, and that is for the 23-24 session of the 118th Congress. The final text, after quoting the terms of the convention, talking about some of the crimes that have committed, and also the fact that Putin has actually rewarded those crimes. Resolved that the House of Representatives, 1, condemns the Russian Federation for committing acts of genocide against the Ukrainian people. 2, calls on the United States, in cooperation with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and European Union allies, to undertake measures to support the Ukrainian government to prevent further acts of Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. And 3, supports tribunals and international criminal investigations to hold Russian political leaders and military personnel to account for a war of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And of course, those all have different terms, that final 4: aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And maybe at some point in the next session, we could just, go into the short definitions of them. But yeah, no, it's powerful to read. And I'm very, very pleased to see this text and see that one of my representatives is behind it. And I do believe that us contacting our representatives here in the United States, for the US listeners on the space, or wherever you are, your elected officials, they do listen. They do listen. I was, earlier in my life, I was kind of cynical about that, but it is so important for us to participate in this political process at all levels and to advocate. One book that, as I said, that I've recently read that's really been powerful for me, it's a short book by Timothy Snyder, On Tyranny. And that's one of the lessons he has in there: vote. Get out there, vote, participate in your process, because it's when we sit back and don't do anything that things like genocides happen. They're cumulative. And even the fact sheet that we've been working through tonight, talks about genocide as a process, and it doesn't happen instantly or overnight. It's a process, and we can be a part of the process to stop it.
Absolutely, and I didn't mean to turn this into a you must contact your representatives. I didn't even think about it. It didn't occur to me that that might happen, because it just seemed logical that the United States had, and it just, but something triggered in me, because I read what those resolutions and such are on a regular basis, and to realize now that they haven't, it's frustrating. So yeah, I think I actually lost track of where we were in the document, Nancy. Do you know where?
Yeah,
I got a little
I think I've got it.
discombobulated.
And actually, I think that for the section on what can be done to support the call, both by member states and by civil society, is we've reached the effect that I was hoping for with that section, because one of the key things that it talks about in the bullet points as far as what can civil society do is say advocate with states that have ratified the convention to domesticate and implement it, including through developing mechanisms and structures for the prevention of genocide. And that goes into the things that make you go, let's look at what our legislature is currently doing. And so I'm glad we went to that step on it. So if we can, I'm going to move down to the bullet points that I think we mentioned earlier in the week as far as the key definition itself. But then I think the last page after that is now just as, or probably even more important. So I'm going to step through the definition real quick. We'll take a pause there and then go into the specific intent requirement, because I've got some comments there as well. But the definition of genocide, the current definition of genocide is set out in Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. And it says genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, which is of course what we're seeing here, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. And now here are the bullet points. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. And when I look at, and I think back to all of the information that we've read and all of the experiences that we've seen here and talked about here, and the reports and memorandum that have consolidated this information, well, Russia's batting 1,000 at this point. I can't see that any one of those 5 points wouldn't be accounted for. Thoughts?
Oh, they're all accounted for. I can probably rattle off examples of each one. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, that's exactly what the New Lines Raoul Wallenberg report said. I mean, every category. It's not like it's just one, and any one would trigger it. If I recall correctly and reading the text correctly with the convention, I mean, I think you don't have to hit all of them, but not only has Russia hit all of them, they've exceeded them. I mean, this is textbook. And I think the report doesn't use the term textbook, but makes it clear that the case against Russia is a most damning one.
And I think what's also noteworthy is that last one, the forcible transfer of children of the group, is of course the first one, the first category of criminal act, not calling it out as a genocide, but saying, okay, you're brought up with an ICC warrant, Mr. Putin and Ms. Lavoba Boba Boba. I know Prince can butcher it better than I can, so I'll leave that to her. But I think that it is substantive that one of the reasons that the ICC focused on that charge was, number one, of the urgency and the impact, but also my personal opinion is that that helps create the most compelling step in the framework toward not just war crimes, but also a substantive step in building the case for this being genocide. And again, that's just personal opinion. We'd want to have, basically we'd want to have a ICC lawyer speak to it in greater detail. But that was the piece of the puzzle that I saw come together.
Absolutely. I think we can go on, but yes, I mean, the one that I think maybe I would hope people don't really struggle with it, because I've talked about it several times, is but I think it's one that people may struggle with, is the imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. We've heard some awful stories of things that they have done to prevent births from happening. They've done to both men and women, and we have examples of those kinds of things too that we have talked about on this space. I just thought I would point that out, because that may be one that people don't automatically have a thought of what may have happened, but they're there. They are very, very clearly there.
Yep, exactly.
And just real quick, Gina, well, Gina's got her hand up now, but Gina, you're staying up really late with us, and I really, really appreciate it tonight. It was very impromptu, but I really appreciate it. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else except in Ukraine. No, seriously. I'm so grateful that you're doing this session. This is really, having been through this report, I've got it highlighted in 4 colors. I've got notes, and it's just, I remember, as I said, when the May 2022 report came out, I was, all over that one as well. To the part about preventing the births, that was probably the hardest part of this report to read. And I have to be honest, when I first wrote the article that I did, I looked at the word count, and unfortunately you do have to adhere to some, word counts when you're doing journalism. You're only going to get so much space. But the hardest parts, and I struggled, and I think I was able to keep them in. I did have to cut one line, but I wanted people to see the atrocities, and I wanted to include some of the atrocities specifically that had been listed in this report, and not to be unduly graphic. But again, it's the reason that, Anton Garashenko posted the video with the soldier who had narrowly escaped rape. And it's one of the reasons I'm going to, say some of the things. And we have heard some of the horrific acts, but this report also includes the anecdotes where they, rape victims have been told, we're going to rape you so you never want to have Ukrainian children. And the damage physically that some of these women and children have endured, they have been brutally, in a sense, sterilized, between the castrations, which we've talked about here on the space, and one. And again, I don't mean to trigger anyone, but we have to face this reality. I mean, women have had window sealant injected into them for this express purpose during the rape of, you'll never have a kid. If that is not genocide, and if we can't hold Russia accountable for these acts, and then systemic, this isn't just one crazed individual. This is a pattern. This is systemic. This is with the language of intentionality. We're doing this because, they have accused themselves of their crimes.
Yeah, and Gina, I think that's really the the next key part. And I know that that report goes into intent in great detail. And that's another reason why I felt it was going to be important to chunk this information out, because it is such a challenge to even think through, to read the report. And again, I've only gotten through part of it so far, just because you have to read parts of it and then step away and recollect yourself and recollect your thoughts. And that takes time and commitment. But yeah, I really appreciate the fact that they go into such substantive detail when it comes to intent, because that's the section of the Genocide Convention that makes it so focused on some of the separation between genocide versus war crime versus crime against humanity, is that the intent is the most difficult element to determine and to prove and to demonstrate. And the foundation that they build on from the report last year and the report this year, I think really helps with that. And when I was reading even just the executive summary for part of that, it quickly drew me back to the intent that we read about last fall with one of the Rusi reports, where it talked through the instructions that the Russians were working from as far as what civilians were categorized into which group, so that they could take the governmental leaders of a city or down to the village level, and you're either going to help us or we're going to kill you. Okay, you're not going to help us, we're going to kill you, to reduce resistance in the rest of the population quickly. And those types of things were also clear demonstrations of intent that I expect the the upcoming reading I've got to build on and be very difficult for me to read as well too. Gina, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm right with the intent. There were the kill lists, right? And we heard about them in the early phase of the full-scale invasion. On the kill lists, among of course, unfortunately, the Zelensky family, or Mr. Zelensky and Olena Zelenska and their children. Also on the kill list were religious leaders. So Patriarch Shevchuk, whom I interviewed, the head of the Ukrainian Catholics, he was on the kill list and still is. And in fact, he actually, when I interviewed him, told me that, and this goes to the planning, of course, because we know this was planned years in advance. He said that his offices are located at the at Resurrection Cathedral in Kyiv, and they had a choir member who was actually an infiltrator, and they knew and this was months before the full-scale invasion, but they knew which doors he used, what his schedule was, and he didn't really go into a whole lot of detail about how the person got dismissed from choir for lack of a better way of putting it. I don't know exactly how they found him out, but he said we found it out later that that's what this person was doing. So that notion of and it's been repeated before in Russia's attacks on Ukraine, and even among their own people, kill the intellectuals, kill the religious leaders. They know the value of those people in a social community. So of course they want to eliminate them, as part of their genocidal plan. Another thing, though, that speaks damningly to intent, and this is in the executive summary, is we can do it again. This is the rallying cry for Russia. And I just want to read a quick excerpt from, this "we can do it again" phrase. This is really twisting and using history as they put it, they weaponize historical memory. So this "we can do it again" is a phrase they're using over there where they reference, as they put it, and this is a quote, "some of the darkest periods of Ukraine's 20th century history." This is Russia doing this. The targeting of influential Ukrainians evokes routine purges of Ukraine's cultural, religious, and political leaders under Joseph Stalin and other leaders. The willingness to weaponize food, as seen through Russia's Black Sea blockade. And by the way, I'd like to throw in Margarita Simonian, because I will never forget her comment at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum of all our hope is in the famine. Basically, like, we can't wait for the world to starve so you come running back to us. That quote is just burned in my memory. I can still hear and see her saying that. But that evokes the 1930s Holodomor, artificial famine. And that's the one that Stalin created that killed millions of Ukrainians. The modern nuclear threats evoke the 1980s Chernobyl nuclear disaster and many other historical allusions. As Russia combines modern genocidal tactics with the weaponization of historical memory for terror, Russian state actors appear to believe that past atrocities can be repeated as the international community watches, but so far has not stopped Russia's genocidal behavior against Ukrainians. So, this is Russia saying literally that we can do it again. Well, then that means you've got intent, right? Intent to genocide.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that part, Gina, honestly, was one of the sections where after I read it, I really had to step away for a few minutes just to regroup myself, because it was so blatant, so arrogant, and so controlling in its attempt, that it just absolutely enraged me. But that's also why I recognize that it's all factual, it is accurate, and that is one of the reasons why, I do say that every single word in that executive summary matters, because those words and those examples are written with very clear intent and structure and detail by very skilled, very experienced people. And I'm so thankful that we have those materials available and have a place like this to have a dialogue about it as well. And Prince, I missed whether Gina's hand was next or Adam's, so I'll ask you to help drive.
Well, no, I'm just going to add just very, very, very quickly. So there was an arrest today of two men who were planning to attack a high-ranked official. And now he was not, the level of Zelensky, but he was a high-ranking official of the tax state service in Ukraine. And these guys came and rented an apartment near the victim's residence, bought a car, 2 baseball bats, and carried out surveillance of him. But they were caught and they were arrested today. And Gina did have her hand up first. So I just wanted to point that out. Somebody tried to assassinate somebody today.
Wow. I just want to add quickly in terms of intent and demonstrating intent. I really want to lift up just the magnificent work of Julia Davis. And I know many of us follow her. She heads up the Russian Media Monitor. She is Ukrainian, and she has done a hero's work of translating the foul slime of Russian state media, which is some of the most hateful language I've ever heard. And she has laboriously translated it. It's often been blocked on YouTube. She gets the videos, and if you haven't watched her, follow Julia Davis News on Twitter, and you can link to her other sites. But her work will surely be used in the tribunal. The other one too, I want to point out, is Francis Scarr of BBC Monitoring. I think he has also been translating the work of the state propaganda, because that shows the intent. That propaganda, those talking points come from the Kremlin. They are told what to say, and that is what is brainwashing and fomenting this genocidal hatred towards Ukrainians. So very important resources there to demonstrate intent, and also for us to be aware of intent.
Yeah, thanks for that, Gina. I think that also speaks to the incitement to commit genocide and a lot of the actions that the Russian state has taken over years to brainwash and then steer their society toward acceptance of this behavior. So I know we'll get into that deeper in an upcoming session too.
Good deal. Let's go to Adam. Good evening, Adam. How are you?
Oh man, I'm good. My ticket's booked to Warsaw, so as far as Warsaw, as of tonight, for September 16th departure from my home and native land. And yeah, I had a question or two about Telegram again for you, Prince.
Yeah, Adam, we're really deep in a conversation. We're trying to have a conversation about genocide right now. And we're trying to just wrap this up a little bit before we change co-hosts. So if we could hold off about talking about Telegram, I'd really appreciate that. We've been going through what the Genocide Convention is as far as the whole of the Genocide Convention, not just the items that make it genocide, but what does it mean for the countries, and what is their duty, and what is their responsibility, and what does the rest of the Genocide Convention mean? So if you're okay holding off on that a little bit, Adam, I'd really appreciate it.
I suppose.
Thank you. And I didn't see if Maddie's hand or Tracy's hand went up first.
I think it was Maddie by a sliver. And Tracy, if I'm wrong, please forgive me.
Hi.
Maddie, go ahead.
Hi, I don't know what your time is there, but it's nearly 7 o'clock in the morning here in South Africa. Hi. Yeah, I started looking on thinking about this genocide as well, more into it. And on the 11th of August, I actually also went onto the United Nations website, and I posted a thread of definitions of genocide. So it's in a slightly different format from what you've posted there, but it also gives the 4 different types that fall under genocide, and then links to those, and just a little bit more discussion within the United Nations page on genocide. So it just goes into a bit more detail on what those 4 different types of genocide are. But yes, this is very important, because I also realize that actually we talk about what's happening in genocide, but unless you actually know in the wording exactly what it means legally, then you can understand and take it further from there. Because we've got the words, we've got the legal definitions, we've got the countries who are signatories to this, and so it all becomes far more important and far more stronger to be able to take this forward, however we can and however we have to. So I've just posted it as well in as a reply to your thread, to your post there. But this is an absolutely important, and as I stressed as well, so called in as well about this, saying it's very important for people, even if they haven't read things like this before, to actually read all the wordings, that they, in their own minds, are understanding more fully the enormity of this, and what we're actually dealing with, and what is actually happening. So this is very important for everyone to actually just at least read it once, pick up what they can, read it another time again, but to begin to really understand what we're dealing with. And it's absolutely horrific. And I don't understand how it's been allowed to go on for so long and not been stopped. Because I'm one of the people whose fathers, whose parents took part in the Second World War. And so firsthand, from him, knowledge and a close link to those times and what they went through and how people reacted and how the world came together and volunteered from other countries far away, Australia, South Africa, India, all of those places. They all traveled. They left their home countries to travel to another continent to fight, and not knowing that they might to give their lives for it. And we seeing one country, Ukraine, having to do all that fighting on their own for exactly the same thing that the whole world and the continent of Europe was fighting against collectively. So it's just, I just find it so difficult to sort of watch this and understand how Ukraine is actually the front line and having to do this on their own, and what they're having to deal with, the genocide coming directly at them with an unprovoked invasion. We're losing sight of that. It was totally unprovoked, and it's a full-scale war defending themselves. And then Ukraine was told, well, you can't close the airspace, you can't go into that into the sea area. I mean, these were like the invader making all these rules that couldn't happen. And the world sort of just went along with it, you know. And anyway, this is just one of the ways that we have to collectively or do what we can, looking at genocide and take it further as far as we can, not being there, being far away from it, and trying our best to do whatever we can. So thank you for what you're doing as well.
Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why, you know, Prince and I were discussing it ahead of our co-hosting session today, and realized how, you know, how important it is for us to take the small steps and read a piece of this information and then dialogue about it, because we as society do have to arm ourselves better with the understanding of the deeper aspects of these legal frameworks and structures and obligations, because we do have a duty under treaty and under agreements, not just under morality, which for most of us here, morality would be more than enough. But we've got objective purpose and declared requirements for a duty to protect in these situations. And I think that it's going to help us help Ukraine to be able to take not just the stories about the humanity, but also to take that legal framework forward as part of the arsenal in our tool belt, as it were.
Well, the thing is, it's actually probably more serious than that if we actually hone in even more finely, because the country that is a signatory, I mean, behind that country are politicians, are government officials who actually, by the fact that they are in public office, they are beholden to this as well, because their government that they are part of, or part of as legislators, or as whatever role they're playing, their country has done it. So they personally, individually, and collectively are beholden to this treaty that their country is a signatory to. So they can't wriggle out of the way. So when we write to them, unfortunately, I can't write to anyone because my country is very much friendly with, good relations with Russia. So, so there's no one I can write to in my country. So, I feel that I wish that there was someone I could write to. But whoever is writing, like in the States and maybe Europe and England or whatever, they can directly challenge that person that you're actually writing to, you as part. And remember, these people have put themselves forward because they would like to be part of running the country. You know, they're actually servants of the public. Okay. And that's what we call our people. You know, the government here, we actually pretty open about it and tell them that they're servants of the public. And And so they have to, they're not on pedestals. No one in government or running countries on a pedestal. They actually want to be there. So if they want to be there, these laws, they need to personally make sure that they are doing whatever in their ability to make sure that they conform to these laws and make them happen. So they personally have to actually answer to what are they doing about preventing this genocide. They can't wriggle out of it. They wanted to be in those positions of power and in government and status. Well, then every law that their country has actually is a signatory to, well, they're part of that as well. They're not special people. They might get big salaries and they might have fancy cars and all the rest, but they're not special people. They are servants of the state, and we asking them in their positions to make sure that they please do what falls under their job, and that is to uphold these treaties, as far as I think.
And Maddie, I think you bring a good point there too, because earlier in the session this evening our time here in North America, Gina raised the really good points about the scholars and experts who have written about the concept of rights like and protections like this being a key tenet of individual human rights that transcend states in many ways. And I think that's where that moral requirement that is codified in the Genocide Convention does have to transcend politicians and bureaucracy. And we, as citizens whose countries have agreed to that convention, also have a civil obligation to say, hey, my bureaucrat and my politician, stick to this, because this is what we agreed to as nations for the sake of all humanity. So I think it is very important that we remind them that we're aware of that, and we will hold them and do hold them accountable to meeting those obligations, so that it's not just that we're saying, look, bad things are happening that shouldn't be, and you need to help Ukraine fix that. It's far more than just that. And hopefully this will help give us some of that structure and framework to present it in a different way to those politicians who need to hear it differently, who maybe say, oh, you're just being emotional. Nope, this is cold, hard facts and treaty and law. So let's get down to brass tacks that way.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, yes, being polite is one thing, but you don't have to be so over polite that you're actually sort of excusing yourself for almost sort of mentioning it and contacting them. It has to be just straightforward. These are the facts. This is your position, and this is our responsibility as per international treaties and legislation, and we're holding you to that. What are you doing about it? We expect this and respect that. And I would also suggest, I was
Is it just me who lost Maddie?
But I would actually,
there you are. I was about to say, did we lose Maddie or did we lose me? I think we lost you for a second, Maddie. Go ahead.
Yeah. I would also maybe, just to bring it home a little bit more, I would include a recent photo of that has just taken place, or one of so many photos, just so they have a visual of it, because maybe they aren't seeing as much of the visuals that we are seeing here, and just include that along with it, so they could actually see it, or just a little recent report of one of the genocide type of. religious to me. But you know, a little story of something that has happened recently or in the past, because they're all just horrific. Just one that just let's add to it. That's what I would do.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense, Maddie. And I think, you know, one of the threads that we have in the nest from Gina, I think it's Prince, the second thread in the nest, or the third. We've got two up there from Gina, and that does that in kind of that fashion, going from here's hard facts and data to then link to another thread of a very human
yes.
and moving experience. So good combination.
And I would also put a link to to your link or to my link, because I've also got a link there that I've given, and under my link it gives a bit more detail of all the things that if you go onto it you can see it, because you know, because legally you have given someone something. Okay, legally you've shown them, you've given them the information if they have not maybe looked at it before, and what you've seen you cannot unsee. What you know you cannot unknow. And what you've heard you cannot unhear. So legally you've actually put all of that in front of whoever you're contacting. They can't say afterwards, well, they didn't know, because they had the link that they could read it themselves as well. So they've got your letter, they've got a link to the actual United Nations thing. You can put your one as well as the link that I've given, because that just gives a little bit more of it as well. And then a recent or an example of the type of genocide that they can see visually with some detail about it. That's just my ideas. Thanks.
Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate that. And I know we're getting ready for a co-host swap. We do still have some more of this, just the wrap-up step of this document that I want to make sure we cover because of how important it is. And what I'd like to do is quickly go to Tracy, and then I'll read the state's obligations under the Genocide Convention, kind of the highlights of that section. And then For Every Child, we're still working on bringing you up. We haven't forgotten you, so bear with us for just a minute. My system tried and didn't succeed, so we've got to do a little finagling in the background. So go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you, Nancy. Hello, everybody. I just had a couple of quick comments. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for this discussion and for this session. It's been absolutely excellent and extremely informative. And also the way that you framed some of the things that we look at, I think are very important. Just a couple of quick things I noticed really many years ago, odd juxtapositions in society. I just noticed that the more people became travelled and the more people travelled the world and the more people learned about other cultures, I noticed people becoming also more selfish and more insular, which I found was a very odd thing, because travel, you know, should broaden your mind, it should broaden your horizons, it should broaden your cultures. Another thing that I also noticed is that, I don't know where this happened, but I noticed people becoming less compassionate over time. It's possibly something to do with society. I'm sure people didn't intentionally for this to happen, but I think we sort of maybe absolved our responsibilities a little bit without meaning to. For example, when human rights laws were brought in more, when welfare laws were brought in more, when hate speech and things like that were outlawed, I noticed people almost shrugging this off as if it's not my responsibility, it's somebody else's responsibility, or it's the state's responsibility to look after these people. And I thought that brings me back to something that Gina said earlier, which I found very interesting, regarding the state's responsibilities to do something about genocide, and that they have a duty of care almost when they've signed these laws. I thought that was very powerful, because I think that links back to that human thing. And the last thing I would say is that one of the first things I noticed about this space when I came is that many people were saying things that I had also felt, and that was that their faith in human nature had been massively restored by meeting people Now, I've not become less passionate over time, but I do think because of some of those things I've just described, I've maybe become more insular and maybe become more protective around myself, and maybe might not just help every single person that I would have helped before and would put my own safety first. Again, that's not been for a less compassionate reason. It's something that I felt I've had to do as society has changed. And I just thought those points were interesting in relation to what you've been discussing tonight. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. I really appreciate that. And yeah, it's, go ahead.
If I can, just real quick, I'm just going to tell everybody real quick, you know, in these hours tomorrow night, Tracy and I are going to go through sort of an SBU intelligence update. We're going to go over what the SBU has been up to this week as far as nabbing those people and making Ukraine a little bit less corrupt, step by step. And we are going to do that again while I'm co-hosting tomorrow night, and I co-host from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern time. So Saturday night we're going to be doing that. We will get a card and a notification out here probably in a little while. So I just wanted to mention that since Tracy was up, and before we go on, just that was a real quick commercial. Sorry, Nancy.
Oh, no problem at all. Perfect timing. And I'm really looking forward to that. And Prince and Tracy, thank you guys for pulling that session together. I'm looking forward to hearing it on a recurring basis too. So, and then I'll step back, like I said, really quickly to the last parts of this Genocide Convention fact sheet, which are the state's obligations under the Genocide Convention, because to Tracy's point, these obligations helped recenter me and ground me as far as what our country's obligations are to each other, which means what our personal obligations are to our nation and to our world. And so I take these as part of my personal obligation to make sure that my country stands up and does its part for. So those obligations in short are an obligation not to commit genocide. And we've talked about the definition, and it's in that fact sheet that's linked in the nest. Obligation to prevent genocide, obligation to punish genocide, obligation to enact the necessary legislation to give effect to the provision of the convention. So you can't just say you're going to do this. You've actually got to take the steps to make it part of your country's DNA effectively. Obligation to ensure that effective penalties are provided for persons found guilty of criminal conduct according to the convention. Obligation to try persons charged with genocide in a competent tribunal in the state in the territory of which the act was committed, which in this case will be committed against Ukraine, tried in Ukraine, or by an international penal tribunal with accepted jurisdiction. Again, if Ukraine chose to transfer it to the ICC, for example. Obligation to grant extradition when genocide charges are involved, in accordance with laws and treaties, particularly related to protection granted by international human rights laws. So this is, you know, again, one of those core fundamentals of making sure that all of the legal framework is in place. And I think that we'll see that extradition obligation come into play as well, because I know right now we talk about, well, when Putin decides to travel to here or to there, is he going to be picked up under the current set of charges? And that's where the extradition treaties may vary. But when he is charged with genocide, because I do believe it is a when, not an if, that extradition requirement becomes more broad. And I think that's noteworthy as well. And that is the end of the document, but that is not the end of our sessions where we'll be talking about this. Like we said that earlier on in this session, our intent is to have a discussion like this about genocide in this same time frame on Fridays. So, you know, again, if you're out partying with friends on a Friday night and you want to have some tough thinking afterwards, come here. If you're already here, stay here. And one of the things we'll be stepping through in manageable pieces, not a 100-page document at once, are going to be like the New Line Institute's and Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights report for the Russian Federation's Escalating Commission of Genocide in Ukraine, a legal analysis. And that's the July 2023 report. You'll see that linked in the nest as well under one of Gina's tweets that Heather posted. And we'll be stepping through key aspects of that report so that we've got some of the more granular detail to take those compelling stories and map them back to that framework to be able to have more objective and forceful discussions with people within our society as well as with our representatives in our halls of government. So more to come.
Yeah, and just real quick, Gina, I again want to thank you so much for spending time with us tonight, and I'll message you. We'll talk in the background. Hopefully next week we'll probably start a little bit closer to 10 p.m. Eastern time instead of waiting till around 11 p.m. Eastern time with this conversation, just because it went so well. And Gina, if you are available, we would love it. And it was so impromptu today that I just sent you that message, and I really appreciate you just at the drop of a hat without even thinking joining us, because you have so much expertise on this and you have done so much research on it already. Your input is invaluable. Every child, we will go to you, but I do want to go to Gina real quick because this has been a really important conversation. Go ahead, Nancy, real quick.
Yeah, and real quick before you do that too, I do want to encourage the listeners. I know that there are many of you who share messages with us about this topic in the background, but may not feel ready to come up or, you know, weren't prepared to this week. Like I said, we'll be doing this over the next several Fridays as well. So send your questions or your thoughts or your feedback, and we'll be happy to wrap those into the next week's discussion, or hop on up to the space next Friday or the Friday after. Just feel free. This is a great format and a wonderful conversation today, and I look forward to the next ones as well. But don't hesitate to DM Prince and I. I think both of our DMs are open, and looking forward to your feedback and your questions for our next session. Go ahead, Gina.
And we will get it up on Spotify too. I'll make the request and we'll get that put up on Spotify as soon as they are able. It depends on how busy they are, but thanks. Sorry. Go ahead, Gina.
No, I just want to thank you folks for giving me the chance to share what I've learned. And again, I'm no expert. I just, I was able to learn from some great people here in the Ukrainian community who have guided me and have given me the opportunity to learn more about this and have given me excellent resources. And I just want to say, don't be afraid to dive in. MriyaReport is such a great resource that points to other resources. And the more we know, the stronger we are. So the more we are aware, the more we can support Ukraine and support humanity itself. So I'm just so very grateful. So thank you so much, and thanks to For Every Child. I know you've been so patient, so I'm gonna shut up and be quiet now. But I just will end with this. Thank you, and to all of the Ukrainians here, please know that I personally am committed to doing whatever I can to support you. And you are certainly not alone. My friend who was expressing discouragement yesterday, I mean, she knows we are here, and we will not leave. We will see this fight through with you, because your strength is our strength and our strength is your strength. So, Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava.
And go ahead, Every Child. Sorry for making you wait.
I'm just so grateful almost tears. Uh, Thank you so very much, Gina. I appreciate everything you've done. Doctors Nancy, Prince, Tracy. I want to underscore what Maddie said because it's very, very important. That sort of resonated with me was when she said this isn't just about politicians, quote unquote, we are all treaty people. This is a mantra that was sent around the world in 2016 from standing up when over 300 tribes people.
Hello, Slava. Thank you so much. That was beautifully said. And yes, we're absolutely all treaty people to this treaty as well. And thank you so much for expressing it that way as well.
All right. I think we sort of wrap that up and put a bow on it. And I am really looking forward to next Friday night because I think it's going to be absolutely fabulous. And we're going to walk through this and all have a better understanding of what exactly genocide is, and not just the what makes it qualify as a genocide, but the country's responsibilities and what that entire convention means. And I think we took a good step in that direction tonight. So thank you all so much. And Nancy, you probably want to drop and prepare to elevate the people who are going to replace us. But yeah,
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you for everybody who listened, shared the space, and really appreciate all of the contributions. Gina, thank you so much. But everybody, thank you for staying and listening and engaging. It was a very great conversation, and I really appreciate all of your participation and look forward to your feedback. And like Prince said, I'm going to drop and make way for one of our next co-hosts and get people settled into their seats for Mockers and the Numbers. Perfect time for you guys to retweet the space and let people know that it's boom time. And we'll get that rolling shortly. Thank you, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Miroslava, thank you so much, Nancy. It's been a great night. And like I said, and keep on saying thank you, Gina. Good morning, Mockers. Have you had more than 2 sips of coffee, I would think?
Good morning. I definitely have, yes. I've just been having to obviously make myself comfortable with my dodgy back so that my cats can also be comfortable on my knee. It's been quite a feat of logistics, but I'm there now. So all good. Thank you for the extra time. I needed that to be able to creak through the house like a little old lady. And
absolutely no problem.
I was going to say, and I can't turn my mic off because I was in transition, but it's worked now. Here I am. And
Okay.
you know what I've got, don't you?
Yeah, I know you got the numbers, and I haven't looked yet for the MOD report. But I will. But for now, I'm going to drop and restart my app and come back as speaker and hang out with you for a little bit, so that those people who push buttons can get some rest.
Always helps when we've got people to talk to, so that's lovely. Let me see what's happening. Oh, I like the title. I like the title. You know, I have seen. I've seen some rumours that, well, let's just say that there's a particular line where the what's it called? The minefields. The minefields. You know, they were put in a particular place, and once you get over that, there's not as many minefields. Would you believe? Also, do you remember the big hoo-ha about the block feature last night on the? In fact, there's nobody here to answer me, so I'll just say, oh, there's Will. It's all right. He's just arrived. Do you remember that problem with the block feature that everybody was a bit concerned about yesterday after a very strange pronouncement? Well, apparently that has just been very quietly deleted now. So maybe he was just having I don't know, an alcoholic beverage or something, and then decided that he wouldn't bother. Or perhaps it might be that he had a word with some lawyers and suddenly everything became clear. What do you reckon, Will?
Well, you'd hope the latter, right? You'd hope to take good advice, but yeah, I'm possibly there is a non-zero chance the former.
Yeah, I just I find that a bit funny that there was massive hoo-ha last night and suddenly it's like, no, can't do that after all, obviously.
Nothing to see. Move along. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I call that? Well, I call that attention seeking. Don't know about you, it just seems to fall into that category to me. It's amazing, isn't it, how one person caused so much annoyance. Anyway, I've got some numbers, folks, and oh, cracky, I'm just watching some really scary footage of just Russians being horrible to one another. So that's yeah, fun. Sorry. I also am seeing, oh my God, right? I've just scrolled randomly this morning and I've seen 3 videos of recent captured POWs. And Will, I think we had some statistics on POWs yesterday, didn't we? That at least 200 have been captured in the last couple of weeks.
Correct. And you know, you had been pointing out anecdotally that you thought those numbers had risen, and it looks like they may have caught up with your already figured it out.
Ah, well, I might look daft, but you know what? I spot patterns. So these are just things that I notice. And obviously, I won't repost the videos, but I will say that these particular guys look as though they've not been there for very long. And remember what we were saying about guys being pushed to the front and literally being caught up, you know, just being picked up really fast, basically.
Oh yeah,
like that 60-year-old guy.
Yeah, that old fella that
63.
they made that silly video about the guy turning around. I mean, it is laughable to think that they think that guy would be combat effective in a defensive position.
Yeah, I think the best one I've heard, apart from no training at all, I think was 4 days training with the opportunity to shoot a gun approximately 3 or 4 times. And I thought, that's amazing. That can you imagine just the general armed forces giving people that sort of training? Well, I could go and join up straight away and be better than most, I would say. Even with my bad back, it just bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Anyway, this morning I have some numbers, so let's get retweeting and all that stuff, because all that good stuff. I'm completely out of kilter now because I was made to wait and my brain switched off in the meantime.
Isn't that crazy?
I know. But what am I doing here before I'm actually while I'm actually awake rather than before I'm awake? It's a strange situation. Yeah, that's no problem. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting messages as well, so I have to be blah blah. So you pointed out yesterday to me, Prince, that a new stamp collection was coming out. I know this isn't the most exciting thing in the world for most of us, but Ukra have brought out a stamp commemorating the mother of Ukraine and the fact that I believe now she's almost completely finished. All the shield's been filled back in, and she's got her lovely trizube, and she's also got a lovely set of stamps to accompany the occasion. And you know what? I think they're pretty cool. There's a stamp where they're wearing, like, you know, the red beads that the ladies sometimes wear with their traditional costume. I think it's supposed to commemorate, you know, the red verbinium, or what is it? Yeah, red verbinium.
That's right.
That's yeah, and it seems to be a really important part of their national dress, or you know, these red beads. And yeah, so the mother is wearing the red beads. Now then, yesterday we saw, sorry, I'm just going to tangent for you now. Yesterday we saw some amazing footage of a FPV drone hitting, what's it called? A Nerdagar, that one. Hitting the administration building there, and possibly injuring a number of what do you call them, higher ups. I don't know a lot about the military wording, you know me, and first thing in the morning it's more difficult anyway, but you know what I mean.
I know precisely what you mean, and I just want to note there that the word injured is doing some pretty heavy lifting. Have you seen that videos?
I've seen the video of it coming in to hit the window, which I thought was exceptionally impressive. I mean, that guy who did that, he's been doing a lot of practice with games, as far as I can tell. He floated that into that particular window like a true gamer.
Yeah, and skirted, went over the top of a building, so he'd be out of electronic warfare, line of sight. Then dropped down the side of the building, skirted along the side of that, and right into the window, almost like they knew where it was, huh? And you also would have seen the battle damage video of that from the drone watching the whole thing up above, and it was a pretty big explosion. So it looked like it was probably a quadcopter with a charge of probably, I don't know, 30, 20, 30, 50 kilograms maybe. It would look like a decent sized explosion. And the way that it took that building down from the other, if you see the battle damage assessment, I would say that there's more than just some injured in there. I'd say there would be a whole pack of dead guys.
Well, I believe these FPV drones as well, I think, doesn't the main part of their blast face forwards?
Well, it depends on if you're using a shaped charge or not, right? I suggest that the charge that they flew into that window wasn't a shaped charge. It probably would have been a larger body of explosive, but not a shaped charge, just a fragmentation pack around it. Essentially, like put a charge that's going to explode and then wrap it in ball bearings and things to make shrapnel out of it. And you can use a bit more explosive because the static overpressure created by the explosive alone in a small room, the concussion damage can kill quite a lot of people by itself. And if that doesn't get them, the shrapnel will. Too much detail?
No, that's beautiful. I thought it was really nice of the Russians to do a little video of it showing the battle damage assessment. Remember that that rule that they had where, you know, there was no information now to be given to the enemy, no videos, no photos, no nothing. They seem to have forgotten about that, Will. Did you notice? They had this rule that they brought in, and then like 48 hours later, there's a video.
And you know what
And I
you know
just
what my
thought that was really
favorite part of
funny.
it is? My absolute favorite part of that, Mockers, is that's shot from the Russian side. When the Russians show us battle damage assessment from their FPVs and stuff hitting Ukrainian things, it seems to always cut out before the what we'll call the money shot. But this, observing their own a strike on their own headquarters unit, we got the whole thing perfectly laid out, plus the emergency response and everything, and the initial search for bodies, and confirmation that somebody's Lada Neva did manage to just barely escape. I mean, it was a really comprehensive battle damage assessment, and they don't give us that much good stuff when they take out the Ukrainian things.
Exactly. I just thought it was very kind of them to tell us all that information. And excuse me, sorry. Every time I cough, I feel like someone's just knifed me in the back. So if I whimper, I apologise. So there is also a bit of news just coming out from US officials telling CNN that 1/3 of the Crimean Peninsula is now within range of HIMARS. So let's just say that whoever that was doesn't know what they're talking about, or Ukraine has something we're really not being told about, or Ukraine has advanced a lot deeper than we're being told. So there's choices there. Pick one. Prince?
This is what I've been waiting for. I have totally been waiting for them to be within firing range of Crimea. This, I think, is going to be what matters. If this counteroffensive gets them to a place where they can hit Crimea, that will make a big difference. That is what I want to see out of this. That's what I've been thinking, is get far enough to hit Crimea, That's what I want to see. I mean, I know, yes, I'd like to see Melitopol, Bryansk, Mariupol, all of those other places also, but get far enough to hit Crimea and those ports in the Azov. Those are things that are going to matter big time.
Yeah, they are making some efforts to hit the ports, obviously, but well, I think that there's a lot of things still to come. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, mockers. Just with regard to that video of the drone strike through the window, I don't know whether anybody knows Antitila music. You can find it on YouTube, specific video, Death from Above, Antitila, Death from Above. It's a kind of celebration of FPV drones in general. At least I think the middle one is probably the Hornet drone. But it's worth a watch. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's entirely animated. It is not nobody in particular in this video is no human beings were harmed in the making of the video, but it is quite a good representation, I think, of the nature of this new FPV type drone warfare. Also, I would, I of course can't listen all the time to Maria, and wouldn't do, but I haven't heard anybody talking about Perhaps it was discredited. I don't know. But the flag over Nizhny Novgorod. Did anybody see that? I'm sure that you all have.
I did
Good
mention it
morning.
yesterday. Yes,
Yes,
and
yes.
I believe that it was originally it was hoisted up there, covered. There was a cover over it, some sort of packaging or parcel, and then either somebody was able to pull a string and remove the cover, or it was designed to fall away after a certain period of time, and then unfurled this particularly large Ukrainian flag. And well, what can we say? Russia has been infiltrating the world with their spies doing subversive actions. I mean, look at the stickers turning up in Poland for the Wagner Group and things like that. So turnabout is fair play, surely. And yes, it's very cheeky, but a beautiful thing.
Indeed, thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Good morning, mockers again, and that's all.
Good morning, and yeah, give me 2 seconds to just sorry, morning cigarette.
No worries.
You know how I've got a roll on.
No.
I can't maintain my cough if I don't keep it up. You know, that's what it is.
Yeah,
I'll burn one with
gotta
you.
do the homework. Yeah. So in follow up to this the conversation you were having about the penetration, where they're at, where Ukraine's at. I've read in the last 24 hours a couple of really, shockingly poor takes on what's going on again, and of course one of them in the Washington Post, which you probably already talked about. But it's I was going to write a big ranty thing on it, but then thankfully I popped open Twitter, and Radu had already sorted it out. So this take that they somehow have to take Melitopol, or Melitopol is the big deal. It's the only way to go. And if they don't take Melitopol, then they'll culminate, and it's over. That sort of talk. I just Radu pointed out that there are multiple paths to the Azov Sea. If in fact our goal is, if the goal of the Ukrainian army, which I suggest it probably is to cut the Russian forces in half and isolate Crimea prior to any winter closing in this year. Because if they're able to do that, if they were able to cut the Russian forces in two, make Crimea untenable to hold, and then it put any pressure at all up on the Svatova line, it would be the point when any military that was thinking and reasoning properly would say, look, we are going to need to culminate here and try to sue for peace, right? And that's what the Russians are actually saying. For once, if you read the Russians, if you read the colonels and the people who are currently facing the wrath of Russia at the point of Ukraine at the pointy end of these attacks, and feel the real capability of Western produced DCIPM, they are reporting that they cannot win, that they need to culminate and try to hold a line and sue for peace, right? Because this is and he says it right at the end of this article that this Russian puts out there to his own on Telegram, that what they need to do is move into a situation where there's neither a win or a loss, because this is the way that Russia likes to have things happen, right? That would be a win for Russia, to just hold the line anywhere, back up well enough so that you're absolutely certain you can hold the line, and then sue for peace, holding on to the portion of Donetsk and Luhansk that you stole before. and trying to negotiate a settlement right there, right? Which is why they're going through and trying to get as many people Russian passports in those areas as possible. I mean, it's plain as day if you look at the prima facie evidence, and it is also supported by statements by Russian commanders on Telegram. Now, you can totally discount those statements as disinformation, but the prima facie evidence shows that Russia is forcing people to take passports, forcing teenagers now to take passports, and closing up Mariupol. It's harder and harder for people who don't hold a Russian passport to move in and out of Mariupol. They're building cheap, crappy, fast as they can build it, houses on the lots of places that they've wiped out in Mariupol, and they're trying to repopulate it with as many Russians as they can to back up this argument. So the fear, right, is, oh, we won't even take Melitopol, and then they'll sue for peace. But the thing is, Washington Post, have a chat with a couple other military experts, and you'll see that there are about 10 ways to skin this cat, right? I quite prefer the approach that Radu laid out, with a couple of minor modifications, right? If Ukraine can push down just to Tokmak, not to Melitopol, just to Tokmak, take that junction there. And remember, they can see Tokmak from where they're at right now. So don't tell me they can't finish that, pretty quickly. I think they're 13 kilometers or something like that from Tokmak. So they would take Tokmak, then turn west, surprisingly, over toward Vasilivka, on the southern shore of what was the reservoir, and surround. Basically, you push to the west, move down, link up with the folks from Kazachi Lahari, right? Link up there, because they'll have the M14 and the M17 down to Crimea in their hands. Nothing can move in or out of Melitopol from the west. Nothing will be able to move out of Melitopol to the north. And then they just keep pushing down a line from Velika Novosilka, where I will remind you, they are now within striking distance and probably fighting in the edge of Staromlyanka. And if they're Staromlyanka. So if they take the road junction in Staromlyanka, there isn't a lot between them and Mariupol. But I wouldn't actually go necessarily to Mariupol. I'd probably also skirt that too. Unless, of course, they say that Mariupol was so destroyed that we want to work through there. I'd probably head, as Radu suggested, down and press down to try to take the port at Berdyansk. Port and helicopter base, I might remind you, at Berdyansk. And then call her a day this year, right? If I made those two things by Christmas, I could isolate Melitopol, isolate Mariupol, have split the Russian forces there. Crimea is untenable. The entire army in the west has to either surrender or figure out how they're going to get out of that trap. And the only other thing I'd do if I had some more forces remaining is put some pressure on Svatova up in the north to cut the northern supply line. If they're able to do that, I'm not a military. I have very basic military training, but it doesn't take a world-class military strategist to say that is both doable still in this year, and that Ukraine has the forces to complete it, and is making strides toward doing just that, without an air force, without long-range strike capabilities. And so how the Washington Post and the New York Times can come up with assessments that are just so incredibly bad takes on Melitopol is, if we don't take Melitopol, the war's over. I don't think you have to take Melitopol at all to make the war be over. And I don't think you have to necessarily take Mariupol. I do think you have to cut the Russian forces in half to make their supply and lines of communications impossible. That would make all of Crimea and all of, if they drop the Crimea bridge, it makes all of Melitopol, all of Crimea and all of everything west of where you cut near Berdyansk, say, everything west of there has to go. The Russians have to capitulate there. What else are they going to do? They won't have any supply. They won't have any reinforcements. They'll have enemies that can come get them on all sides. And then if we wanted to keep Prince happy, we'd press down the M17 toward Crimea out of Kherson, which I will remind you will then basically be open territory, and put some pressure on Crimea. But I would only do that probably as a matter of show, because like we were talking about yesterday, and Peter S. brought up, that he doesn't think that they'd have to take Crimea at all. And I 100% agree. There is a method you can do this and not have to do any fighting at all in Crimea, and have said that you could do that months and months ago. But like I say, there's about 10 different ways to skin this cat. I've just laid out one to you on the basis of what Radu said, and a bit of an addition up in the north towards Fatava. And Radu and I are not military experts. So, but what we're pointing to is stuff that is obvious, and that when we have asked people who are military experts about it before, they say that is quite feasible. That's so it's not like there are that option, and I'm not telling the Russians anything they don't know. There's that option, and there's 100 others that I'll never be privy to until the book comes out at the end of this thing, and we're a couple of years later. So I'm just flabbergasted that sort of story can come out from a sub-editor, unless they're trying to fuel this fire about giving up land from Ukraine as a means of establishing some peace settlement if they don't take what they say is important, Melitopol. But I don't know. It's all feeding together from the mainstream New York Times and Washington Post. It's feeding together with what the Russians are saying. They want to lock and freeze the war in place if they can, because that would suit them, and it takes into account all the evidence we see on the ground. So that I'm quite I'm quite upset that that's the kind of story that all seems to be linking together right now, because it's disinformation. I've just laid out one way that doesn't have to be true. There are dozens of others, and there is no indication whatsoever that Ukraine isn't having the successes we see in the numbers that Mockers provides every day, and that the battle damage assessment that we get periodically, and the obvious ground-proofed taking of small bits of territory when it's tactical, that I don't know, it doesn't paint reality at all, and I can't. Mockers, I want you to make the New York Times and Washington Post articles go away, because I don't think they're helpful at all.
Yeah, they're not very useful, are they? Never mind. Would you like some numbers to cheer yourself up, Will?
Yes, please.
Let's have some numbers. So today we have what are we on? We're on the 19th of August, all day. And we have 500 liquidated personnel, taking us to a total of 257,010. We have 8 tanks. Yes, Prince, I know. That's 7 more than they had in the parade in Moscow. Talking of parade, they were very upset about Polish parade. I'll talk about that in a minute. 14 armoured personnel vehicles. Again, good going. 19 artillery systems. 6 UAVs. 7 vehicles and fuel tanks. and 2 special equipment. And I've got to note that we're only 15 away from 800 special equipment. So that shouldn't take too long. I'm looking forward to that next milestone. I've seen an awful lot recently of the drones taking out, what are they called? Electronic warfare, that's the one. And MROMs and things like that, all those fall into the special category. So every time I see one of those, I know that we're probably going to see it on the numbers soon. And we have seen it on the numbers. With regards to tanks, did you notice that yesterday there was a clip appeared from Solovyov of him from his show, and he was not happy about the tank parade in Poland. They pointed out all the tanks that they had, and well, it seemed they were upset. Will.
Yes. They do. They do
Yeah,
quite upset.
Yeah, I will find the post perhaps at some point.
Yeah, remember how we were talking when you read the numbers yesterday, and we were up to 10 special equipment, and we're like, "Ooh, Joe, we should find out what that was." And you would have, I think, as you just alluded to, we have found out what some of those are in the last day through video evidence now, and one of them's particularly yummy. Counter battery radar, the thing called a Zoopark that we saw taken out by a drone that probably fits into the numbers you were talking about yesterday. And that's great because, I mean, that's really a highly advanced piece of counter battery radar from the Russian side. And a loss of one of those is a big game changer, because this is what we've been seeing down in the Kazachi-Lahari area that I talked about yesterday, was that the reports from Ukraine and from the Russian side is that they are either facing shell hunger or tube. There might not be enough tubes down there in the southwest of on the Russian side to put any significant pressure on the encampment or the foothold that Ukraine has now made on the left bank of the Dnipro at Kazachi-Lahari. And so this evidence feeds into more of why that might be true, and hooray.
Yeah, I'm just just rewatching the video about how the Russians don't like Poland strengthening its security, and they go on and on about, as always, the best friends of the Poles are America, and they've sold them all these items, and this is. They've noted that there's these K2 Black Panthers, HIMARS systems. It looks very formidable. And one of the former commanders of the Polish army directly quoted, "The Russians don't know what's awaiting them yet." And he said, this is the 5th partition of Poland, which I thought was a very strange way of putting it. They're all about this 5th column, aren't they?
Well, I think what he's referring to there is, what's coming up. He sees all this stuff and he talks about it being formal, and then he talks about what's coming up is the 5th partition of Poland, meaning that Russia is going to take half of Poland in the attack that they'll do against this force, which he enumerates, but yet then tries to dismiss. I'll tell you what, there's nobody on the Russian side that is waving off that row of self-propelled artillery, K2 tanks, and HIMARS. They are shitting their pants, is what they're doing, mockers. So he's trying with a bit of bravado to try to, make a big statement to make it all go away. But I'll tell you what, the night for those folks is dark and full of horrors, is it not?
Absolutely, yes. I do believe that Poland released that video for a reason, and that reason was played out because, of course, they took the bait. Morning, Karen.
Good morning. Oh, I have a question for you, mockers. There have been a lot of oddball posts about the number of people actually killed on the Russian side. And I notice when you give out the numbers, you say so many liquidated personnel. Now does that only include people killed in action,
Yep,
or
dead.
does it also? It does?
Yep, just the dead. They don't count the wounded nor the POWs.
Okay. All right. All right. And it's coming from the Ukrainian government, so, you know, yeah. Well, there's a lot of confusion, but suffice it to say, Russia's losing a lot of people, and I haven't had a reason to doubt the figures that come out of Ukraine's Department of Defense. So for now, I'll just take that as what's happening. Thank you.
No worries, Karen. Yeah, the methodology for building up the Ukraine number, and so we stick to, and I think it's great that we stick to the Ukrainian published numbers every day. If you wanted to look at the numbers that are being put together regularly, the key is don't jump back and forth between people making estimates, right? If the U.S. Department of Defense put a number out every day, we might follow them. If the British put a number out every day, we might follow them. Ukraine does. It includes the dead only, not the wounded or the POWs. And it, whether it is exactly right or whether it's off by a percentage or something like that, the trend is what's important, and the trend is moving. Well, it looks representative of what we see on the ground periodically with some lag, right? And the Russians themselves have also made some estimates, which are give some actual credence to the Ukrainian estimates on occasion. While the Russians make wild estimates themselves of Ukrainian losses, which we can disprove phenomenally quickly. The estimates that they have, the most conservative estimates that they've given from the Ukrainian side of the Russian dead, have actually been close to 280,000 a while back when Russia or when Ukraine had just basically crossed 250. So I don't know where it's at between those two numbers, but I reckon the methodology that Ukraine uses is they literally have to see the people that, they count dead bodies. It's not making estimates of bodies. They say they count the bodies. They sum them up across the battlefields, and they report the numbers. And we'll see at the end of the war, Karen, whether or not we've been following an over or an underestimator of these things, or a counter. If you want to trust the best losses of armor, of course, Oryx does the best stuff on that. But of course, they physically have to see each of those, the geolocated footage of each of those losses themselves. So that number is by definition going to be significantly more conservative than the one given by Ukraine. And Ukraine army is in the best position to make the observations, even though, as you know, someone could rightly point out, they've got a biased opinion. They do have a biased opinion, but guess what? So do I. I've got a biased opinion. I'm in the bag for Ukraine since day one, and I'm going to do exactly what you said, Karen, which is trust the army of Ukraine figure until it's proved otherwise.
Yes, and sorry, I've just been updating myself on what's been happening overnight. We have confirmation of 15 out of 17 Shahed drones were shot down overnight, which I can say is a terribly good ratio. And that has been confirmed. And Will, I don't know about you, but this doesn't seem as much as they used to do. So over the past day, the Russians fired 3 missiles, 41 airstrikes and 74 MLRS attacks at the positions of Ukrainian soldiers and population centres. Now, I remember those MLRS attacks being in the hundreds. And there seems to have been a little bit of a drop-off. Have you noticed that?
I have noticed that. I've noticed that they still save some for the cities, even though they don't really appear to have enough of them to use on the positions. But the other thing that's interesting from that report, Mockers, is that the number of daily clashes is almost, I think it's exactly the same as it was yesterday, and very close to the day before. So the activity's going on, but the artillery strikes to support that activity are not going on. And I think that's the thing to highlight here, that it isn't like everybody's hiding in a hole. Ukraine is making advances. We've seen that they've occupied the northern half, at least, of Robotnia. They've obviously broken through the line there somewhere, and some wild, crazy bastard that we love has made a big thunder run with a tank up between the lines. And so clearly they've found some mine-free lanes, at least in that area, that they can traverse. So it's it's great news, and I'm hoping that it isn't just shell hunger. I'm hoping that the tubes that we see that get knocked out every day is having an impact, even if that number goes down, right? Because if you knock out a 1% of their artillery per day, eventually they don't have enough that you can hit in the 30s and 20s anymore, and you'll be looking at 10s and 15s will be a good day for that. But at some point, these presses forward will find a hole, and they'll decide at some point to pursue and exploit those breakthroughs when they're ready. For now, it appears that it's pressing everywhere, seeing where they can get some local penetration, and taking where they can, holding little villages. Yurzhan in particular yesterday or the day before was cleared, and they're consolidating and straightening up their lines. They're basically doing what we'd like to see everywhere, and I would say, even though this is probably too early to say this, I would say they're setting the ground that they can consolidate the line of front from Vuhledar and start straightening things up over there toward Robotny. But we'll see, how they go in Verbova, because when you make a penetration like that, so that you don't, when you produce a salient, what you need to do is keep pressing and flatten it out so that you can't get entrapped. And I think that's probably what we'll see if they're doing classical taking land and trying to consolidate holding that land. I think Bearded Brit may have seen some things in the last couple of days that he'd like to comment on. I'd very much like to hear from him if he's available to walk us through anything from the battlefield that he sees that's really interesting. But that's what I saw in the last day that I found very interesting, Mockers.
Yeah, I'm seeing an awful lot of advances, shall we say. I've also seen a massive hole in the side of a ship. Did you like that?
Yeah.
Will? Did you like that video?
Yeah, and the thing that makes sense now, seeing the size of that hole, that's got to be like a 3.5 meter diameter hole in there. That means that Sea Baby probably did do it, because when I heard about that Sea Baby, I thought 850 kilograms of explosive. Holy moly, that's a big bomb. And then you see these holes at the water line on this LSV, and you think, oh, maybe it's not that big, right? But clearly, the one inside of that tanker was the adult-sized model, I guess we'll call it, Walkers. And I see we have Rouse Bearded Brit. Aloha.
Aloha, everybody, and good evening from the Big Island. I hope everybody is well and is ready for a good weekend. Yes, listening to what you were saying earlier, Will, about potential courses of actions for the Ukrainians as they advance south, and really chiming in what you're saying some moments ago. I mean, at the lower operational and higher tactical level, they're working 4, 8, 12-hour planning tables. At divisional level, you're looking at 24-hour, 48-hour planning tables. So that engagement along the line of contact is an exquisite choreography of getting things done, which is mutually supporting. So without going into the potentials, left, rights, or whatever, it's good to have options, and the Ukrainians have many, no doubt. But in regards to something you might have picked up on, just catching up on Twitter today, and I quote tweeted a posting from the UK Chief of Defence Staff from about 12, 13 hours ago. So that's 7 p.m. on a Friday evening. So what? Well, it shows him and a US general with the Ukrainian Chief of Staff discussing plans for the winter and 2024. And I just think it's worth highlighting that this is what you'd expect to see at this level of command, them thinking 6, 9 months ahead, starting to get things keyed up, get that supply chain pumping. So people who believe that the Ukrainian counter-offensive is stalled or whatever, to quote Vladimir from, over a year ago, we haven't even started yet. Over.
Yeah, agree. And that's actually a really great observation that you've added there, in that what you see people looking forward, planning into the future, planning months in the future, is indicative of where they expect to be at that point. And nobody expects this to be over by this Christmas, but I'm optimistic that if they can split the Russian forces and make, what would generally be an untenable position, that they would sue for peace. Now, I don't expect they will, but if they make the Crimea and western part of all of Kherson, the western part of Zaporizhia, untenable, you'd normally be looking for a surrender. But I don't think that's going to happen. But I definitely hope they are able to establish the conditions where that could happen, because at that point, I think they would be in a position that if Russia was to say, "Oh no, but we want to hold on to this other portions," you go, "Oh, that's okay. We'll just carry on in the springtime." You've got a couple extra months to consider it, but your offer of holding on to what you got is not acceptable. And please move toward the exits, or we will recommence as and when we want to, early next spring. I mean, that's I guess that's fan fiction, but that's what I hope happens this year. And I still think that they're capable of doing that in the year before Christmas.
Ukraine will go to the negotiation table when it's ready to go, period. And I try to avoid speculation at all costs, either with tactics or the grand geopolitics. But there are some things set in stone. Ukraine is all in. And they're the tip of the spear, with pretty much most of NATO providing the force behind that spear. And let Russia play their side of this complex game. But war game it through. Ukraine is in the ascendancy and Russia is on the back foot. So how Ukraine now shapes the battle space, and to actually really put pressure on at the higher level, and this continued attrition that Mocker tells us every morning or evening for me, that's just more pressure coming to bear for Ukraine to set the conditions for them to eventually go to the negotiating table. It's a view anyway. Over.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm prone to this speculation only because I am baited into it by these articles like the Washington Post and New York Times published, because I just find them so absurd. Yeah, and I should also try to avoid as much as I can. But you're a better man than me, Bearded, and I will be drawn on that, because it just seems there are multiple things that could happen from here, and I am just quietly confident of what's capable of happening from here, and I just don't see how anybody with access to the credible expertise that New York Times and Washington Post have could come to that conclusion. It's just I find it absurd, and so yeah, it draws me into commenting on it, because I can't throw a rubber brick at the what I read like I do the TV. I recommend everybody keep a
You're being
foam rubber
played.
brick. Yeah.
You're being played. Step back from the headline and go, why? Why are you feeding me this? What are you trying to get me to do? Well, first of all, it's raising your blood pressure, Will, and that's no good. But secondly, always look behind the headlines. See what they're actually pushing at, and then, like I say, follow those headlines over a period of time, and you begin to pick up a tempo and rhythm of, are they just rehashing Russia propaganda, or what path are they actually treading through? And that's how newspapers and mainstream media build up their reputation for having a particular tempo. Just ignore the bloody buggers. It's just today's news is, what was it? Today's newspapers is tomorrow's chip wrappings, as we used to say in the UK.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go get me some fish and chips tomorrow for sure. Now it looks like I'm having trouble bringing up and keeping up people, but we'll keep at it for a bit. It's good, Stephen. I see you finally made it up. What have you got, sir?
Well, I couldn't agree more with all of that, and I just beg people to remember. Do you remember the Inhurets River? Well, I'll just ask that question first.
Stephen?
Yes. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Stephen, and I do know where the Inhurets River is. Yes,
right.
But I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember the significance of that? Not exactly this time last year, but not far off. About this time last year, yes. Do you remember the endless talk of the Kherson counteroffensive? Sorry, my point is this: that people seem, all of the relevant media and well, relevant, irrelevant, following on from both Will and Bearded's comments, seem to have entirely forgotten the events of the last year. The major advances, which were prepared over many months of tentative apparent counteroffensives and setbacks and all of that, happens several months from this point in time, if we are looking at last year. People's memories seem to be extraordinarily short. I just don't understand. Well, I do understand, because we live in an age whereby people expect news every single day and updates and whatever else. But quite honestly, yeah, I share your frustration with the news cycle issue. I suppose they have to sell the space in their publications, perhaps. They're also selling their souls. Is my word on that, and I can't understand how a decent analyst can look at the events of last year in the Kherson right flank right bank, so to the southwest of Zaporizhia and west of Nikopol and north of Kherson. The recapture of Kherson City and the events around Kupiansk, Izium, and all of that, and then somehow have forgotten it completely this year while being impatient. It just makes no sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's what wound me up about it, right? You can't look at the experience we've seen in last year, and you wouldn't think any credible military analyst, of which the New York Times and Washington Post would have access to, could come to that conclusion. Because, as you're saying, I was watching this, no massive military experience, but have learned quite a lot along the way. And when the Kherson offensive was going on, I knew myself before it happened that Snihurivka was the key. And once they took Snihurivka and they had capability of controlling the Inalets River, that they had split their forces there, and they were going to be in trouble. So, it's you go, am I looking at the same map you're looking at? Sometimes these analyses come out, but Bearded's probably right. They're doing it for a reason. I just don't know what the reason is, because I had thought that the New York Times and the Washington Post were on the side of liberal democracy rather than spreading. Well, I mean, writing a story that so obviously fits into the current disinformation campaign of the Russians that it just makes you sus, right? It's sus, I guess, is what I'd say. Now, I don't know who is up next. Mockers, do you have anything to add, or shall we go to our new speaker, Chris? I've never met Chris before.
Yeah, certainly we can do. Although I think Bearded hand was up first.
Sorry, bearded, then Chris.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, Chris. I'll keep this short and brief. But some fine points made here. But I'm going to say something. When I look at this, not at the tactical level, but higher operational level, since the beginning of Russia's invasion, what have the Ukrainians actually failed at? They conducted a mobile defense and withdrawal across a massive frontage. They traded space for time. They successfully defended the capital. They forced the withdrawal of the Russian armed forces from 2, possibly 3 fronts. They contained the Russian force in the south. They then launched 2 counteroffensives in preparation for what we're now seeing and doing. Have patience. Remember, what we see is all truly dependent from where we view from. Okay. Happy for anybody to come back at me, over.
No, you're right. I don't think I'm in disagreement with you. It's just that, as you say, I let myself get a bit wound up about it. Chris, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Will. Yeah, no, I've heard quite a bit, and I just heard recently a few speakers ago talking about negotiating with Russia and whatnot. I've heard a lot of this coming from American politicians and media. I guess my question is, has there been any indication that Russia would even negotiate? We all talk about how they, that would be great for them and blah, 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 but have they ever indicated that they want to negotiate? I remember in the beginning of this, when there was negotiations going on, weak ones at that, they negotiated a civilian corridor to get people out, and then they bombed the civilian corridor literally as the meeting was going on. So I would just be interested to know if maybe something I missed where Russia is showing any willingness to want to negotiate. And I'm not suggesting that we should. I'm not suggesting that.
No, you're right. I haven't seen.
I'm not going down.
Other.
Yeah, I just want to know if this is, just coming out of people's asses, and then there's no actual. I mean, if we give them what they want, Russia still wouldn't even play ball, would they?
No, I don't. I don't think they would, right? And this is what I mean. I think that their disinformation campaigns are trying to plant this seed of negotiations. But you're right. There have been no serious negotiations in good faith attempted at all by Russia. They float these, what I think, that 13-point plan that basically said give up territory and just do things that were just beyond the pale. That they're not serious proposals. So I agree. I agree with you, Chris. I haven't seen any attempt to negotiate by Russia in good faith, and I don't know why anybody would bother, because I agree with Bearded what he said before, that Ukraine will decide to negotiate when it's ready to do so, and I don't see any reason, as Bearded also summarized, why they would want to even consider that at this point. That they're going from strength to strength, basically, not in a pattern and a way that comes like out of a Hollywood movie or would match a NATO expectation on how to carry something out. But I try to look every day, and I just don't see any. I don't see any significant failures on behalf of the Ukrainian military in prosecuting this. And that's why I say I'm quietly confident. And I agree, Chris, that it is infuriating to hear people talk about negotiating with people who've never negotiated in good faith. Why would you even consider it? I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Stephen.
Apologies for being a bit cryptic previously. Perhaps I should have been more specific. The thing about the Inhalets River, I counsel people to look up Davidiv Brid. Do you remember that? This was in contention. Many people in the OSINT and other communities and military analysts were proclaiming a great breakthrough there and blah blah blah, and this went on for months. People seem to have a short memory about these sorts of things. So we look at Robotny, we look at Orjani. Yes, they are also the actual advances. And as a matter of fact, it isn't like Davidiv Brid, because Davidiv Brid, which was the bridgehead across the Inhalets River, was claimed to be taken, and then it was not, and then it was. And honestly, the situation back then was more desperate and less certain, and it went on for longer. Whereas now, in the area of Robotny, to the north of Tokmak, in the area, of Stara Malivka, in the area of Orjani, there has been relentless advances and no territory given up whatsoever. So, if anything, the situation this time is even more in favor. And I find it astounding. Well, you talk about the New York Times. I do find the New York Times, there's something going on with that paper. That's all I can say. I don't really understand what it is, but perhaps we will find out at some point. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, it is perplexing, but in their defense, because Doman's not here and he would normally do this, it would be an incredibly difficult time also to try to be running a paper. The Chicago Tribune I used to read, the Sun Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post. It used to be consistently didn't come out with stories that were howlers, and we seem to see a howler every, I don't know, couple of weeks these days, that just don't seem to make any sense. And maybe it's that they have to stoke a bit of controversy, because if they don't stoke a bit of controversy, they won't sell papers. Maybe they need a bunch of nasty letters to the editor and stuff like that to remain relevant, or their advertisers want to make maybe it does get viewer readership up online or in person. Don't know. Bearded?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this massive rise in obvious disinformation and raising people's blood pressures as a distraction from what Gunny's better able to talk about himself, but at my level of thinking, the maritime campaign. It's alive, it's kicking. The continued attacks and events in Crimea along the coastline. We're all talking about ceasefire agreements and stuff like that. Paints a picture. Over.
I suppose it does paint a picture, but of what more precisely?
Well, if I'm a Russian and I've got a maritime campaign which I'm now having to deal with, and to be honest, it's not going that well, but again, depends what your measures of effectiveness are, then creating a mass disinformation over a 24, 36-hour period that results in spaces like us discussing it and trying to vent our frustration. It's propaganda at work. It's my view.
Yeah, it is certainly propaganda at work, and maybe they are trying to prepare the ground for some sort of agreement if they're able to weaken public support. But I just don't see public support weakening in any of the places where it really makes a difference right now. Mockers, I have ignored any information from you for a long time. Is there anything else next you want to talk about?
Sorry, I was just crashing and coming back, so don't worry. It's probably for the best. Well, I am seeing a report that is coming out of CBS, and this is a little bit more positive, shall we say, that they're stating the armed forces of Ukraine have overcome the Russian minefield and entered the battle for the liberation of Tokmak. This comes from one of those incredible unnamed US officials, however, stating that Ukrainian forces have overcome the Russian minefield north of Tokmak and are now fighting in the first line of Russian defences holding that city. As military experts predict, actually taking a city such as Tokmak would be a difficult task for the Ukrainian military. Well, yes, but they don't necessarily have to take the whole of Tokmak. I do believe that cutting it off from supply and then bypassing it is going to be something that we might expect to see. Because, I think the main goal is to actually hit the Azov coast. What do you think, Will?
Yes, it is, and in the smaller sense, you're right that you don't normally want to do things the way Russia has been doing and just flatten a city you come to. You want to isolate it, encircle it, and cause them to have zero capability of holding the ground, and that's usually when a force either retreats if they still have an avenue to do that, or they surrender, right? And yeah, I don't think we'll see anything like that here in Tokmak necessarily, though, because I don't know. Well, maybe we will, but it's weird that the Russians are trapped between this no step back sort of approach, which would be the instructions they've been given from Putin's end of things. But at some point, the normal human survival need you would think would kick in, as it has, in numbers like you're talking about with the POWs earlier. There are higher numbers, especially with other stories that come out around that, like Prince was talking the other day in relation to Russia not agreeing to take its POWs back, and then the story yesterday that I think you went over, Mockers, that was the conditions in which POWs are treated in Ukraine. That information can't help but get back to Russia, and so once it gets back to Russia, it's also then going to get back to the soldiers at the front when they talk to their families from home or whatever, that you'd think the soldiers at the front, as well as the people back home, would start to lose their interest in fighting this because they see it as hopeless. That's all we can hope for.
Well, they've said it themselves a few times, haven't they, that they don't really know what they're fighting for when they've been asked, what you're fighting for. Well, I don't really know. That we're fighting against the Nazis and the Polish and the Germans. It's all very confusing.
Yeah, the only consistent answer they give is money, right? Money. And while the salaries may look quite good to people, you may have experienced this in your working life, but I'll tell you that it is 100% true based on research, which is that a pay rise for somebody or a high pay packet makes them very happy in the short term, but doesn't actually affect job satisfaction or job performance over the long term in comparison to working conditions, chance for advancement, and chance for control of your life. The things that make people happy little workers that are willing to put their shoulder in and go above and beyond aren't primarily sugar hits that you get out of pay packets. So while these soldiers may the only thing we hear them talking about is what the good pay packet they get is, and some of the just bizarre statements that come from parents or whatever in relation to the death benefits, getting a car or a bike, or I mean, what's wrong with these people? That the money may be a sap for them in hard times, or look like a sugar hit to take a job initially. But I'll bet you there's nobody facing Ukraine who's in the trenches. Some of them, mockers, for up to 500 days, that would be thinking about how much money somebody's getting back home. They're thinking about, eventually, if they're not already, they will be thinking about surviving. And that's why increasingly you see people that head to the front. The smartest ones actually try to get captured as quickly as possible. And they can cover their getting captured quickly because they can do idiotic things, right? Because they're green. If you survive through making it look like you're an idiot and don't know what you're doing, or you're just scared or cowering or whatever, and you can cause yourself to be overrun without being killed, you then have an opportunity to surrender. And I'm not sure that's happening, but I reckon that probably is happening for these folks who show up and get captured within 3 days of arriving. You'd either be phenomenally lucky or crafty enough to put yourself in a position where you can get out of it.
Yeah, just basically hunker down and wait to be picked up. In fact, there's a number of people who have given that exact same story, that they have found themselves a very nice, quiet place to hide and just waited.
But then you still do see these people that get so desperate that they'll try to fight to the last and then jump on a grenade. It is bizarre to see people lose the will to fight, lose the will to live, and do that.
I can only say that's natural selection at work. Yeah, sorry, my basket is empty. Karen.
Well, I just wanted to chip in my 2 cents worth about the New York Times and Washington Post, because even though I live in Alaska, I subscribe to them both. That's one of the joys of having the internet, is being able to be an online subscriber. And it used to be if you subscribe to the New York Times, I said New York Post. I didn't mean that. I meant New York Times. But one of the joys of that is back in the old days, when you had a subscription to the Washington Post or the New York Times and you lived in Alaska, you would always get the paper a few days behind, unless you were rich and you had a special, special delivery. But we have a tiny little small town paper that barely stays alive. I do try to support it whenever I can, though. I subscribe to them too. But what I wanted to say is when you look at not just the New York Times and not just the Washington Post, but many of the major places, papers in the country. I've noticed that the LA papers do this too. You see a lot of both siding, and it's a reflection of just how very divided this country is. And I'm not going to drag this down a political rabbit hole, but that is part of the reason. And so when you look at these papers, you want to look at who is writing the article and whether it is an opinion, an editorial, or whether it is an investigative report, because the style and the liberties taken will be different. Now, in the Washington Post, they have a wonderful fact checker named Glenn Kessler. And he will award, they have a scale of Pinocchios, where they will award 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pinocchios, depending on how their fact check turns out. And they came up with a new classification when Donald Trump was in office. They had the classification of infinite Pinocchios, which they had never had before. But anyway, so get used to selecting a certain journalist and paying attention to what they have to say, because they have some very excellent people at both those papers. And I recommend subscribing to them both. And you're going to see the occasional idiot, of course, because they feel they have, idiots buy papers too. But you're not going to find the kind of coloration of the news that you find like in Fox News. You're not going to find that. And that's just crazy town. But don't give up on the Post. If you subscribe, then I recommend you write letters to the editor and say, I disagree. And I'll tell you, sometimes the letters to the author or the editor are excellent reading by themselves. They have some excellent responses there. And not only that, the New York Times cooking section, although you have to pay a little extra for it, is to die for. It is unbelievable. Okay, so there's my plug for two of my favorite publications.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, no, Doman would normally be here to defend the newspapers, not because of the New York Times or the Washington Post, but because of the businesses that they're in and how difficult it is, and why and how journalists do the things they do. But I suggest maybe they do it for the exact reason you just pointed out, which is especially the online ones anymore. Sometimes they can generate such good content in replies to as letters to the editor that I reckon they're just drumming for free content sometimes, because they do get, me and others pretty wound up about some of the stuff they do. But I also agree that it appears to be mistakes. If I see something there, I can't really see the malign intent, but the obvious malign intent of other broadcasters and newspapers is pretty transparent. Although I just, you wish, I guess we all do this. We go, I wish it was like the New York Times back in the 80s or whatever, but I'm sure there was garbage then they were publishing too that would have set me off. I probably just wasn't paying attention. Stephen.
Well, thank you, Will, and most particularly thank you, Karen, for that benign repudiation of my earlier intemperate swipe at the NYT. The fact is, you're right. Actually, the strength of an open society is its debate, it is its freedom of speech, and that it also includes the accommodation of viewpoints that you fundamentally disagree with, as long as they are well argued. I thought your comments were beautiful, appropriate, and absolutely on target, and were an appropriate rein-in of my earlier comment, and perhaps the sort of general criticism, and a nice contrast represented. So thank you very much. But that wasn't what I wanted to say. I was actually I raised my hand because I wanted to discuss what you were talking about, Will, earlier on, the sort of consternation that we all feel about the the inexplicable, it seems. I wouldn't say it's will to fight exactly, just will to persist until death of the Russian soldiery in the face of really horrendous conditions that they are facing. Conscription, you could say, but it is akin to almost slavery in many cases. And it is a form of nihilism, and this is something. It is to do with the thoroughgoing demoralization of a society that has evolved over centuries. The demoralization has evolved because the methods have evolved. Russia, unfortunately, and I wish it was not the case. I will say this: there are many elements of Russian culture. I grew up practically the theme of my youth was Tchaikovsky's Fifth. So even if Axel was here, perhaps he would prickle at that. But anyway, the fact is that there are many wonderful aspects of Russian culture, and these are also just human beings, and they are as excellent and as flawed as you and I. But why are they so demoralized? Well, because of politics, because of the politics of Russia of the last 600 odd years, which has been a single-minded destruction of the human spirit by the command of a single individual at every stage of its history, whoever that individual may have been, which has ended up in a form of philosophical nihilism. So there is, you wonder why they accept bicycles and cars and whatever, some minor compensation in exchange for the lives of the people they should most love. And it is because they believe in nothing. And why do they believe in nothing? It is because this has been systematically inculcated into them. Them being, it is of course a generalization. These things are a broad brush. Not every Russian thinks this, and I am not one of those who subscribes to the view that they are sort of evil as a species, and I think that is a fool's errand to suggest that they are. In fact, all you do is give up hope on a whole swath of humanity and make war on them, and therefore force those who are undecided or who simply are forced by circumstance into the circumstance in which they find themselves into the position of being enemies. One of the best things that Sun Tzu, whose real identity and origin are somewhat obscure. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to go on a diatribe about him, but said is that you must always provide your enemy an honorable means of exit. So, in any case, that is a slight aside and a parenthesis on my main point here. My main point is that for most of these people who are on the Russian side, on the front line, they have no philosophy. They have no ethic. they have only nihilism. You wonder why they are content to just lie there and let themselves be blown up, because there's no hope forward and there's no hope backwards. There's nothing. Why, people hold out the idea that there's going to be a sort of 1917-like revolution, but what they are missing in that equation is the philosophical content and backbone of what happened in 1917, and that was a communist ideology, which I personally completely repudiate. But it was manifest in the person of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, also known as Lenin. And people often forget that Lenin was sent into the heart of the Russian Empire at the time by their enemy, Germany, at the height of the First World War. He was sort of a Trojan horse, effectively, and he brought an ideology which then galvanized these hopeless people and gave them a sort of an alternative czar to follow, I suppose. Well, there is no such thing at the present time. All we can be grateful for is that Alexander Dugin has been unsuccessful in his attempts to be the equivalent on the wrong side, I think I've made my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. David Enge. David, engineer. Welcome.
David, do you know how to unmute? Just hit the mic button so it's blue.
Yes, I do. Apologize. I was actually multitasking and had to get out of a couple of different screens. Can you hear me?
You bet.
Yeah, no problem. I do that all the time, by the way.
All right. One thing I've been thinking about, and then some of you, ladies and gentlemen with military backgrounds, will be able to weigh in on this, is that Ukraine has started to develop their own drones that have that capability. And also, as I understand it, developing their own 155 millimeter mortar, 155 millimeter rounds, which is a really good thing. And I wondered if you have heard of anything of them attempting or pursuing developing their own missiles, specifically long-range missiles, with the U.S. and the current administration slow walking, providing the long-range attack missiles from the U.S. I just wondered if there's been any pursuit of developing their own advanced weapons. And one reason I bring that up is, as this war goes on, and I'm sure a lot of you are keeping up with the news, the U.S. support, both of the citizens, based on polls, a CNN poll recently shows a significant decrease in support for Ukraine, and also in Congress, support is starting to wane, and that's not a surprise to me, because as a war drags on, people's tolerance of it drops lower and lower unless you're the country being attacked. So it seems to me that it would be prudent for Ukraine to start attempting to develop their own supply of weapons, and particularly advanced weapons. Have you heard of any such thing going on?
So, the word advanced there has to do some heavy lifting. What I can say is that I have seen some innovations in relation to long-range strike capability in the form of modified S-200s that they are capable of using in ground attack mode. And you might remember, David, maybe 6-7 months ago, that they demonstrated the use of a thing called the Shilka, which is based on a Smerch MLRS system, but fired a missile that had distance capabilities somewhere between the Gimlers and the ATACMS, but didn't carry nearly as big a warhead. Probably wasn't as accurate, but yeah. So they are doing some work in that area, and you'll remember probably also that Ukraine was one of the centers of excellence in relation to rocket generation generally in space and defense. So they would have the core of the capability to develop all their own systems, but whether or not they have the resources to develop them in numbers that would be significant, I don't know, because particularly in the case of that Shilka, I've never seen more evidence of another use of that since we saw that way back when. And obviously we tend to focus on the simple answer, which is just give them the damn ATACMS already. Back to you.
Yeah, that's the ATACMS. I understand the U.S. Was manufactured about 4,000 of those, and most of those are in other countries. And the U.S. has as I understand it, a fairly small supply on hand that we have in the U.S. I've heard the number 500, and maybe that's low, but in any case, they would probably likely have to come from the other countries. I think we recently started supplying Australia with some. The problem is, of course, the U.S. has to approve that.
Yeah, that's right on both counts. We have got some ATACMS here in Australia, and they were practicing use of those in Talisman Sabre that just finished this month in combination with U.S. forces. But your number estimate is the one I've seen as well, which is somewhere in the range of 500. But then we get down to conservative numbers again, right? What the hell is it? Let's say the United States has only 100 or 500 ATACMS.
Okay.
What's it going to need 250 of those for in the next 3 years? I just don't see them needing them really in the way that they would be so urgently needed and useful here if they had 100 or 200.
Yeah, they should clearly cut at least 100 of them loose. The problem is their fear. The fear of Putin's threats if they're used in Russia. But we're supplying Ukraine with weapons, but we're tying their hands at the same time, saying we'll supply you these weapons, but they can't be used in Russia. Meanwhile, Russia is firing from Russia onto Ukraine. We just have to quit tying their hands and give them the advanced weapons. Otherwise, it's going to drag on and on for years.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. And dragging it on is actually a win for Russia, right? Look at Transnistria. Look at what they've done in Donetsk and Luhansk. Look at their little green men approach to. Look at their entire history in all of the Soviet bloc countries after the Second World War. Their modus operandi is to set up a stalemate and then use their information and hybrid war operations to take over and slice up things and carve off bits of other countries until they subsume them all. And so the only way to stop this now is to give them the tools to finish the job quickly.
Exactly. I totally agree. Really good point. Thank you for letting me speak.
No worries, David. Hang around. Maybe you want to jump in more after others have a say.
Sure.
But the ATACMS is the way I've seen defense departments get into this in Australia and other places is look at, for example, the fighter capability that NATO has. Apparently, there are 4,000 fighters of airplanes of fourth and fifth generation fighters that are available to cover NATO. Now that seems like an incredible number that you could easily carve out a couple hundred F-16s out of that and give them to Ukraine and not reduce the capability of NATO overall to defend itself one iota. But the problem is each of those 4,000 is built up of slivers that come from Germany and Denmark and France and Poland and everybody. And when you ask any individual country, like we've done here in Australia with the DoD, the Department of Defense here, we've asked, why can't you cut out some of these Hawkeyes from the stock that you've got? And they say, well, we can't cut anything out of what we currently hold, because that essentially would be us admitting that we oversupplied ourselves, right? That would know. They say we build a defense strategy, we provide the equipment list of what we need to get that defense strategy in place, and we only, ask Parliament or the government for the money we need to cover the scenarios that we define for in the defense strategy that we've got. If we say that we can cut anything out of our existing holding of these tools, whatever the weapon system is, that's admitting that we maybe asked for too much. So they're very conservative in their estimates, and they say they don't have anything to spare. But if you look at all the NATO countries together, there's absolutely a capability to provide both long-range strike capabilities and a fourth or fifth generation fighter, which they've now finally all come around to, right? But the delay costs thousands of Ukrainian lives that otherwise wouldn't need to be lost. And that's the frustration we've got, yeah?
Yeah, and one thing they don't take into account is if you supply Ukraine with these weapons and they're used against Russia, that decreases Russia's strength. So the armaments you're maintaining for countries, for example, against Russia, you're not going to need as much. You've already weakened Russia via the war with Ukraine.
Yes, 100% true there too, I believe, because giving them long-range strike capabilities and a fourth-generation fighter air force right now would allow them to not only win quickly, but win quickly in a manner that would fully disarm the Russian military. Imagine, and it's not beyond conceivable, that Russia could be driven from Ukraine with virtually none of its armor or armaments capability, and then be locked inside its country and not be able to threaten its neighbors. That's the real benefit of making sure that we give Ukraine all the weapons that they possibly can, because that talk of a peace dividend back in the 90s in America, the real peace dividend would come from taking one of the United States' biggest strategic threats off the table.
And at the same time, you're weakening Putin's position, which is a great benefit if he is removed from office.
It is if they don't replace him with somebody just as bad, which is very
well. That's true. That's true.
Good morning, Chris. Shall I wake the dogs for you, sir?
Don't you dare. They're sleeping soundly.
Squirrel.
That's right. Quieter woos this morning. Yeah, I was going to say 100% on that. Destroy Russia in Ukraine and that, and weakens them everywhere around the world and that. And also, just to emphasize what you said there, Will, currently my line of thinking is, Putin's just a front man. I guess I'm taking this from the Admiral, Will. Putin's just a front man, and that, will be replaced with another front man. So, yeah, that's just my view on that. But, Will, a couple of things I was going to say was that I see Ioana's there, so maybe she knows and that, right? But there's this bit of a narrative about everything's got to be done before October type of thing, because winter's coming in October, right? And I was like, hang on a minute, in the south of Ukraine, how cold does it get? So I was just looking into that, and obviously I've never been there, so I don't know in detail. I've certainly never been there in the winter and that, so maybe somebody can tell me. But I gather in the south it's pretty mild until about January or February or something like that. And I was just putting that together with what seems to be lots and lots and lots of amphibious vehicles, you know, aligned with trained, what should we call them, commandos, you know, Ukrainian Marines. I don't know. So what do you think? Maybe somebody could just like give me a view on the weather in the south of Ukraine, in particular, in the winter.
So,
good morning, Chris.
Hey, Chris. The thing that you published, the article there, Awana probably does know more about this, but it seems reasonable that round about the end of December, 1st of January is when they're crossing through that period where freezing, thawing. But one of the things about fighting through a winter is what you really want to have happen is you want a quick freeze if you can get it in the autumn between Halloween and mid-November, and then if you can get the ground to harden up, then as the colder weather comes on, you're not fighting through a snow and mud season then, because the real snow doesn't actually normally start falling and lock in till something in like February, or oftentimes. So kind of one of the worst things that can happen is you can hover around. When I read that article that you published, I thought, that's a bit crap. I hated being in places where the temperature's continually hovering back and forth across freezing, because it gets muddy, wet, and just probably not as conducive to making large advances or not. But what's the weather like down in the south of Romania and along the coast of the Black Sea there normally? How soon does it get cold from your experience, and when does it get to the point where you would want to call it quits due to snow, mud, and whatever in winter down there?
Hello, Will and Chris. So normally Romania and Ukraine are kind of the same latitude, Ukraine going a little bit more to the north. The climate is continental here, so that means we should have winters. But in the last few years, in the last 3 years at least, the winters were very, very mild. I won't get into, climate change problem right now, but the idea is that for the last 3 winters, the winters were mild and with very little snow. Now in Romania, there is a difference between Constanța, for example, and the mountains. In the mountains, it still snows quite a lot. In Constanța, which is on the Black Sea, the climate is very mild. The winter, we had like just a few days under 0 degrees Celsius. And the weather is quite fine until maybe January. Another thing interesting in the last few years is that usually we got snow in Romania like mid-November, before these last few years. In the last 3 years, we got snow just end of January, or maybe even later in February, and beginning of March. So we cannot predict for this year how the weather will be. For the south of Ukraine, which is on the shores of the Black Sea, I think the weather will be quite mild, and I think you can go even to November or December. I think the problem is not necessarily the temperature, but the precipitations. And again, for the last few years, we had much less precipitations than before. We really had a problem with drought in 2022. In 2023, it seems it's not so bad, so we did have some rain and so on. But it tends to be quite a dry year still. So I don't know exactly what the plans for counteroffensive will be. I think not the cold is a problem, but precipitations. But again, I have heard that in the south, it's not, that soil that becomes very muddy when wet. The south, in the south of Ukraine and in Crimea, the ground is more dry, and even with precipitations, maybe they could still manage to advance. Now they have Western equipment, they have good tanks, they have a lot of vehicles, when we will see that important move, I think they will be likely to choose the areas in which they can advance without problems. So just to answer to this, it will be very different, for example, in the region of Kharkiv, or even in the region of the east, Donetsk and Lugansk, than in Crimea. There is a difference even in our country between the mountains and the sea. So yeah, we shall wait and see. Does it answer your question?
No,
Oh no, that's really helpful, actually, Ioana, and particularly when you add. I was going to ask the question about the Rasputitsa type thing. It's not called Rasputitsa in Ukraine, is it? That's the Russian name, I think, isn't it? But anyway, yeah. Anyway, I was going to ask about that, so you answered that. So that's helpful as well, actually. Yeah. So sort of like put simply, the further south they get, the better it is, isn't it? Which is what you'd expect, type of thing, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I think.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not sure where that question came from, Chris, but it's just an observation that I'll make, that with people who have never experienced a northern winter, in my experience, seem to think that everything's totally snowed in by November sometime, and as Ioana pointed out, oftentimes the real heavy snows and weather that would make advancing militarily restricted to only the roads, which is what you can still do in wintertime, of course, doesn't really set in quite a while. So I guess there is plenty of time to get more offensive done, that people don't need to think that there's like, oh, we better hurry up, or there's 4 weeks left or something like that. It'll go on as long as necessary. and then some. Stephen.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I think that, again, people have forgotten what actually happened last year. That as far north as Kupiansk, many of the major advances didn't happen until very late in the year, for a start. Secondly, well, actually, perhaps firstly, I should have thanked Ioana. I always, I'm privileged to be on the speaker panel with you. I've always thought your views excellent, and as usual, were absolutely, I think, on target. I'm actually a little bit puzzled by this question because look, winter doesn't stop an advance. This isn't the Napoleonic campaign, and it isn't the later stages of Operation Barbarossa. There is no the gigantic long supply train supplying an invading army on the Ukrainian side within Ukraine. They can supply their military to the front very quickly and very easily. The winter doesn't militate necessarily against them, and with regard to heavy tracked vehicles and things like that, the cold actually can be an advantage because it hardens the ground. The last speaker, I can't remember who it was, but the last speaker's point about deep snow, well, that really isn't that much of an issue there. It would be extraordinary. But more importantly, I don't know why people aren't seeing the other side of the equation, and that is that most of the Russian entrenched positions feature people who are extremely poorly equipped, poorly trained, in very shallow, ill-built trenches. The winter militates against them. So if you're just sitting in a trench waiting for armor to advance upon you, people inside the armor are sitting inside armor, and modern armor features heating in any case, and a hard ground is good for armor advance, but cold weather, you're sitting waiting for that armor to advance in a crappy shallow trench. That's going to militate against you. So winter doesn't necessarily favor the defender. I'm not very sure what the premise of the question was. Thank you.
I think it was just Chris and others, me included, wondering what the future is going to be and what conditions are right. But that point you just made is an incredibly important one, right? That it isn't like Ukraine's going to be fighting in a winter by itself. The benefit of being, remember last winter, the benefit of being on the advance is you're not stuck in a cold, wet trench being bombarded with stuff. But that'll be the winter for you, for Russia. No matter where the line is, when winter actually sets in this year, it's going to be a worse winter in the field for Russia than it is for Ukraine. And both sides participate in the same weather, not one or the other. Good point, Stephen. Chris.
Yeah, as you said, Will, the premise of the question is I keep hearing people and reading people saying, "Oh, we've only got until October to do this," and I'm going, "Well, that's bollocks. Why have we only got until October to say this, right? Where did you get that from?" That's the premise of the question, just to clarify, right? So I actually don't think they're going to stop at all, even in January or February and that. So yeah, there you go, just to clarify.
Agreed, and apologies. I misspoke to some degree. Apologies for butting in again, but yes, I didn't mean to critique. I understand that we were on the same page as far as that is concerned. Thank you.
No offense taken by me, and probably certainly not by Chris either. It's just things that you get questioning when we're here every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's hard not to try to be continually thinking of every little contingency that comes up, and of course, one of those that's coming up in the future, as Chris said, people raise, "Oh, what about when winter comes?" That you got to follow it a little bit. You got to go, okay, let's just game that out a little bit. What do you think winter's going to be like this year? And part of me goes, "Ooh, boy, I hope it's the quickest onset of freezing and longest, hardest winter since 1944 in Europe, because that would actually suit Ukraine probably better than it would Russia, given the length of supply lines, the morale, the conditions under which they'll have to fight, and the capabilities they can bring to bear. It wouldn't necessarily be bad news at all, other than for the Russians. I think that's important to stress too. Go ahead again, Stephen.
Yes, just to follow on that point, to some degree, I think that this is due to people. There's a trick in mentalism. This is a form of magic, not real magic, but where it's called substitution, where you make a suggestion to somebody and you present them an image that they don't even notice that passes in front of them, and then they substitute the image for what they're thinking about. And in this case, I think the substitution is that people are representing in their minds, people who are educated on the topic, is of course, they're representing Operation Barbarossa, they're representing the march on Moscow by Napoleon, and this idea of general winter, right? Well, the thing is that the shoe is on the other foot here. It is not Russia being invaded, it is Russia who is the invader. So general winter is not on their side. Thank you.
Yep, great point. Sorry, Anna, I stepped on you.
Go ahead, Will.
No, I was just going to go to you because I stepped on you before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add, I just checked, and for example, last year, the Southern Offensive started somewhere end of August, and the Kherson Offensive started beginning of October, and the Ukrainian troops entered Kherson on 11 November. So it's just some data from last year which shows that it's very possible to have a southern offensive late, very late in the year. Chris?
Alona, sorry, I have to interject. That was exactly the point I've been trying to make over the last several comments. Thank you very much for underlining it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think we just have to keep repeating this. And of course, actually, I was going back to what Will was saying about the papers and that in America. To which I would just say, yeah, well, politics. But and Stephen makes a good point there. That's right. It's like this substitution and repetition of false facts, basically, which is going on, and that which I think we have to push back on hard, because I don't think. Well, actually, Joanna, that was fantastic. Your start and end dates, well, start dates anyway, and that were perfect, riposte, if you like. Yeah, so thank you for that.
And
Yeah,
also apologies for misstating your name, Joanna. Just apologies.
Thank you, no problem. Yeah, I just want to say that I think we in the Western world, we have to fight a little bit the preconceptions that we have, because we have seen the quick offensive in Kharkiv last year, and we expected something of this kind this spring, and it didn't happen, and there are very objective reasons why it didn't happen. Ukraine didn't get everything that it needed, and also the weather was not very good until quite late in the year. And of course, the Russians had the time to dig in and to prepare and to build some alliances of defense, and also to use a lot of mines. It's estimated that there are millions of mines in Ukraine, in some regions up to 5 per square meter. So it's very difficult to work in these conditions. And also, the Western doctrine says that you have to advance in a certain way. And I just want to remember that, to remind you of that remark from the Germans, I think about 3 weeks ago, that the Ukrainians are not using the training, but the training says that you should go around a minefield, while Ukrainians have not don't have this possibility, because practically all the front line is a minefield, so they cannot go around. And the Russians really exceeded the expectations with the use of mines. So of course we have these preconceptions. We have the preconception that the continental weather is in such a way, and that an offensive could happen only on good weather, where, well, it's not true, and it's contradicted by history. And I think that Ukrainians will make the best choices with what they have right now, because we have seen that our expectations do not really meet the situation on the field. Sorry for just rambling a little bit. I'll try to bring up some other speakers.
Yeah, me too. Trying to bring up a couple the speakers that are trying now. In particular, a gentleman in a red tracksuit who I'd like to praise a little for a second. Hey, there he is. Genesis, you're up first, and then we're going to have a chat with Ryan about how things are going on in deliveries on the ground, and the excellent work he's just sent us a photograph of over there. Genesis.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Excellent conversation this morning, people. Chris, Stephen, excellent points. Just want to make a little point about tactics and stuff. So I've spent a lifetime teaching firefighters the basics and concepts and the chemistry and the physics of fire, in the hope, and it came to bear quite a few times, that they take that knowledge and use it appropriately. And the thing I want to say is, yes, the West can give Ukraine all its tactics and stuff, but it's for the Ukrainians to work out exactly what they're facing, and then pick from that toolbox that they've been given the tactics to use to overcome the said situation in front of them, and not for us to determine and sit. And I am becoming increasingly frustrated with the Western press, but not for us to pick and tittle-tattle at them around the tactics that they employ day to day. It's for them. And there's a very good analogy here. Never criticize somebody unless you've walked in their shoes. So unless you are that commander at that point, with that knowledge that commander has facing the situation he's facing, please don't criticize him, because you would have probably made the same decision as that poor fella did. It may look in hindsight as a bad decision, but I'm pretty sure at the time he made the right decision. And I think we should just show a little bit more faith in our Ukrainian counterparts, who are doing an absolutely wonderful job. Sorry, bit of a rant there. Just frustrates me. I am sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. Rant accepted, sir. And hello, Ryan. How are you, sir? And we have a question from a listener for you. After you tell us what you're up to.
Good morning. We drove to Kharkiv yesterday. Celebrated Matt's birthday from Renegade Relief. Actually, we didn't even realize it was his birthday till we were halfway here. Got up this morning, went and met our friends at Kharkiv Humanitarian. They've got about 150 meal kits prepared themselves. We brought 155 more, and then we had to make 30 additional. We are headed out to 3 different communities today to make some deliveries, and then hopefully we'll come back and make some more meal kits when we're done.
Nice. And then what's the plan after that? How long are you still gonna hang out in Ukraine this trip, you reckon?
I'll be in Ukraine this time through probably mid-October. I've got to go back in October to put a bunch of my house into storage and move a friend into my home. He's going to rent it from me or lease it from me for a year, so I'm not hemorrhaging cash every month trying to live in 2 countries at once. That is a mind-clearing tool. From
Yeah,
24. That's pretty badass. I just saw a really cool, I don't know what you would call it, a giant auger or a rototiller, but like the military version of a rototiller.
Can you take a picture?
No, I'm at a checkpoint. No pictures.
That would be a very bad idea.
Yeah,
so
I would love to, but not today.
That might be one of the and if it's a front mount on a truck or a tracked vehicle, that's probably one of those mine clearing devices that it uses a screw in front of it to turn over the soil and expose the mines.
Yeah, this was an industrial grade rototiller that looked like it had a Zamboni on the back of it, but an armored Zamboni, kind of a wedge-shaped tracked vehicle. Pretty cool machine. First one I've seen.
Very interesting. Hey, so before we go back we're going to go back to Genesis, but Ryan, a question's come in for you based on your experience last year. Is it significantly, or do you know, is it significantly different the winter in, say, Kharkiv, Kiev versus Kherson down that way? Is Kherson and a much milder climate typically?
For the most part, yes. When I came here last year in October, it was probably the end of October, maybe even November 1st. The first snow I ever saw in Ukraine was driving towards Kharkiv. I didn't see any more snow in Ukraine for probably another 3 or 4 weeks, but it was already snowing in Kharkiv. Down along the coast, they just get ocean breeze. I think they just have a little warmer climate because the seawater keeps things slightly warmer. I know they probably do get snow down there. Imagine it like Texas. If this is somebody asking from the U.S., it can snow in Dallas and you don't see snow or ice in Houston. Same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And as Anna said, the snow doesn't when it does come down into the south, it doesn't happen for typically much later in the year than October.
Exactly. I always, like I said, I was seeing snow here like October, November. It was coming down and landing on the windshield, but it wasn't sticking. So it was, the ground wasn't dry enough, or excuse me, wasn't cold enough for it to stick around. But they do have noticeably cooler weather here. Not constantly. It's going to be 91 degrees Fahrenheit here today. It's hot as shit. 91 degrees honestly isn't even hot to me, but it's so humid here, you're just pouring sweat in 90-degree heat. And if I was home, it's going to be like 105, but it's a dry heat. There's no humidity, so it doesn't feel so nasty.
Like being back on the rigs.
Yeah, except I don't have to wear FRs unless I want to.
Good point. Good point. Hang around for a while and tell us what else you're seeing and what else you're doing there. Genesis, you've got a question?
No, just thank you, Ryan, for all your help you're doing over there. Great stuff. Just a general point on mine clearing devices, a testament to Ukrainian ingenuity. I've seen a plethora of different designs, and the best I've seen is an extendable boom with chains on the end. I mean, they're just, kicking it. So fair play to them.
Honestly, this thing they had here today was far superior to slap chains. They have giant commercial mowers in the U.S. that are just a giant chain attached to a tractor that cuts the grass down. But if you're using like a slap chain, it's just going to hit the mine. This had giant teeth, like an auger you'd use to dig up your garden in the backyard. But this was a big one on a machine, and it will probably dig up the ground a couple of feet deep and clear a much better, safer path. And it's going to throw those things onto the surface so you can see them and recover them instead of just hitting them with a piece of chain and hoping they go off.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm all for anything that makes people safer out there in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
So Ryan, tell us that I noticed in some of the deliveries that you're making that you delivered that chair wheelchair to the fella who's got cerebral palsy. Tell us a little bit about how that went. I imagine that was a very enjoyable day.
Yes, it was. We went and delivered that chair probably a week ago now. Ola, Andre, and I drove there and dropped it off. We met with Misha. He's the young man that contacted Andre and asked for it. He was thrilled to see us and see the standing chair. We got it fitted to him as best we could, and then told his mom he should probably consult with his doctor to decide exactly what height that needed to be at. So how much of his weight it's supporting versus how much it's letting him figure out how to walk. I did ask if he was okay with us taking a photo. I did not want his face in a photo, and he instantly turned around to me and said no. He was happy to take a photo with us for our own memories, but we're not going to share that. That was a private one with him and his mom and Andre and Ola and I. I did share the photo of us at his house dropping the chair off. I just wanted to respect his wishes. I know he didn't want us taking photos of him trying to learn how to use his chair for the first time, and I completely understand and respect that. And honestly, I'm not comfortable with us sharing a photo he happily asked us to take, just because that's my hill. I'm going to die on it.
Yep, that's cool, buddy. The thing I wanted to comment about the photo wasn't to share anything else. It's the big toothy grin you've got on your face. I wasn't aware that you had teeth before this, frankly, and I also love that you've adopted the thongs for summer. I love that. I love your work.
I actually lost my flip-flops. I'm pissed about that because I'm wearing tennis shoes today and I'm going to sweat all day long because of it. I have to go find new flip-flops in Kharkiv. I do have all my teeth, thank you. I even have a couple of fake ones. They're permanently installed, so no, I don't have dentures. Let's just dispel all those myths about Arkansas and Oklahoma right now.
Yes, dispel those myths. No, you look very happy, and it's good to see that when you're over there, when you send those photos, the work you're doing is great, but it's also really nice to see that occasionally you get to do something that is enjoyable and builds you up, rather than some of the daily grind and the frustration, bureaucratic frustration, all the stuff you share with us that we commiserate with you about. But it's great to see you get to pop a grin like that occasionally. And all I can say is try to get some sun on you too, Sonny. You got a bit of a fish belly white going. Got to get your farmer tan going.
Oh, don't worry. We ended up going up to Kharkiv and making some deliveries a couple days after that, and I've got a very solid farmer tan going. I'll get a much better one today because I don't have any sunblock.
Perfect. Yeah. So, Ruth, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. About modern winter, one thing that will happen is that everything will be slower. And that's basically because its soldiering changes a lot. In summer, it's a good part fighting and another part shores. But in the winter, soldiering turns into mostly shores. You have to keep your vehicles and equipment and clothes whole and clean. You need to keep yourself warm and dry. And it's going to be different. I'm not saying it's going to be worse for the Ukrainians than for the Russians or anything, but the tempo will slow down a lot because you simply don't have that much time to fight.
Yeah, that's right. That obviously one of the things that can happen is the tempo can slow down, and the manner in which you prosecute things can shift to roads and stuff. But like Stephen was saying before, and others, that both sides are participating in conflict during the same winter. It isn't like anybody gets a pass from the conditions. So yeah. We were just talking about it. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal, but you can't help but think about it. And also, as Stephen was saying, you can't read a whole lot of history about war in Europe and not have this, oh, should I be concerned about this, come up in your head. But Stephen's 100% right. This is neither the Napoleonic Wars nor Operation Barbarossa. And so I don't think I think you just plan for what conditions are likely to be, and you do the best with what you've got. You just don't do anything blindly, and we don't see Ukraine doing anything blindly. It all looks incredibly well planned out and careful.
It's really time for to send all the winter gear you can spare now, clothes, boots, and even heaters and underwear and stuff, because the Ukrainian army is kind of twice the size or even more than last winter. They're going to need things, and they're going to need so much more things in the winter than in the summer. And the more we can provide for them, the more of an advantage they get over Russia, and the more we provide, the better it will be for the Ukrainian soldiers.
I don't disagree with that either. Yeah, the weather's not going to. There's no maybe tactically in some location or something like that there might be weather, but overall the weather is not going to serve Russia any better, because the summer hasn't, right? If you can't rotate people out, and they're talking about people spending extensive periods on the line, when military historians and researchers since the First World War have clearly recognized that combat effectiveness for soldiers that are held for more than 90 days in a fighting position at the front line, their combat effectiveness starts to drop off very, very quickly. And some of the Russians have basically been there since the very early part with almost no rotation out. And so once you go into a winter, stress of either hot summer, dry, or hot, thirsty days are going to hurt people who've been in the field longer, and cold, freezing winters with low food and bad morale is going to hurt folks who have been out there longer too. And that's one thing we see Ukraine doing incredibly well, is rotating troops so that they always have fresh troops at the front. I think it's just another way they're prosecuting it, and that they shouldn't be disadvantaged. Now, Iona, what have you discovered in the last day? Because you're such a better researcher than I have. What's the most striking thing that you want to bring up from what you found in your research in the last day? What's going on?
Oh, I have several things that I wanted to talk about, but the most striking, because you asked, is that new information that appeared about the Kerch Bridge strike released by the head of the SBU, Vasily Malyuk. What do you think about it? Have you seen it?
So I have seen this, right? And this is the extra information they're putting out of this truck bomb. Apparently, that if it was in fact a truck bomb, he's provided enough details to basically bolster that and close that off as a line of inquiry, I guess. I'm going to have egg on my face if anybody goes and checks the recordings, because accidental, I'm sure. But I said what Chuck Ferrer said at the time. Chuck said he thinks that they've got a long range strike capability, a la ATACMS at that time, and I said, well, before I'd even seen Chuck's thing, I said that looks like a missile attack with a airburst right above that truck to make it look like a truck bomb. But I didn't know what tool they would have used to do that job. But I just said the way that explosion generated, it progressed. That to me looked like somebody who had done an airburst right above that roadway, coincidentally with the truck being there. And but that was, I have no expertise, especially to guess that. I just said what it looked like. Chuck had said that he was pretty certain it was an ATACMS, and the Russians at the time, of course, said it was a truck bomb. And so, because the Russians said it was a truck bomb, I went, "It's definitely not a truck bomb." You know how we react. So interesting now that the SBU is releasing information that suggests, in fact, it was a truck bomb, and the Russians weren't lying at the time. Probably accidental, I guess. I don't know. What did you think?
Yeah, so I remember the conversations we had last year about this, and pretty much everyone was convinced that it is some kind of a missile because of the way in which the explosion took place and so on. Of course, the Russians said that there is a truck, and they provided a story with this truck going to Bulgaria and Romania and so on. And the story seemed so far-fetched that practically nobody believed it. I have to say this, there is an information war also. And these new details about this explosive wrapped in plastic, set in cylinders and then in pallets and put in a truck and so on, it seems very believable. But again, it may be just a psyop. We really don't know. So I'm not 100% convinced, even if they released this information. It may be just a way to get us from the theory of the missile. So as I said, I'm not convinced, but I would like to hear from Stephen, and then Genesis maybe can comment on this.
Appreciated. Thank you. Yes. So this if you can be bothered to scroll back through several thousand tweets, you will see that I did an analysis of this incident. None. I have no special knowledge about it. However, I'm not sure either of those stories adds up. There was some other story about underwater drone or whatever else. It certainly wasn't that. I'm absolutely certain. So the problem with the truck bomb thesis, I think there are two things, I'm willing to defer to the SBU. Of course, they should say whatever they want, and I will absolutely defer to them in every respect. If you look at the photographs, well, firstly, you have to ask yourself what happened kinetically to the roadway. Like, look at the damage. Look at the evidence of the damage. There were two sections of the outer aspect of the roadway that were bounced off their mounts. So they were clearly forced downwards, elastically then came up and split off their mounts, and they were moved then sideways out into the Kerch Strait. And well, that means they moved laterally and in one direction. And the direction that they moved was away from the railway bridge. If you look at the barriers along between the two roadways, one of which was essentially undamaged, I meant the roadway, but the barriers that separate them are torn one way and another. In other words, half of it is torn in the direction that the sections of roadway were bounced outwards, and the other is pushed back the way into the roadway that was not damaged particularly. But most tellingly is the rail bridge. I don't really understand why people who look at this cannot see the curve, very evident, on the railings on the rail bridge. The curve is parabolic in nature and centers on the train, which is burning. But more importantly than that, if you look carefully, you will see that there are significant elements of steel on the far side of the railway bridge. In other words, that would be completely shielded and shadowed from any blast on the road bridge, that are torn apart and pointing straight down. Okay, I'll hold on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. That was very, very helpful. So again, Will, I'm not convinced. I'm sorry, but the fog of war, we were told so many times not to believe everything at first sight. So right now, I'm not even convinced that the SBU is telling the truth. Maybe there is some hidden purpose. I don't know. They have the right to do so. So do you have something to add, Genesis? I know that you don't have the hand up, but maybe.
Yeah, Genesis, we've you weren't around back when we were talking about this way back when. The first Kerch Bridge strike that is now being provided additional evidence to support from the SBU that it was a truck bomb, and our evaluations at the time, where whoever landed wherever they landed. I'd be interested if you saw those original Kerch Bridge explosion, particularly the one down longitudinally down the highway as the explosion occurred, and the one from the side that showed the explosion and what appeared to be lots and lots and lots of tungsten balls and light metal that was way tungsten and magnesium in that the little fine particles that they actually burn as they explode. So it looked to me like that, but I'd be curious to know from your experience in explosion and blast experience, what you did you ever form an opinion about what you thought the original Kerch Bridge strike was, and do you think this is truth or disinformation for whatever reason being published about further evidence of a truck bomb?
So, recalling the pictures in my head, and back then, I was never of the opinion that the truck exploded. I was always of the opinion that something underneath the truck exploded. Now, in my little head, I presumed it was either a missile strike and or something else, and it turns out it was a little boat. That was just me, and I have nothing to base that on. It just didn't look like the truck itself exploded it to me, but mainstream media and everybody was saying that it was a truck bomb. So I just didn't want to argue against the flow, and it was just too much of an effort. So I just let people presume that. So and it is just me, looking at those pictures would have said it came from underneath the bridge, not on top of it. But that's just me.
I remember that at that time when we were discussing, there was talk about those missiles that have the ability to explode after they penetrate a solid surface. Do you remember, Will? Apparently there are some kind of missiles that have like double explosion,
Yeah, well,
or something like
the
this.
Storm Shadow in particular has a penetration charge and then an explosive warhead behind it. So much like that is what you were talking about, speculating at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, so this makes sense if you see an explosion underneath, the panes of the bridge. So yeah, I remember that there were a lot of talks about this at that time. Stephen?
Thank you. Well, yeah, the problem. Look, I'm not even sure I really want to talk about this because I don't want to suggest. Anyway, I'm going to. If you look at the photographs of the roadway, there is essentially no damage to the two sections, and I draw your attention to the fact that there were two sections of roadway, two spans that were separated from their mounts and moved away from the railway bridge and the other roadway. And they were separated by an undamaged span. And none of those, even though you can see the full surface pretty much of each of those roadways, showed any particular damage to the asphalt. A detonation capable of moving that amount of material off its mounts and over to the side, hundreds and hundreds of tons, that leaves no mark whatsoever on the asphalt, which is a slow-moving liquid, did not happen in close proximity to that asphalt. I am all but certain. But here is the thing. Look at it again. Look at where the locus of the explosion would have had to have been if it was on the roadway. Ask yourself, why are two sections of the roadway off to one side, away from the railway bridge? And why is the asphalt essentially undamaged on these? Ask how they're attached. Think about that. Why would they moved away specifically from the other section of bridge, leaving, sorry, of the roadway, leaving that completely undamaged? But most importantly, look at the railway bridge. Look at the damage to the train, and look at the thickness in terms of the depth of the railway bridge, and ask yourself, how would any blast that was associated directly and only with the roadway have torn apart steel structures on the far side of the railway bridge and forced them vertically downwards? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Stephen, eloquently put. I'd just like to remind people, and it's the same in first aid. You have a force that hits something. Now that force dissipates. Unfortunately, sometimes it's in the human body. It's exactly the same with a bridge. So the force will be at the bridge, and you have to take that travel of force to where it dissipates, and that's where the damage is. And then you have to work back from where the damage is to where you think the strike may have been. And then you can start to understand, oh, actually, and it's an actual science within itself. But people are too quick to look at the explosion, which is, yes, it's pretty and this, that, and the other. But it's the force the explosion dissipates. That's the damage part of the explosion.
Thank you. And also, and this is the thing again, how could an explosion on the roadway, either underneath it or directly above it, have forced significant elements of steel that were completely protected by not only a railway bridge, but a train itself, straight down, torn them to pieces and forced them straight down? You know, you can draw the lines of force. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. So, Iona, that's what the collected folks here think about that additional information. They're still not sold, and you're right. I don't know either. But it is interesting to see the SBU put that out, and the question you raised is the exact question. For what reason are they telling me this now? That would be a good question to ask for sure. But now,
exactly. So I don't know about explosive wrapped in plastic, but this is a mystery wrapped in other mystery. So, yeah.
So Iona, after I got off yesterday, you ruined my day. So I want to talk about that. I want to. So yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yesterday, there was a drone strike on the Expo Center in Moscow, and I was willing it into existence by tying in the fact that they'd finished their the Army Razabor Export had finished the Army Forum, and that they'd sold a third of the military equipment in this year that they did last year, apparently because probably people found out they were selling junk. But then a drone hit an expo center, and I thought, oh, wouldn't it be beautiful if that was the exact same expo center? But then you later in the day did your good research and found out that that wasn't the actual expo center in town that the military conference was at. It was a different one, isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. So the Expo Army 2023 was held in Patriot Expo Center. This is outside Moscow, to the southwest of Moscow, and the drone hit another Expo Center in the city of Moscow, practically very close to the Moscow city, the area where with the skyscrapers and the financial center or buildings for administration and so on. You can see some skyscrapers in the background if you look at those pictures. So it's another expo center, and it's confirmed visually that it's indeed that one inside the city. So yeah, unfortunately it wasn't the same, but I think the effect is much greater because they managed to hit an expo center that was in Moscow, inside Moscow, and for everybody to see. So yeah, and they claim that they downed the drones with electronic warfare or whatever, and the debris just hit one of the pavilions of the expo center. It was a wall and some part of the roof that was damaged. We have the pictures with this. Maybe it's not the best hit or something like this, but it's surely saying to the Russians, look at the sky, look at the sky more.
It is, and I would suggest that if that was a shoot down, that it wasn't a very successful one, because if you look at that damage to that expo, there's more than just a kinetic energy loss there. It looks like there's also a bit of blast damage. So whatever that drone was carrying probably also exploded. So yeah, I think it probably did exactly what it was intended to do, which was remind everybody that in Moscow that there's a war on, and all those folks that were standing outside for about 4 or 5 hours waiting to find out whether or not they were going to go to work, all probably got to have a good think about that.
Sorry, just sneezing there. So yeah, there was another event yesterday in Moscow. There was a bomb alert for the IQ Center, which is also a business center, and some of the ministries have offices in those buildings. There are 3 buildings. The highest one is 33 stories. And I like to joke about IQ being 33, but anyway. There was this bomb alert, and they were forced to evacuate about 2,000 people. We had some videos with them being on the street. It was very interesting because, you know, when you have a bomb alert, normally you don't let people stay nearby. You just try to organize them in order to move from the, you know, perimeter where an explosion might happen. And that was interesting to see that there was a bride among those in, you know, bride dress and everything. So I guess it was funny for them. You know, you have such an event, you have a photo opportunity with some hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And it's also interesting that this IQ Center was targeted previously 2 times by drones. We have seen that some drones hit the building, and there was some damage to the walls and to glass panes and everything. So yeah, keep the pressure on. What do you think?
Well, the thing I would remark about that is that while the Russian using Shahid drones don't seem to be able to target anything in particular, as they say, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is looking like a trend. And so, yeah, being able to hit that building on the 10th floor and the 4th floor, and now the Expo Center is pretty indicative that they can hit what they're targeting from the Ukrainian side, as opposed to Russia's work.
Yes, so on this morning about there was a question if the Ukrainians are preparing their own 500 and 1,000 kilometers. So they are working on this. They began working in 2021. And in 2022, apparently they were like 65-70% on with this. And I guess that we will see the creams soon.
Indeed. Stephen.
Sorry, I was slightly distracted, Joanna, but were you referring to the Krim or the Krim? So the long-range ballistic missile that is designed in Ukraine? Is it a Krim, or I thought it was Krim?
Well, I never know how. Maybe I mispronounced. It's possible. Maybe it's the Krim.
Because I may be wrong about this, but I had thought it was Krim, and if so, not referring to Crimea. I'm not very sure exactly, but the etymology reminded me of a reference to an ancient pan-European war god, Grim or Grime, Grimester, Grim, Grim. It was a pre-Roman Northern European god of war, but I might be wrong about that too. Yeah. However, I think my feeling is that they probably have already been tested actively anyway.
I think so, yes, and I will search. I was looking to translated pages, and in translation it appeared like cream, but KRYM. but I will search some more and try to find out exactly what it is and from where the name comes.
Apologies, we may be speaking at cross purposes. I was only half paying attention at that point, so do forgive me. But there is also the hrim, but which is anyway, whatever. Thank you. Sorry, apologies.
No problem. We just should search some more. I mean, I should search some more. Yana, hello.
Hello, Ivana and everyone. Hello, Will. Yeah, if it's Rim, it means thunder. Because we have this almost the same word in my language. So I'm always a little bit happy when I understand some words from Ukrainian. And of course, you probably know this, but I've noticed that there was probably this transfer of the sound. So in many words, they use the sound I when we use O. So we use the word hrom. And yeah, they use the word hrim. And as I said, that means thunder. So that's my wisdom, etymological wisdom for today.
Thanks, Yana. If it's crim in Australia, it means criminal, robber, bank thief. But they wouldn't name it that. I'm a crim mate. Stephen?
Yes, Yana, that is exactly what I understood. And it is a cognate of Odin. So I have anchored in Grimsby in several different locations around the British Isles, for example, and also Grimshaven, all of which are associated with Odin. Hrym was a precursor to the figure of Odin in ancient Norse ancient Northern European culture. So a little bit of a confusion perhaps between Odin in that respect and Thor in the Nordic religions, but yes, the thunder god, also the god of war, Hrym. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. If I can react, I can confirm that the old Slavic people did indeed have a god of thunder and war, but I'm not so well versed into this into these gods. But it sounds very, very familiar what you're saying.
Yeah, that's very nice. We did a deep dive into Slavic mythology. And yeah, it apparently I'm looking on Wikipedia, and here is translated as H-R-E-M, so Hrym, or how you said it, Yana. So yeah, thunder is a good name for a missile, I think.
Yes, and in Australian, grim sounds interesting because it's a grim missile. Well, wow, you got to get worried because it's foreboding.
Sorry, may I just interject very, very briefly? I won't press this point too much, but etymology is a thing for me. Grim in English is derived from the Germanic, and it is a direct result of exactly this god, a very ancient echo. So it is exactly the same word. Yeah, thank you.
That was really interesting. A mistake can lead to a very interesting conversation. So thank you, Yana and Stephen.
So if we're tell me if we're there won't be any etymology on this, but I wonder if we can draw Chris back into a conversation a little bit, in that he also passed on something today that I think is very interesting, and he alludes to even in passing it on, that the suggestion that well, we know that F-16s are coming relatively soon-ish to Ukraine, and one of the best things about the F-16 is it can be equipped with a medium-term air-to-air missile called an AMRAAM or an AIM-120. And Chris was noting that Sweden's going to sell a whole bunch of AMRAAMs. That's U.S. technology anyway, but Sweden's going to sell these, what they call RB99s, to the United States, which should have plenty of its own. So we wonder what's going to happen to those. And the expectation is that Sweden is going to sell those to the United States, and the United States is going to pass those on to Ukraine almost immediately to be fitted on the F-16. And if that happens, or as and when that happens, that is a really excellent development, because the AMRAAM, the AIM-120 fitted to the F-16 will be the tool that pushes the Russian Air Force back away, because it has a longer strike capability than the air-to-air missiles carried by the Soviet or the Russian planes. And so that means they can push the Russian air cover back, and they won't be able to do close air support of their troops as they've been doing recently. And they really have stepped up their close air support attacks using glide bombs to support, oftentimes it looks like, to support the retreat or retrograde maneuvers by the Russians as they get forced out of areas. They use glide bombs and close air support attacks to cover their retreat rather than using artillery, because then the artillery is subject to counter battery fire, or the artillery is preparing to move at the same time that the infantry and armor is moving back, because you've got to move your artillery well back behind your front lines, or it's going to get chewed up even worse. So interesting, Chris. What do you think is going to happen with those AMRAAMs?
Right, hang on, Will. You've got me at a critical moment here, where I've got Malamutes watching me put the sausages in the oven to cook. But anyway, I think I'll be okay. But yeah. So first of all, I should say, Will, that that this popped up on my feed. Obviously because I'm obsessed with supporting Ukraine and that, right? Google and others have recognized this, and they keep feeding me stuff, right? So I don't know how verified that is. That's first of all. That's just my word of caution. But I saw that and I thought, oh, that's rather interesting, isn't it? Right? And there were a number of interesting aspects to that, actually. Right? One was apparently America's got a special offer on, Will. I don't know whether if you've actually found the article or whatever and see, but America's got a special offer on. Give us your old missiles and we'll give you our new ones. Apparently, right? Yeah, it's the special offer. Yeah. So that in itself, I always like to make sure that we chuck up our American partners, when we can, and that. So that's another example of support there, isn't it, from them? So I don't know how many people are able to send those missiles, and actually, well, you sort of added a bit there, so perhaps you've done some research of your own, right? Because I was like, okay, what are those going on then? And you're saying only F-16, so they wouldn't be able to go on the current Ukrainian planes. Is that right?
That is correct. They wouldn't go on those, but you know what else they'd fit nicely on? FA-18.
Go on. Oh, okay, mate. Okay, well, I'm always happy to support you in that campaign. But yeah, so that is interesting, isn't it? And then of course, I don't know what the MriyaReport view is of all of this stuff that's been announced about the F-16s, but we've suddenly gone, well, at least with some people, we seem to appear to have gone from, oh, we won't see them until the summer to we might see them in a couple of months or something. What the heck? I've only just not quite got my head around all of that, but
well, from what Mockers we were talking with Mockers about yesterday, the nice thing here is, Chris, when we read these stories, and I've read that story from a couple of different sources, so I think it is reliable, and it fits right in line with what the Yanks did with Korea, right? By 500,000 brand new 155 shells from Korea, and rotate some of your old stock then out of U.S. stockpiles into Ukraine. This has to happen anyway, right? You rotate your old stock out, and you have to replace it. Oftentimes, that stuff gets disassembled and has to be, dismantled, and it's actually quite dangerous work, breaking down and disposing of accelerants and explosives. So, it's good to see them taking a thoughtful approach on how we're going to rotate our stock at the same time. And the most important thing, get this stuff done to coincide with what's is going to happen anyway, right? The waiting to train F-16 pilots until they figured out where the planes were going to come from, silly move. And I'm glad that the U.S. already said as soon as the pilots are ready, the planes can be released at the same time. So it's good to see them knocking down impediments that would otherwise pop up. You say, oh, you want bullets with that, and you want someplace to land with that, and you're going to need maintenance. After the fact, it's good to see them thinking about this stuff before the time comes up when it's going to be necessary. So that's great, Chris.
Well, yeah, you see, obviously, I say that I'm not like deeply researching sources on all of this, but you're right. I was, I think somebody brought it up earlier on. Actually, I was fascinated with this picture that's going round of Zelensky. All the generals, the American. Have you seen this picture? The American, British, and Ukrainian generals all poring over this map. I love that picture. In fact, I've been thinking of replacing my my GCHQ headquarters picture on my profiles with that picture of the generals, talking about talking and planning and that. It just seems like there's a couple of things going on here that look like they're coming together, doesn't it? So the F-16s and the AMRAAMs, and the other one is like I've heard about 2 or 3 different lots of amphibious vehicles. So there was a thing about dozens that were in Bulgaria or something on their way to Ukraine, and then there was another thing about something else, and then of course we've had the Ukrainian Marines being trained, and that there's a couple of things coming together here, isn't there, by the looks of it?
Yes, it's all coming together at the same time. Stephen.
Thank you very much. I didn't mean to gazump Wardogo there. Wardogo, by the way, I always truly appreciate your historical perspectives. Thank you very much indeed for those. I find them completely fascinating and incredibly useful. It was just following on from Will, very brief comment. I know that the panel and most of the people here will be already very familiar with this, but as you said, Will, this essentially recycling, so the acquisition of new ordnance and therefore the donation of the old ordnance. It is such a propaganda piece of the of certain elements of particularly American society, which are inspired by Russian propaganda, that the likes of very sadly Bobby Kennedy Jr. just hammers on about, and other similar fools, that somehow this is just defense spending. This is just money that could go to healthcare or whatever else, etc. And it really needs to be underlined that the majority of the packages that are announced are indeed that they are acquisitions that would have been done in the ordinary course of replacement of ordnance and equipment and supplies. And anybody who wants to can just look at the graveyard of planes. I think it's in Nevada, is it? The boneyard, they call it. Look at that vast array of planes stretching back 70 years that is just sitting out there. And understand that a lot of what goes, the majority of what goes in these aid packages to Ukraine would have ended up in such locations or dismantled, as you say. And so in terms of the financial aspect, I know that many of you already know this, but I do think it ought to be repeated and repeated and repeated that this is not just expenditure that would otherwise have gone somewhere else. Thank you.
That's true. That's true. Dobro ranku, mi drug. Hello, War Doggo.
Привет, Will. I haven't heard you for some time. It's just me not matching the time. Or you had a pretty good rest disconnecting from Twitter.
Or you got lucky, not hearing none from me.
No, thank you so much. I hope everybody's doing fine. Fiona, Chris, Prince, Steven, and all beautiful listeners of this space who become not only pro-Ukrainian community, but community of Ukrainian friends. Let's call it this way. Have you seen already the interview with SBU Ukrainian Secret Service Maluk, who explained in details how they prepared the operation of hitting the Kerch Bridge twice so far, and how they were loading the truck, how they're hiding the explosives in the truck with the pictures, and so far and so on, is interesting and fascinating details revealed by those who had to reveal, and we were patiently waiting for all of that things to be published. And this morning I saw it in the media, and I thought that it deserves translation and spread among our friends. That's why, if you haven't seen it yet, I have it on my among my today's tweet, and it is interesting. It's interesting because they were explaining that they actually put the hexagon explosive 21 tons in the cylinder containers, and they wrapped those cylinder containers with the foil, and by that they imitated the foil rolls, and actually they loaded the full truck with those plastic foil rolls with the hexagon inside, and they explain how they were doing the things in a way that to pass by all of the Russian defense bridge defense structures and organized technical equipment from that are protecting the bridge from being blown. So this is a true masterpiece of planning and executing the operation, and that's to me interesting and fascinating details. I hope that would be interesting for you too.
Yeah.
Will, we can't hear you.
Oops, I must have hit my button twice. So yeah, we were talking about that a bit extensively earlier, War Doggo, and but the point you brought up, the craftsmanship of putting together something like that, so that they made all of them mask, the things hid in plain sight, even from the X-ray machine, is a great way to do that, to construct those things so well that you X-ray the whole thing and you can't obviously see a big bomb sitting out in here. You see a whole bunch of cylinders that were constructed the same way, and it does look like those foil wrap rolls of material. And yeah, so I absolutely agree that it's publishing those details is excellent description and shows a lot of tradecraft, and the way that it goes into detail on that makes this truck bomb seem like the absolute definite way that it did. But as we were discussing before, it doesn't have everyone convinced yet at this point, because why would they be telling us that now is the big question. Why would they be releasing that level of detail now? And it just makes you go, just a little bit. War Doggo, what do you think?
No, actually, as they are the one who owns the details of the operation and they own the proper timing when to release those details, they didn't release some particular details because they said they had to keep some part of the operation still in some certain level of anonymity. But overall, they have already revealed the how to call it some certain interesting details, and when there is the sea drone footage and everybody's seeing, right, drone approaching to the bridge, and those drones hitting the Russian Navy ships and cargoes that are transferring weapons is one story, because this is the advantage of the 21st century type of the war that is there. You can actually log into your phone and you can see how the drone is hitting the Kerch Bridge, right? But this operation, little bit an old style, let's call it, with the truck loaded with explosives, that requires another level of planning and operation professionalism. And those guys, the fact that they're saying that, hey, we've been using our local resources, and in order not to put the specialist from another countries in uncomfortable situation, we've been doing everything locally. That is also an interesting thing that they're saying in that interview. That is also interesting to me. I think that already starts showing a lot about how Ukraine is fighting that fight in a smart way, and there is no other way, because Ukraine cannot fight as small ex-Soviet army versus big Soviet army. This is the way to know where Ukraine needs to fight smart, technological, and looking its competitive advantages against the massive enemy. And that's what we've seen earlier. And MriyaReport stepped in a lot in helping to that fight, from different non-lethal project that MriyaReport participated, and where listeners being helping to raise funds. Look what we were together raising funds for: the solar system, 21st century thing. The now MriyaReport is raising the funds for the drone, for 132nd Recon Brigade of the Air Assault Forces. Of the Air Forces, and that's the drone with the thermal camera. And earlier in the space we had Horrell, the company command of that brigade, and he was explaining why they need that drone, why it changes the level of effectiveness, how they can do the operations for Another friends MriyaReport stepped in and helped to raise funds with the help of dear listeners who participated for the night vision devices for Andri's unit, and is already in the procurement phase, and soon will be reported as delivered, with those guys having those equipment helping them to be more effective. That is the 21st century help way of helping, because way of helping and way of fighting an enemy. That's that's my take from what I've seen today during this interview, and how personally every listener of the space can contribute and do very practical thing that will bring Ukrainian victory closer, because as we are discussing a lot in this space, Ukraine must win. Thank you so much, and hugs a lot from Ukraine.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, Ukraine must win. The other thing that I note from this release, as well as other recent releases by the SBU, is what fantastic psychological operations they are. Because when they released this information that shows tradecraft and intelligence that they had at the time, one of the real benefits of it, to me, is to just unnerve the Russians about how much they knew about your inspection system and your capability to do X-rays and the different things that you were doing. So here's how we planned this thing to circumvent your inspection system, and here's how much we knew about your inspection system at the time. Or the drones hitting the USVs hitting the bridge the other day. They'd obviously hacked the CCTV on the bridge, and they released the footage of it. So, I mean, the methods of intelligence you've got, releasing your means of information gathering, is something you normally protect heavily, right? So somebody doesn't know how you knew, but this releasing the intelligence information in these releases on attacks that took place a while back, it seems like a real thumb in the eye to Russia, at the same time that they're providing here's the actual details of the incident that occurred that we've got more information on. Plus, here's a poke in the eye with our thumb to show you what we knew about what you were doing at the time, so that you couldn't circumvent our attacks anyway. I think it's magnificent psychological operation, as well as being interesting to find out the methods of attack that they use after the fact, about the damage assessments and that. Welcome up, Daniel. How are you?
I'm fine. I just have some unexpected short news that Zelensky arrived to Sweden right now, where he will meet the king, and he will talk to the prime minister, and he will talk to the parliament. And there's really no more details right now, but yeah, I'm really happy that he's coming here. So yeah, that's what I had.
Very interesting. I wonder if they're catching the end of the Sweden-Australia third place playoff in the Women's World Cup.
I would doubt that, but yeah, that wouldn't be very well spent time. But yeah, sort of that would be fun. But yeah, I heard that Sweden actually made a goal.
Yes, Sweden's currently up 1-0 in that. I'll report for your benefit.
Yeah, we'll see how that ends. But yeah, I'm actually more happy about Zelensky being in Sweden than I'm excited about the game.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. I just note that that's happening presently as well. So yeah, an unexplained visit of Zelensky to Sweden. I wonder what sort of announcements might come out of that, or what the purpose of the discussions are.
Yeah, I'm equally eager to hear. It could be just like thank you for the help, but it could also be that there is something more substantially being discussed. But and I don't know if we will hear about it now, or if it's something that will materialize later. But we will see. We will see. I'll post if there is some news about it.
Thank you, Daniel. Ward, I'll go back to you again.
Yeah, that visit could be interesting because from the military perspective, Sweden is very capable and very advanced country. One of the countries where you understand when you start analyzing the military capabilities and military industrial complex, you start understanding that there is the reason not only why, but how the country for a long time can sustain to be neutral. Neutral by, how to call it? Neutral by its own superiority in the capabilities to defend their countries. Some countries, like, let me call other neutral countries, who simply leverage in a, I would not avoid using the word in a disgusting way, using their geographical position, being surrounded by the NATO countries, and by that saying, you know what, I'm neutral, I don't need to invest in my capabilities. But some countries like Sweden really having fantastic military potential, and having Ukrainian president meeting in Sweden could come to an interesting news. Really holding the breath to and probably we will not get all the details, but probably some limited portion of information. But in any case, I'm pretty sure it will be very resultful. What you earlier mentioned about the psychological effect of different operations, I recently heard, like, you see the drone again hit Moscow, but it's just barely scratched the facade of the exhibition center. Yeah, so what? So what means that for a certain long amount of time, for a long period, in all the airports around Moscow, overall the blackout was announced and security alert being announced, and it caused a lot of disruption, a part of the psychological effect of the drone fall and saying, hey, the war is closer than you think, to dear Muscovites. And this exhibition center was seemed to host these days the drone exhibition, where it appears to be the Ukrainian drone just arrived, the first one to say hello to everybody and showing its capabilities on that exhibition of drone exhibition. It's just, that's, I would say is masterpiece of planning and masterpiece of the informational operations.
I agree 100%. That's what I said yesterday when we were talking about this, when the trade exhibition for military equipment was taking place in Moscow, and I thought, Budanov should have sent a message to them right as their drone arrived to say, oh, is the exhibition open? What do you think about our entry? That would have been a nice piece of work. And he is a devilish little man, isn't he? He's I love his work. Daniel, I think I know what Zelensky's in Sweden for. I think he's there to talk about his new AMRAAM missiles that he's going to be getting. What do you think?
Well, he's getting them. I mean, he doesn't have to talk about those more. I would rather see him talk about Griffins or more Leopards or CV90s or something. As a taxpayer, I would gladly see us send more of those. But yeah, it's not up to me, to be honest. But I just wanted to reply to what I was here thinking about the Swedish neutrality and the sort of our military industry. There's quite a lot of interesting things you can learn about the present war in Ukraine when it comes to that. Because let me give some background to why Sweden has the industry that we have. well, one of the reasons. I mean, Sweden is not neutral. We haven't been since we joined EU. To be honest, that's actually something people don't really always understand. We have been non-aligned, but we haven't been neutral. And to be honest, you could discuss if we ever have been neutral, because what kept us out of different wars for 200 years are actually the sidestepping of the neutrality. But that's a different story. But the lesson that Sweden drew from the Second World War was that as a neutral country, it was really, really hard to, as a small country even, it was really, really hard to get defense material when you need it, if you don't have it already and can produce it by yourself. When the Second World War started, it was the defense decision. They have these like 5 years, or even, I think it was even more decisions that are taken for the long plan and so on. And in 1925, they basically dismantled the whole defense. So we were really, really in a bad spot when the war started, and people saying that we should have sent the whole army to Finland and so on, we would have been really bad situation. I think that we would have probably had been invaded by Germany at that point, when Norway and Denmark were, because we would have not been able to put up any fight at all if we had our troops in Finland. So that was sort of self-preservation, not doing that. We sent a lot, and it was not just voluntary stuff. It was sort of voluntary with air quotes. But that was out of self-preservation. Was it good? Was it the nice thing to do? Was it the right thing to do? You can argue that it wasn't, but that was what we did, and it was out of self-preservation. But then we tried to buy defense materials. We tried to buy destroyers, and we couldn't find them almost anywhere. We could find some old ones from Italy, and we bought them. We tried to ship them back to Sweden, and they were impounded by the British Navy. We tried to buy airplanes, and we had some contracts, and then I think it was the US said that no, we need those aircraft ourselves, and they were not sent, and we got some really, really old stuff. That was sort of the first thing that we had. So we understood that we needed to build up our own industry to be able to produce it. And as we didn't join NATO after the war, at the point where we actually had built up a quite substantial defense, we needed to continue to doing that, because we couldn't count on anyone coming to our aid, and we couldn't count on being able to buy anything from abroad. So we needed to be able to produce everything. And being sort of a very industrial country, we were able to build with a lot of good engineers and got a lot of ingenuity. We were able to build up a really good defense industry. It was lean in some areas, but it was also very pointy in some other areas. And we had a big neighbor in the east that was really scary, so we really needed to do that. That's sort of the lesson we got from the Second World War. But I think that this war in Ukraine has taught a different lesson. And that is, if you're alone, if you're not aligned with anyone else, and you use your own system, you have your own aircrafts, you have your own tanks, you have your own whatever, it's really, really hard to get help. Because then you start to talk. I mean, if you're the only one that's being attacked, your industry will also be attacked. You will not have. It will be very, very hard to continue produce what you need. So if you haven't produced it before the war, you're not going to get it, not in great numbers at least. And and it will also take time. So it's really not that much of an idea to actually be able to produce a lot in that kind of situation. So you need to be able to receive help from abroad. And if you have your own systems, then the argument is that, nah, you're not trained on these systems. You can't get leopards because they're very hard to maintain. You don't have the logistics and so on, which is to some extent valid points. It's harder, but it also makes it harder for everyone to send it. They won't send F-16s to Ukraine because they haven't had them before. If Ukraine would have bought F-16s before and had trained pilots, had the logistics system and so on, all those arguments would be gone, and I don't think that it would have been such a hard problem to actually send more F-16s. So the lessons in that is that it's very good to still have your own industry, but you should not go about it alone. You should not produce your own defense material only for yourself and maybe some export. You should actually do it in cooperation with other countries. If you, for instance, like the NLAW, it's Swedish designed, it's produced in Britain. We are trained on it in Sweden, we have it, and other countries can produce it, and they have it in their stocks, which would mean that we would very easily receive those. Now, the NLAW is a bad example because it's so simple to use anyway, but that applies, I think, to all defense materials. It's very important to, in the future, do everything you will produce. It's good to have it in your own country, but it's also necessary to do it in cooperation with other countries because that makes it easier to get help from abroad. That's my point.
Well, plus you can also maintain an economy of scale by producing in conjunction with other countries. I find Sweden fascinating, having not been in NATO, the number of systems that Sweden produces that are considered to be at or some of the best in the world. And the part that fascinates me is, having gone it sort of alone, or you know, in conjunction with Finland for so long, how did Sweden manage to build up and maintain such a strong defense industry, given all the budget pressures and things that everybody always has? Sweden seems to have been able to do what none of the other European countries in NATO have done, which is commit a significant amount of their money to defense, so that we don't get into these situations where any country looks weak. How do you maintain that with popular support? Given the fact that nobody wants to go to war.
I think out of necessity. That's one of the things. I think that we have had politicians that have understood it, and they also cooperate with the private sector. We have this big family in Sweden that has a lot of money. It's Wallenberg. It has had a lot of money in generations, like for 200 years or something, or even more. They have been sort of a pillar of a lot of the Swedish private sector. And they have this idea of that they have a responsibility towards the country, and also the politicians have had a very close cooperation with them. So they are the ones, basically, I think they were the main investors in starting Saab. They still own a lot of it. They have a lot of their hands in a lot of these things. So the money and the necessity of that we need to do this because the politicians could never chose the cheap alternative, because they basically the policy was that we needed to buy from our own country, and if we would buy something designed from abroad, we would try to get it so we could produce it ourselves. I mean, Sweden was, in the beginning at least, we were I think the only country apart from the States that had that could produce the Sidewinder missile. That was sort of a bad thing also because we had a spy in Sweden that leaked blueprints of the Sidewinder to the Russians. So this was sort of a scandal. But a lot of those things, because we weren't really that neutral also, we got a lot of technology exchange with the States, with Britain and so on. And that started very early. I read something that the German V2 rocket, when they tried those from Peenemünde, before they started to use them operatively, one of them crash landed in one of the test rockets, crash landed in the southern part of Sweden, and Sweden sent those. It was just in the middle of the burning war, and Sweden sent the parts to Britain for sort of research for them. And in exchange, we got radar technology back, which was sort of the starting point of Sweden developing our own knowledge within radar technology also. So there has been a lot of those where we cooperate a lot with the Western powers, exchanging knowledge, but also that we had the necessity to actually do this, and we need to do it. I remember reading about the Gripen project. When they did the analysis, the F-16 was one of the planes that were considered. There were some others, but they calculated that up to 200 aircrafts, it was cheaper for us to buy from abroad. But if we went over 200, it would be better to do our own aircraft. Would be more economically. So they actually ordered 204 aircraft, I think. So there was a knowledge among the politicians that this is really important, and they actually did it. Now, probably Gripen was the last project where such a big project that we did totally in-house in Sweden. But I think that illustrates sort of the mental state of why we got to where we are. But also, the defense industry got a lot of technology that went into the civilian life also. There was a lot of cross breeding. For instance, Ericsson is the company that has been working with radios and radars and stuff like that, and they have been really, really good at that. But they also could use us as leverage to develop civilian technologies. So out of the guys who designed stuff for the Viggen, the predecessor to the Gripen aircraft, those guys were the ones that started developing mobile phone technology, which we today have everywhere, but they was started really, really early in the Nordic countries, especially in Sweden. So the Ericsson's big sort of position in mobile technology is very much thanks to being involved in defense industry also. And I think that both the civil sector, the private sector and the politicians saw this and used it also. I don't know if that answered your question totally.
Well, it does mostly, and I certainly understand the necessity. But year by year by year, the percentage, the NATO number is 3% of GDP. It strikes me as, I guess I don't know for sure. I'd be curious because Sweden, who has you've got a very good education system, a good hospital system, a good primary care system. You're doing all the things social welfare wise, yet you're also able to maintain a defense industry capability that others don't seem to be able to do. And I'm wondering, how Sweden managed to find the sweet spot there, because most of the NATO countries have been underspending well under 3% of their GDP on defense for so long that it caused some consternation that NATO might break up, and Sweden seems to be able to do that. How you garner public support for continuing to provide for defense industries at times when the economy's going back and forth, and you have these other budgetary pressures. I just find it fascinating that Sweden has been able to do that, because it's not like producing mediocre kit either. The Gripen, the NASAMS, the NLAW, the CV90, all this stuff is considered to be some of the best pieces of kit in the world across multiple sort of platforms that you guys clearly haven't been skimping on it at all. But yeah, you're right. The additional things you get, the spin-offs from military technology, are big, but obviously not big enough unless you can export either your arms or your spin-off technology. I find Sweden fascinating in that respect. Who is now up 1-0 at halftime, I will report. Thanks, Daniel. I'll go back to you, Daniel. We can finish, and then we'll go to War Doggo.
I know what Mr. Zelensky could be making as a topic for a visit is just to show nice pictures how the previously supplied Swedish RBS 70, the ground air defense rocket launcher, or how to call it, the ground launch system that is operated by a person, so it's like hand launched from hands, RBS 70 system, which were Ukrainian armed forces were reinforced earlier with the help from Sweden, and that's exactly the launch system that downed a Russian Ka-52 helicopter near the village of Robotne in Zaporizhia region. This is earlier confirmed by video that was already spread on the internet, showing the anti-aircraft missile itself. So we've seen those videos of the missile launch when it hit the helicopter, and helicopter leveraging on the gravity brings his negative flight, let's call it like this. That was done exactly from the RBS 70 system, Swedish. Maybe that's exactly the case to show the videos and ask if there are any other different systems that Ukraine can kill the 2 rabbits with one shot, helping Swedish producers to precise those weapons by using them in the battlefield that was never there since the Second World War. But on the other hand, Ukraine getting the equipment that is so highly needed in order to bring the victory closer. While the discussion was there, I was scrolling all the time through Ukrainian proverbs that are saying that doing something together is much easier and effective than doing it alone. The one that was created probably by Captain Obvious it says 2 is not 1. It's fantastic and it's very simple and very showing. But there is one jokey that came to my mind. I don't know who invented, probably someone who was pissed off by his or her father, but it says that in a crowd is in happy crowd is easier even to beat a father. I don't know why someone needs to beat a father, but that's the proverb describing that something you can do easier when you are many. Those who think the same. I don't know. That's the ancient proverb, and that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That reminds me of the proverb of the success has 1,000 fathers, but failure is an orphan. Daniel.
Yeah. First of all, I think we should send more RBS 70. It's quite a good system. It's quite old, but it's been upgraded and it's still very much top notch. I could go into it, but I think we have already discussed exactly how it works and so on previously, so I won't do that. There is actually a new version of it that is mounted on the roof of terrain vehicles, so you can be very mobile, and it's also have automatic target following. It's done visually, but you can make it follow the target without having the shot having to actively follow the target all the time. So I think it's a really, really nice system that could help Ukraine a lot, but the new version I think is not operational yet, so that's not something we can wish for. I was thinking about what you said about welfare system and so on, and good education. I actually think that it can be, to some extent, it's not the only reason, because there's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is actually that you have a good welfare system will help your economy. It costs a lot of money, yes, but if you look at a country like Sweden, for instance, I mean, education, it costs a lot in the beginning, and it's always costs, but after a while, it starts actually to give you a lot of benefits. If you have a well-educated population, that will also benefit the economy when you have you will be able to produce a lot of advanced stuff that is wanted on the world market. But when it comes to the benefits and stuff like that, there's primarily two things I think about. And the one thing is that we have a system in Sweden that encourages and people to women to get back to work. We have these where fathers, we have a lot of days that you can stay home and get paid for it, and they actually divided them. So there is, I think it's a third is a common pot between the parents, and the third is for the mother, and then a third is actually for the father, and he cannot give those hours to the mother. So if you want to have those days being home with the kids, the father has to take them. And this encourages women to get back to the workforce as soon as possible after having kids. We also have a very well developed kindergarten system where you have subsidies from the government or from the municipality, I think it is. So it doesn't cost that much. So everyone can put their kids in kindergarten. And this is also, it costs money for the society, but it also makes it possible for women and parents to get back to the workforce really fast. And with a country like Sweden being now, I think 10 millions, but when I was a kid, it was like 7-8 millions. And that's not really that much people. And if you have all women staying at home, and that's sort of a trap, because if you start being at home with some kids, it's really, really hard to get back to the workforce. That means that you're actually doubling the workforce when you get women to also get back to work. And I think that is something that society benefits from. So it doesn't have to be that expensive. And the other thing, having a social security net means that it encourages I'm struggling for the English word. It encourages innovation, but also people to do startups and stuff like that, because you know that if I fail, if this doesn't work out, I'm not going to have to go to the street and leave home, and I don't have to bet on all my stuff and my money. I can do this and still be secure. And that opens up possibilities for everyone to actually innovate and that is also something that society actually benefits from. It's really hard to calculate the benefits, the economical benefits, to quantize it. But I think there is a lot of that in it. So it doesn't have to cost as much as it looks like. It is also something that is a foundation for the society.
Yeah. Yep. Also good points, and I agree with you that the having a good social welfare system, a vibrant economy, and supporting defense fully is they're not mutually exclusive. It's not a zero-sum game. So thanks for that, Daniel, and thank you, War Doggo, Chris, and everybody. I'm gonna drop down now, Ayana, and thank you for your time. Great working with you as always, because I love it when people always do their homework, so I can be a lazy bastard. I'm going to drop and let Mockers take the seat, and I'll drop down to speaker and watch the second half of this Sweden game against the Matildas. Go Matildas. Good night or good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Will. It was a pleasure to be near you. And we should go to Mette?
I think it was Rules before me.
Oh,
but,
I'm sorry. Ruth then. Thank you, Mette.
Well, it's a lot of Sweden talk, but I have a question that I haven't been able to figure out. These AMRAMs, are there actually two packages? Because one was announced in the latest HOPE package from Sweden. And it was also mentioned in the questions on the press conference that it was part of the new procurement system, or it was hinted, not really said out loud. But it was also included in the money, that the value of the whole package. These other AMRAAMs seems to be bought by the US from Sweden to donate. This is really strange. I'm wondering, are these actually two different packages?
You know, I wondered the same thing too myself. So I'm trying to find out. I didn't find out a lot of things. Maybe Mockers knows more about this.
Your Honour,
yes,
sorry,
please.
It's as it happens, I've been digging away on this line. Right now, I don't know whether I've got the answer, but it's sort of interesting here, right? So, so what I discovered, and I'll send over the link to the article. I did. Who did I copy? I did just tag somebody on a picture of the article. I can't remember whether I tagged you or not, Joanna. Now, definitely I did. Will anyway, but so because I was a bit confused about this, right? But so what it looks like to me is there's a couple of things going on, right? Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, you know as well, do you? Right. Okay. There's a couple of things going on, right? So there's a big contract that's been awarded for the latest version of the AMRAAMs, right? And those are going, or some of those are going to many different countries, right? And they're going to Ukraine for the NASAMS batteries, right? So that's one thing that looks like to be going on, right? And then there's this other thing that we spoke about this morning, Joanna, right? Where the latest AMRAAMs have been supplied to Sweden, and then Sweden have sent their old stuff to the USA, and then their old stuff is going from the USA to Ukraine, right? So the first one is a big, like massive contract for more AMRAAMs, right? Which loads of countries, including the USA, including the US Air Force, including the US Army, want those. Yeah, that's the first one. The second one, and as I say, that they're also for the NASAMS batteries, right? But then the second one, I'm not quite sure, right, whether those are going via Sweden or Sweden via US to Ukraine for the NASAMS batteries, or whether they're going for something else. Now, Will said 4 F-16s earlier on. That might be right. I'm not sure about that. So I don't know whether that helps. Does it? Hopefully it does.
It helps, yes.
We shouldn't forget where this all started, because it started with, I think it's about between 1 and 2 months ago. Sweden ordered AMRAAM-Bs for some strange reason that we couldn't really figure out, because we do have meteors, and if we were to order AMRAAMs, we probably would order AMRAAM-C. So it started with Sweden buying AMRAAMs, and now giving away. That makes sense, but US buying them back, it's so strange.
Yeah, I think Chris explained this. So there were stocks in US that should have been destroyed, and they are replacing them. And Sweden is sending AMRAAMs to the States, and the States will send probably those stocks to Ukraine, hopefully, which is a very good thing. And now I want to go to Mete. Thank you, Mete, for your patience.
No problem. I was dropped down as well. Some Twitter boxes here, so it doesn't matter.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No. It's Twitter. it's Twitter. It happens to me all the time. Just when I'm about to come to speak, I'm just dropping down. Poof. Yeah. Well, I just had to come up because I'm so excited about this Zelensky's visit to Sweden. I know from the beginning, from Carl Gustavs to CV90s to archers, everything Ukraine has received from Sweden, they have like praised, they just love them. The soldiers on the field are like loving them, that they are so mobile, the CV90s, and archery is so smart weapon and everything. And the thing that Sweden is independent in this way, that they can actually sign contracts, without waiting for a green light from White House or Germany or somebody else, is making this so exciting. And plus that they can really help Ukraine with their arms industry. I'm so happy they have maintained it. And speaking long term, or short term, they have grippens that can carry meteor. It's my favorite subject. I hope they get like 14 of them and can have that as a secondary aircraft. F-16s will be the mainframe. But there's also, going forward, Sweden are very, very good on building submarines, very sneaky submarines. And if we think about the Black Sea situation, starting a project now, it will, pay back later on. And I really, really hope it. And it's very good for Swedish arms industry. There's no better theater for their arms industry than Ukraine at the moment. And having a long-term contracts with these arms that Sweden is producing would be very good news, I think. So congratulations, Sweden. I think you have a very good position at the moment, and I hope that we see some grippers very soon, because we can't wait 1 year more for F-16s. It's costing too much lives in Ukraine. But that was all from me.
Yeah, and I want to welcome Mockers. Hello.
Hello there, I'm back. Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So I had a little bit of something to eat, and then I might have had one of those things which, just jumps up and sort of grabs you, one of those little nap things. Yeah, that just happened.
Dangerous little things.
Yes, yeah, they sort of, just run up and ambush you. I didn't even plan that one. So anyway, now I am refreshed. I'm having a look at some information. Sorry, coming out of. Sorry.
If you need some time, Smokers, I have something actually.
Oh, I have something coming out of. Sorry, it's about gherkin, and
oh, please.
The translation's a bit funny, but and that actually that made me laugh. But have you seen this morning that Igor Gherkin's wife has been speaking out? She states that her husband's health is deteriorating in jail, and she thinks that it would be well, it would be beneficial for him to receive some attention, because he's obviously he was seen apparently by her, and he's got sort of shaky hands, and he's got a chronic disease which is getting worse. Well, are we surprised that he's got a chronic disease being in Russia? Yeah, and she states that he's now having difficulty breathing. Now, I don't know what that's about, but gosh, Do you think I've got any sympathy left for him, Ioana?
Well, if you ask me, I wouldn't, but you know, his wife maybe, but in her stead, I wouldn't.
All I can say is that, you know, karma comes to those who wait. And, well, he's reaping what he has sown, I think. That's kind of my feeling upon that. And so I just wanted to point out that, yes, he is a former FSB officer. And, you know these guys that were released who were from Azovstal, you know, our friend Cossack Gundy, Aidan, and Sean Pinner. Well, Sean has a little bit of something to say, and he said, you know, this guy is one of the last remnants of the separatist uprising in Ukraine, a former FSB officer, and he's currently detained in Russia and not feeling very well. And, you know, he states that that's terribly unfortunate, but, you know, he can't drum up any sympathy, just like me. However, he does say that Russia appears to be killing off the last remaining desire for a Donbass republic, because he seems to be getting rid of these people who started all that in the first place.
Exactly, that was the start of it all, and let's not forget the role that Girkin played in the MH17 plane being shot down. And yeah, the irony is that he could be in a very proper cell at The Hague right now and not having problems breathing in a Russian cell. So yeah, it's a life choice. Life choices. They sum up.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens, isn't it? You make certain decisions in your life, and they do eventually come back to haunt you. Sorry, there's some fabulous memes about this, and let's just say that I'm not going to be able to repeat half of them. So I've just seen a video as well of remember that that drone video we saw yesterday of them going into a window? Have you seen the one where they found a jamming device, a Muram M, in a building? And
yeah, and the drone is entering the building, so that's absolutely fabulous.
That is amazing. I mean, these guys, these drones are like racing drones, so they don't just hover about. You know, you can slow them down, but they're generally going very fast. And this guy has bullseyed a window and literally hit the device in the middle of the room. That is just a beautiful thing. And sorry, I just had to retweet that.
Yeah, we should. So that's exactly what you should do with such type of drone. You know, the FPV drones, the racing drones are very maneuverable. They are very fast. They provide you with, if you have a good connection, and I believe they have, they provide you with instant images of what is happening. So you don't have that delay that may cause problems sometimes because you don't know exactly where you are with the drone. And they are just fabulous. They are flying. They can reach 200 kilometers per hour, and they are really very maneuverable. They are quadcopters. You can change direction almost on spot. And going with such a drone and targeting, I believe it was called Murom M or something like this, a system that you know is. A surveillance system or something like this. I'm not sure about this. I'm just sharing what I received as information. Going and destroying such a system, which is valuable because Of course, the Russians need it. It's exactly the weapon, the perfect weapon to do it. And I'm very glad, because I used to write about drones and stuff, and I even saw a competition, with racing drones, and I have to say they are amazing. Really, they are amazing. It's being there and having those flying above you, with the sound that they make and the speed and the sharp turns and everything. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm very glad that the Ukrainians managed to use them and destroy valuable targets as this one.
Yeah, I mean, these are really coming into their own now, these FPV drones, and it is incredible that they can, spot these things inside buildings, by the way. Obviously, it was emitting some sort of, pinging something. So they've been able to figure out exactly where it is, figure out what floor it's on as well, and then just send in a drone to zap it. Now, however they've done that, it's probably required quite a bit of planning, but it's beautiful to see it come together like that. And well, you only get a couple of chances at these things, I would say, because if they'd have missed that time, I reckon they'd have moved that device somewhere else. So yeah, it's something that, people keep sending me silly, amusing things, and I'm enjoying it, but you're putting me off, folks. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm just impressed, thoroughly impressed. Now then, do we have any news of the amazing military analysis and stuff that's coming out of Russia at the moment? I've spotted something, and I thought you might want to have a giggle at it with me.
Please do, but first I received information about the Murom, the system. Apparently, it's a fast deployment autonomous mobile video surveillance and thermal imaging system. So it can do thermal imaging, surveillance, monitoring, protection of areas, perimeters, and so on. So yeah, I think it's a valuable target. I won't read all the specifications, but you can search it, Murom, M-U-R-O-M.
Yes, and it's it's something that is continuing to. It might be my ears, Ioana. I just feel as though your sound's a little bit different today. It's just a little bit scratchy. That's all. So I don't know. Maybe you've got fluff in your speaker or something. I don't know. So it might just be my ears. So the State Duma deputy, Colonel Colonel General, I've forgotten a part of his title, Andrei Kartopolov, decided to explain to the Russians why Ukrainian drones keep targeting Moscow. And here's his absolutely incredible, what do you call it when people work stuff out?
Finding, discovery?
That one, yeah, his incredible discovery. Oh my God, my brain. So, according to him, Moscow City is a good landmark for the drones to target because it is made up of high fixed objects. Amazing analysis, don't you think? There we go, I found the word, analysis. Yeah,
He just found
analysis.
out? He just found out this. He didn't look out the window or what?
I've got another reason why Moscow keeps getting targeted as well. Do you want to know what I've deduced?
Please tell.
Well, Moscow's being targeted because they're fighting a war against a peaceful neighbour, and that neighbour's not happy.
Because it's the capital of an evil empire?
Yeah, exactly. It's not just because it's got some large buildings that belong to the state, but might actually be because, you know, Ukraine is fighting back. Talking of fighting back, there's been some news. I don't know if you mentioned this, Ioana, yesterday, but I'm going to mention it anyway because documents of the Russian Army Medical Center have been captured in Urozheny when they left. They left behind some documents. And these particular documents testify that the field medicine of the occupiers is basically at the level of the Second World War. Currently, they appear to have in their stocks no tourniquets and no bandages. So you know all those terrible tourniquets that, you know, them training tourniquets that, well, the
ones that
Chinese
snap?
cheap ones. You know all them Chinese cheap ones. They're not brilliant, right? But they are better than the rubber hose thing that they were using. So maybe if Ukraine was feeling extra like special, extra kind, they could maybe give the guys some of them, and at least then, you know, they'd a bit slower. I don't know. I just I think it's a terrible shame for them that they didn't come prepared for a war. They came prepared for a 3-day special operation, if you remember. So, of course, they didn't need any of these stocks. And I've got more information here that the hospital in Mariupol is returning 97% of injured that live back into service. So, either they're putting people back into service who should clearly not be going back, or the only people coming in are the ones who can come back because, you know, they don't have a proper casualty evacuation. It's more pure luck or dependent on who you are as to whether you get evacuated, I think. So, yeah, seriously injured are sort of being culled because they are dying either on the way to the hospital or when they reach the hospital. Sometimes just because, thank you, Will, for that, just because they don't pick them up. So, you know, that anybody who does finally make it to the hospital and then receive some treatment, note if they're Stormzy, they won't get any treatment. They'll just get told to heal and get back up and get back into the fight. I think they get rest if they're particularly broken. And they've been sending people back into the fight, Ioana, with the inability to walk without a stick and so on.
Oh my God, but you don't need to work if you stay in a trench, do you?
No, I suppose not. But, you know, like, there is the thing as, like, moving and fighting. You guys, go take that thing over there. Can you imagine a bunch of guys on crutches, like, hobbling over with a gun strapped to their back, you know? Okay, we'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm starting to think that it's getting a bit, well, just so dire it's laughable. And, you know, when everyone's laughing at you, I think it's time to sort of, you know, discretion, the better part of valor. I'm not sure Russians understand that.
Yeah, and again, if they are doing this to their own, I won't continue the phrase. They're just doing this to their own.
Yes, exactly. And it's sort of on the level of, would you believe, the Crimean War? Yeah, I don't know. They seem to be prepared to just keep repeating themselves. Oh dear, talking of which, Crimea, locals are now reporting there is no electricity in Yalta. Allegedly, there's been some kind of incident to do with the main electricity line from Simferopol. So, well, terrible.
An incident. Wow. There are a lot of incidents lately in Crimea.
There's a hell of a lot of incidents lately in Crimea, isn't there? And I find it fun that they are now really, really paranoid. Yesterday there were talks of booms in Crimea, but there was like with a number of these sorts of notifications that I receive, there's the initial report and then nothing. It's almost as though somebody slips out a bit of information and then it gets sort of jumped on and quashed. And I'm quite happy. That's fine. Just see rumours of booms all over, but I try not to mention them because if you only see like 2 lines of there was reports of explosions in Crimea, I can't really, I can't really rejoice as to what that is because there's just not enough information. It does seem, though, recently there were some real strong attempts to crack down on information leaking out of Crimea, and I think they may have done that with the controlling the interwebs and phone services and stuff like that, because it does seem that they really have managed to keep that information from coming out more recently. So good for them, I suppose. But it does mean that I don't get quite so much entertainment with booms. Answer to your question in the background, Ivana, I can't type, so no. Thanks. Easiest way to deal with that. Right. So, what's been happening today? Do we know of any particular new news? Oh, I do know something that's come out of information coming out about the Novakhovka dam and the building that associated it. Now, I'm just wondering why this is being commented on now. We did hear that there was some fighting around Novakhovka yesterday, Ioana, but that is probably slightly old news. We do tend to get this news quite late, don't we?
Yeah, usually it's a few days later.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing here by the Minister of Internal Affairs, surname Klimenko. He's come out with a statement saying that the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant is no longer subject to restoration. He's stating that it has been confirmed that 11 spans of the upper parts of the dam out of 28 have been completely destroyed. 150 tons of lubricant have leaked out of the 3 engine rooms of the hydroelectric power plant. And I don't know, it just seems that he's mentioning that when they appear to be getting closer and closer to seeing the damage with their own eyes. And I just wonder if there's some reason why that's being mentioned now. Perhaps to remind people that even if they liberate this area, when they liberate this area, my apologies, they're only going to find destruction. It's not going to be worth, doing anything about it. But it also makes me think that they might have been able to have a slightly closer look at it now.
Yes, I do have something, Mokos. I do have some news from Romania. Do you want to hear about it?
Yes, always.
Guess who was yesterday in Romania?
Go on, you're going to have to tell me because I'm here all day.
Prime Minister Denis Shimhal, or Smihal, was received yesterday at the government palace by the Prime Minister of Romania. They had a face-to-face meeting. They signed bilateral documents. They made some joint statements. And also he was interviewed by the main news channel in Romania. And I have some bits and pieces from this interview if you want. So, for example, he was asked about how Ukraine was doing right now in terms of human and military resources, and he said, like this: today is the 541 day of the large-scale Russian aggression in Ukraine. We are still at war, fighting for our lives, for our families, for our homes. We are tired but not exhausted. We have enough. We are a big country. We have enough army to protect us. We have crucial support from our partners, especially from Romania. So let me thank the president, the government, the Romanian people for this unwavering support of our sovereignty and territorial integrity and our struggle for freedom and European values. And he also said that it's very interesting. Do you want me to continue? I will continue because I think it's interesting.
Yes, yeah.
So he says that we have no problem with protection. We have sufficient human resources. We are absolutely motivated. And I will repeat, we are protecting our land, our families, our lives. Russian forces are demotivated now. Why? Because we are on the counteroffensive. It's not that fast because we protect every life. Every Ukrainian life is important to us. Because of this, we are very careful in the counteroffensive to save as many lives as possible. We have support from our partners, ammunition, weaponry, and this makes us hope and believe that we will win this war. We hope soon, but we'll fight. We will fight as long as it takes to protect and liberate our country. So he was asked about the progress of the counteroffensive and the expectations and the plan. And he said, we are moving according to the plan in the counteroffensive. The terms are not as short as we and the partners would like. But I repeat, we want to save every life. For us, life matters, and that's why we are very careful. We need more ammunition. We ask all partners to send us more artillery ammunition, more long-range missiles, equipments, and rockets. It's important to destroy the infrastructure and logistics so that we have better conditions for the counteroffensive. But for now, the Ukrainian army has liberated since the beginning of the large-scale aggression 50% of occupied territories, and we continue. In the past 2 months, we have cleared more than 230 square kilometers. This is a huge territory, and we continue our counteroffensives. Every day we have successes, every day. They are small, but every day several square kilometers are liberated by the Ukrainian army in the south. We continue to take over Bakhmut, and this is our goal, to liberate the south and destroy these lines of protection and fortification that the Russian army has created in the south of Ukraine. And we know that we will achieve our goals. And he was asked about the drone attacks and what is the purpose of the drone attacks. And he responded, very important, the problem is protecting the Ukrainian sky, because every night the Russians attack us with missiles and drones, with Iranian drones. Unfortunately, they use drones not to attack our military assets, but to target civilian assets and infrastructure, energy infrastructure, grain infrastructure, ports, and unfortunately homes of ordinary people. And every night we have people injured and killed, and especially children. Since the beginning of the large-scale invasion, the Russians have killed, from the information I have officially, over 9,500 civilians, including more than 500 children. These are official data, 100 children. These are official data, but we don't know how many people, how many Ukrainians. Do you want to comment, or do you want me to continue? It's a long interview. I don't mind reading it.
It is a long interview, but he's making all the right points there, obviously. You know, the whole point is until they liberate their territory, they're going to do whatever they can to, you know, continue to push the Russians out. Now, I have heard one of their main issues is these Lancet drones, that they are now being produced in much bigger quantities. And apart from, you know, the nets and things that they can deploy against them, they are quite hard to actually take out before they arrive. Something that they're currently in the process of trying to find better ways to combat these particular drones. And hopefully that's something that they can do. But yes, do go on.
Yes, indeed. I know that the Lancet drones are a problem, but you remember the first time the Shahed drones came in Ukraine, the first waves of drones, the destruction was quite significant because Ukrainians didn't know how to tackle them. But very soon after, just a few days after, they managed to find ways to target those drones and get them down before they hit their objectives. And I do believe that the Ukrainians will find a way to deal with the Lancet drones, with the help of Western partners, of course, because I have heard that they will receive more Gepard ammunition and some other systems, the 2 IRIS-T from Germany and so on. So let's hope that this problem will be solved soon. So I can continue with the interview because I think it's interesting, and it's the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So he says that every day the Russians commit such crimes against humanity, genocide, and to protect ourselves, we need more air defense equipment. We ask this from the partners, any kind of equipment. All the equipment received from them demonstrate good capabilities, high efficiency in protecting our civilian objects, our cities, our life. We have used our equipment to attack military logistics and military infrastructure in occupied territories and near our border. But we need and use only Ukrainian weaponry to destroy infrastructure close to Ukrainian borders. So the equipment from our partners is used only to protect Ukrainian territory. We never used partner equipment on the territory of Russia. This is a very important signal for everybody. And then he was asked when the F-16 arrive, what do you think? What he thinks, will those planes be used only to defend Ukrainian skies or also to strike Russian territory? And his answer is like this. Mokus?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I found out what the sound issue was, and it was me. So I have recycled, and I'll get myself another co-host invite in a minute.
Okay, Mokas, I'm glad because I tried another earset and you didn't hear me at all, but at all, you didn't hear me speaking earlier. So I got back to the previous earset, and well, I'm glad the problem is solved. Thank you, Mokas. So about the F-16 question. First of all, allow me to thank the Romanian government and Romanian people for the announcement that Romania will be involved in the training of Ukrainian pilots. We really appreciate this. And I have to underline this, we will use the F-16 only to protect our sky and our people, only on Ukrainian territory and only for Ukrainian land. It is very important for us. We will never use these planes to attack the Russian territory. This is our rule. So then the next question, by the way, the interviewer is Cristina Cileacu. She is a very good journalist in Romania with very long experience, especially in conflict zones. So she is the kind of serious journalist. Okay, so the next question is, the Russians are increasingly aggressive in the Black Sea, and especially now since the grain agreement no longer works. They also attack civilian ships. At the same time, Ukrainian drones attack in this space. How can we all be safe in the Black Sea? I continue. The response from the Ukrainian Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the Russians are pirates in the Black Sea and are testing NATO's capabilities and NATO unity in the Black Sea. Moreover, the destruction of this initiative from the Black Sea for the export of grains from Ukraine leads to destabilization in Africa and in the regions of the Middle East and Asia. And this will have influences on Europe. We understand this and we know this. Russians use food as a weapon. Unfortunately, this urges us to be very united and protect this corridor for the transportation of grains through the Black Sea. And on August 16, the first ship left Odessa and now is in Turkey. It was successful and we will continue. We request support and protection from our partners. We ask Romania, Bulgaria, NATO to create protection for this grain corridor from Ukraine so that we can export our grains, because Ukraine is one of the biggest exporters of grain for these countries which need food. Avoiding a food crisis is the #1 task for all of us. Ukraine was and is responsible in our obligation to provide food security to these countries with whom we have relations for many years, especially African and Asian countries. And I know that this grain initiative, which was signed by Ukraine, Turkey, and UN, will continue. Russia was not part of this agreement, and I urge all partners to put pressure on Russia. Do not destroy this grain corridor. Do not destroy global food security. It is extremely important, and no pirate in the Black Sea should try to test what NATO will do with global food security. Just a moment, Mokas, I will bring you up. Sorry. Yeah, welcome back up. I know you need a few seconds, Mokas, and
yeah.
for the Yeah, I'm glad you are back up. And for the audience, if you have questions, don't hesitate to raise hand, because, well, it seems that I will continue for a while.
Well, I can talk to you, Iwana. Don't worry. If nobody else wants to speak to you, I will. At least I can do it now without having a real problem with my sound. Now, I do also know that I have somebody wanting to come up to speak to us, and apparently neither of us can see the request. So I'll sort that out for us because we have the lovely Anda, and she's going to come and ask us some questions, would you believe? I know. Can you believe that?
Oh, will you send an invite, or do you want me to do it?
I've done it, my love. I've done it.
Oh, okay.
You know me, multitasking all over the place. Right, so anyway, I did have a few other bits that I wanted to bring to us, and let me find it. Sorry, I keep saying really interesting things. Let's just say that I think Ukraine's having a good day today, and we'll go through that in a bit. But I did see a couple of things about things not being any good in Russia. So if you want to go through that at any time, you just let me know. But first, here is Anda, and thank you for bearing with us, Anda. Apparently, we have glitches out of the yin yang today.
Hi, hello, and good day, everybody. Apparently it's one of those challenging days, right? When nothing works, or works but with hiccups. I listened to Ioana talking about Shimal, and I was really excited the other day, right? I kind of have hope again. I don't know. Ioana can confirm if my hopes are well founded or not. Because we help Ukraine, right? For the last year and a half, we have helped Ukraine as much as possible. But we have our own internal problems, and we keep hitting our left leg with the right leg and vice versa in the process. So apart from the promises, apart from the we're gonna do this and that, there have been some decisions taken at the government level. And my question to you, Anna, is do you think, is it remotely possible we this time keep the schedule and buy the 2 submarines that are in discussion right now? I know Romania promises to be a stability force in the region, but unfortunately our readiness at sea right now is below what it should be. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Romania is not as prepared as it should be. So there are 2 things. There are the submarines, the Scorpions. Just I'm citing from memory because I don't have the documents in front of me. So there are the submarines, the 2 Scorpions that should be bought from Total Group. It's a submarine that is produced by France in cooperation with Italy. And there are the frigates. So with the frigates, there is a long problem. Romania is trying to buy frigates for at least a decade. The contract was, the pre-contract was signed in 2019 with Total Group. It's the same group that is selling the submarines. At that moment, Daman, which has facilities in Romania and could produce frigates in Romania, lost the race, let's say, I don't have the correct name right now, for $50 million. So that was the difference in cost between the offer from Total Group and Daman. And a few days ago, I believe about a week ago, it was announced that that contract is cancelled because there was a disagreement concerning the payments and the deadlines for the delivery of the frigate. So unfortunately, we lost this. But as far as I understood, the government took some measures in order to accelerate the acquisition of the frigates. This can be a good thing because it will go much faster. This also can raise some questions about corruption, but because when you are not doing an auction for acquisition of very important equipment, there is also always the suspicion of maybe some bribes or payments that go across instead of going as it has to be. So the promise is for the frigates that they will accelerate the acquisition. For the submarines, I didn't see any news, good or bad. So I guess the contract with the Total Group for Scorpions is going on as scheduled. So again, I didn't see any news. I didn't see news about the contract being cancelled or any other type of news. I don't know. Does this answer the question? We lost Anna? I think we lost Anna Mopers. Oh no, she's there. She's there. Yeah, glitches on my screen. Sorry, Anna. Does it answer your question?
I'm not sure if she's having glitches as well. Hey, we gotta love it. Anyway,
tell me about what's happening in Russia.
What's that? Yeah, I was going to say, would you like to add anything to that, or shall we go to the lovely experience that's going on in Russia?
Please do, and then maybe we'll come back to the interview. I'll try to read only the essential, I promise.
It's all right. It's just, you know me, I see these things and I have to tell people because I find them kind of strange, amusing, weird. So remember when Russia closed down the McDonald's and well, no, they took over the McDonald's and they made it into, what was it, Uncle Vova, and then it turned to that Tasty. It's just Tasty or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just Tasty anymore. It's just ugh. Apparently, according to a recent VContact post, there was oh dear, there was complaints, shall we say, and it says, well, there's pictures as well. It absolutely unsanitary conditions in Tasty. The horror is simple. Service personnel always have oil and grease on their clothes. On the floor, except the rats and cockroaches run. These are their standards. These were not the standards at McDonald's. And you can quite clearly see that, I tell you what is quite impressive, is he is operating the McDonald's ice cream machine. And I thought them things never worked. So yeah, it just the two pictures alone are quite horrifying. There's just stuff all over the floor. Oh, and then there's another post with regards to the French fries. So this must have come a bit later. So yeah, the French fries have temporarily disappeared at these tasty restaurants. The explanation is it has been a lean year for potato varieties, which are used for the production of French fries. Over the past 8 years, the company has focused on Russian suppliers only and purchased products from them. In addition, it became impossible to import from external markets, and could be that temporarily the suppliers of potatoes for enterprises in Russia are having a problem because of lack of workers, Iwana.
I don't know, but Lukashenko, what Lukashenko doing? He must save Russia. It's the Union state. The potatoes from Belarus should be in all those restaurants because, of course, Belarus can do this.
Well, you see, maybe that's why they need the potatoes. They need the Belarus so badly, is because of the potatoes. You see, one of the things that they've been doing is they have been drafting people out of their industries. And, well, remember how they said they wanted everybody to start driving larders and locally produce stuff?
Yes, but remember, we have seen even Lukashenko harvesting potatoes. So everybody should harvest potatoes.
Well, would you believe the armed forces of Russia used to actually contribute greatly to the harvest of potatoes because free labor. Oh yeah, prisoners as well were also used as free labor for harvesting and, you know, making clothes and things like that. Uniforms was something that they made a lot of. Would you believe military uniforms was one of their main productions? And that'll be why they're all running around in like, you know, cheap Chinese togs, because they haven't got anybody left to produce their own gear. Not that it would have been a massively high standard. What was that, Malo?
Yeah, self-sufficiency. You know that Russia wants to ban all the imports and so on because, of course, there are not many countries that are willing to export to Russia, so they want to reach self-sufficiency. So, what is better than for the military people to do the military clothes for themselves?
Well, yes, that's true. But one of the issues that they've just had is now they're getting to the point where they're going to have to sacrifice the production targets of their larders. I don't know if you've seen it, but in Tolyatti in Russia, the draft officers have arrived. They came straight to the factory floor of the larder factory and well, looking for, I wouldn't say volunteers, because they do actually round people up and take them away. And they're basically saying that, you know, we're requiring volunteers, and well, they've been importing Chinese cars, haven't they? So maybe this is why. Maybe they've realised that their larder factory. By the way, Toyota is one of the largest car factories in the world, and so obviously, you know, has been instrumental in the production of the amazing larder. And so now it's well, it's going to have to do it with less staff.
So this is kind of counterintuitive. More Lada for the people, but less people for the Ladas.
Well, I'm assuming that they're getting somebody else to sort of, you know, maybe make the parts, and all they're doing is screwing them together, because that seems to be what a lot of Russian factory workers these days are doing.
But those Ladas already had problems starting and, you know, opening doors and things like this. So if you are bringing unqualified people, well, the future of Ladas seems not very bright.
I also have to say that this is one of the ultimate ironies for me. Remember when a dead soldier was supposed to turn into a larder for his family? And well, now they're not even able to build the larders because they need more soldiers.
Now they are turning into bicycles.
I still don't think that lady still owns that bicycle. I reckon it was taken away after the video. Either that, or she sold it the next day for vodka, or maybe even that night. Would you like to hear another tale of how bad it's getting now in Russia? Because some things you just can't do without. And there's something here that's going to start being very expensive for the Russians, which is ketchup and mayonnaise. Now, you see, even if your food is absolutely dire and gross, usually ketchup and mayonnaise will help. But apparently, no, that's going up in price by at least 10% in the next month, because Russia has no internal source for tomato paste. And the oil used to create the tomato ketchup and mayonnaise, due to exchange rates, is much more profitable for them to export. So they've been exporting it, and there's a massive shortage. And so it's gone up in price quite greatly.
So let's say that the Russian food will lack flavor a little bit in the future.
We've seen their MREs. I'm not going to say that those things don't have any flavour, but I am going to say that they could probably use a bit of ketchup to make them edible.
I think only the ketchup will be edible in those MREs.
Yeah, I've seen a recent update of the officers' MREs, and I've got to say there's more in them, which is not necessarily a good thing, because whatever mystery meat is in them, it looks pretty horrible. In fact, one of the portions seems to just contain half a pig's heart, I believe, which I'm sure is great for protein, but it just didn't look very particularly palatable. And that was probably the nicest looking thing in the whole bunch, apart from maybe the crackers. I think I would have probably, you know, managed nibbling on a cracker, but all the rest of it, I'm sorry, I couldn't have brought myself anywhere near it. Chris?
Hey, Marcus. Glad you sorted out your sound issues. So it looks like the FAFO graph is beginning to rise exponentially. Is that right? And the level of eftness, I won't use the full word, but the level of eftness is rising in Russia.
Yeah, I think they've reached the second F in that particular graph. And so they're in the finding stage, and sooner or later that will reach the next O as everything suddenly falls apart. Probably later, because they are very good at propping themselves up and finding loopholes and ways around sanctions and things like that. But they're going to have to become more and more sort of adept at this as more and more problems arise for them. And I just think that it's fun in particular that now ketchup and mayonnaise. Now, I ain't being funny, guys, but some people will not eat food without condiments. I mean, you got to have something moist, ain't you? Otherwise, you're just eating dry food. And yeah, I can safely say I couldn't live without balsamic vinegar or mayonnaise. Both those things, you took them away from me and I would probably starve to death. So yes, less palatable to be in Russia from now on. Apologies for the terrible joke. So,
but there is an expression in English, I don't have the heart to eat it, or something like this. Well, you can have half of the pig's heart to eat.
oof. There has been a huge explosion, unfortunately, in Chernihiv. And this, oh gosh, let's just say that there's going to be quite a few, yeah, there's going to be quite a few casualties from this one, I'm afraid. It's a religious holiday today in the area, and people going to the church in the center of Chernihiv were bombed by Russian rockets. Now, all I can say right now is it's very clear to me that there is no other option but to fight against Russia and to stop them being able to do this. These people were going to church to celebrate a religious holiday. Now, I ain't the most religious girl in the room here, but I respect everybody else's, opinions and beliefs. But, well, people just going about their business peacefully, going to church to give celebration for the fact that they're still alive, and then this. And I find it particularly upsetting and heinous that has to be the case, that Russia is literally targeting people who are just trying to live. And yeah, I think, sorry, I think I'm a bit emotional about that. It's annoyed me greatly. And at some point, I will have a rant about it later. Anyway, let me find something to cheer us up, because I can't, yeah, I can't keep looking at those pictures. They've upset me. Chris?
Yes, I better not look at those pictures either, Mockers, but it's bad enough to have the news. But I was speaking to Anna in U Control this week, yesterday, and we were just arranging a day to speak next week. And apparently it's Independence Day, is it, on Thursday in Ukraine?
24th of August.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she said, yeah, better not do it that day, Chris. That day I'll probably be hiding in bunkers in Kiev somewhere. Oh, okay. So it's either Wednesday or Friday then. Yeah, probably. Yeah. So yes, keep our fingers crossed, eh?
Yeah, I have a feeling for some reason that that particular day is probably going to be a busy day. In fact, I might have to take it off work just because I can't possibly go to the office and spend all day completely disconnected. That would, yeah, I'd actually just get myself sacked, I think, because I'd be I'd be caught every 5 minutes hiding somewhere where I've got a good phone connection. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to stay away that day. So I'm going to cheer myself up with news that at the Saltsy, in fact, airbase in the Novgorod region, 2 planes are on fire. Now, there's a possibility that somebody reported a drone in the area, or you could just imagine that maybe some of them pilots just don't want to continue to fly towards Ukraine, because there's a lot of danger there, isn't there now? And so this particular airbase is directly below St. Petersburg, if you're looking at the map, and is sort of directly across west from Estonia. So it's sort of, if you go directly below St. Petersburg, directly across Estonia, you're virtually in the right place. And there seems to be a problem there. Now, remember how we said that Russian air bases were going to end up being a target, and it would seem that Ukraine is making good on that promise, and that there is indeed planes on fire on the ground. And you know what? I'm quite happy that planes are on fire on the ground, even though it's not taking out any what are they called? Pilots, probably. I think the less aircraft that they can raise into the air to harass Ukraine, the better. I just wonder what type of aircraft they are. It would be nice to find out. You never know. We might find out.
Also, there is from the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation announced a quadrocopter attack on a military airfield in Novgorod region. The UAV was detected by an external observation post, after which they tried to shoot it down with small arms. As a result of the attack, there was a fire at the aircraft parking lot. 1 aircraft was damaged. It is likely that the attack was made on Saltsy Air Base. According to open data, the airfield was used to accommodate Tu-22M3 strategic bombers. Which struck the territory of Ukraine with KH-22 missiles. What are those missiles? KH-22 missiles.
H-22, are they not the ones that they struggle to shoot down? Is it the Kinzhal missile? The ones that are harder to intercept?
Yeah, so these missiles are very large. Usually, normally they are anti-ship missiles, so they are designed to destroy plane carriers. These are very difficult to intercept. I believe 1 was intercepted until now. And yeah, exactly, that's what I wanted to say. It seems that it's an airfield that was used for the Russian bombers to operate and to launch missiles into Ukraine. And let's not forget, Chernihiv is far from the front. It is in the north of the country, east from Kiev. It has nothing to do with the front. Yeah, I have seen this strike earlier, and it's absolutely horrible, absolutely terrorism. So the fact that the Ukrainian targeted an airfield and managed to damage at least 1 plane, according to the Russians, is a very good thing.
Well, they've had damage on some of these strategic bombers before, haven't they? And they're going to have to be careful because they don't have a massive stock of them, I believe.
They do have a few dozens. They didn't use them all for, for this invasion of Ukraine. We don't know exactly what state they are in, because on paper Russia has many planes, but in reality, I don't know how well maintained they are. Also, we don't know how many pilots they have. But anyway, any plane that is destroyed, it's a step forward. And I will be looking in the Russian press. I have the same information that Mr. M shared. They didn't give us more details. They say that there are no casualties and just one aircraft was damaged. I do hope there is a fire, and I do hope that more of them are damaged.
We're gonna see some more posts of it later on. I think some confirmations and such. So there is something burning in Russia. Marcus, have you seen the post?
Yeah.
There's something burning in Russia. Yes, a little Bobovna. More than 2.5 and don't tell me there is no panic, because more than 2,500 people were evacuated from the Proletarsky shopping center due to a car fire in the parking lot. The area of the fire is under investigation. According to the preliminary information, the cause, of course, is unknown.
Of course, it's unknown. I've seen a lot of fires related to vehicles recently, and maybe it's just.
You're right. It seems that a lot of vehicles are spontaneously catching fire in Russia. How could that be? Just a question. I know the answer, but.
And wasn't a shopping centre evacuated yesterday as well due to the threat of drones and the bomb?
Some kind of shopping center. It was a large building. What was going to be announced? It was announced that it was going to be targeted or something. You're right. The people stood in front of the building that was going to be targeted. So how stupid can you be?
Well, it seems a bit silly to put yourself in harm's way. If you think there's going to be an explosion in a building, you generally get a little bit further away than just outside their front door. But, such is life. Roos?
Well, a little bit more info on the Zelensky visit to Sweden. It looks like he's going to meet Carl Bildt this evening too. First, I had it from private channel, and now Carl Bildt tweeted that temporarily leaving the Advocacy for dinner of some importance in the Stockholm vicinity this evening. So yes, I guess it's true.
Can I ask who that chap is?
Oh, Carl Bildt. He was the negotiator for the peace in Kosovo, for example, is one of the most famous Swedish international envoys.
Good stuff. Then, he's definitely talking to some influential and knowledgeable people.
Oh, yeah, he knows everyone. He travels the world to meet every diplomat and politician there is. That's his job.
Yeah, so that might be an interesting conversation tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Well, sounds like that might be instrumental, shall we say? I've got another report of good news, and well, despite what they've been saying in the Western media, Russians on the southern front are very upset, would you believe, that Ukrainian army has advanced several kilometers and are crushing them with artillery with a disparity that they haven't seen for a long time. And I thought I would just go through this particular Vatnik Tears, and I think we'll enjoy it. So, artillery has once again confirmed its status of the god of war, as the god of war. Despite the development of high precision means of destruction, the value of conventional pieces of iron filled with lethal composition has not decreased. It is from them that we have the most losses. It is they who plough the soil before the passage of the infantry. If they have not completed their work to the end, the infantry has practically no chance. And now, having advanced several kilometres, and once again leaning against our defences, the enemy is trying to force us to retreat, continuously working on us from all their barrels. And of all, the concept is not figurative. Apparently, the resources are again aground, and such a disparity is being used against us, which we have not seen in a long time. If only something from us flew. Naturally, we are also squeezing out all the reserves so that the cost of the enemy's effort only increases. Judging how many killed and wounded soldiers are taken out, the price is very high. So, well, he's trying to suggest the price is very high for the Ukrainians there. However, they do take out their injured. So he will see a surprising number of people being taken out because that doesn't happen on his side, I'm thinking. Also, there is the fact that what they're saying there, the artillery disparity. And we've been seeing a genuine grinding down of artillery barrels over the last month. And it would seem that Ukraine are achieving the goal of taking away the Russians' advantages. They have had a massive advantage in artillery. And even though they're still able to bomb places, they're really struggling on the battlefront. And, you know, this is why all this panic is coming out. Yesterday, we heard, she was Zakharova, or whatever it is, drunk lady with blonde hair. She suggested that Ukrainians need to suddenly surrender to the Russian forces or turn their guns on their own. And to me, that sounds like a level of desperation, particular level of desperation. Quick, it's not us. You're shooting in the wrong direction, please. What do you think, Ioana? Do you think they're getting increasingly desperate?
Yes, indeed. You know, surrender, guys. We are so strong, but yeah. I guess, you know, they didn't say this before, so I think the desperation is coming to them finally.
Yeah, I just when I hear these things, I think, oh, they're really struggling at the moment. Then there must be loads of problems, and I'm just going back to the fire at Saltsea airfield, allegedly, and yeah, it does seem that it's not a small fire. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of that. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the building in Moscow that was evacuated. It is Proletarsky shopping center, and yeah, 2,500 people had to be evacuated. Well, I want there to be daily evacuations in Moscow. I think that would be a really big and important thing to happen, especially the reports that I'm seeing coming out of Chernihiv just now. Yeah, I'm quite happy for the Russians to be panicking and feeling just how it is to be under attack. Yeah, I'm going to have to say that it's absolutely right that Ukraine is advancing towards them and attacking them with drones in their city centres. I know this particular one was a car on fire, but like I say, I've seen an awful lot of cars on fire. and it just makes you wonder if there's some sort of plan going on. You know me, I like a conspiracy theory.
I like it too, Marcus. I love that thought of yours.
Wow, yeah, it just seems that there's a lot of things going on in Russia recently, especially that flag unfolding near the FSB building. I just think it's lovely to create that level of. They're already quite paranoid people, and that level of additional paranoia is just well, the armed forces of Ukraine and the intelligence services know exactly what to do, don't they?
I am getting visions in my head of someone at night walking with his tools to some cars or some buildings or some other electric generators, whatever, and doing his magic stuff.
Yeah, there's been so many instances of burning signal boxes and burning conscription offices and all sorts that I think, yeah, it's becoming an epidemic. Now then, I'm hearing that the armed forces of Ukraine are continuing to advance in the Zaporizhia direction towards Dorozhenka. Oh, I don't know. That's as close as it's getting. And this is an additional axis which is heading towards Polohi, if we remember Polohi. So there appears to be 2 lines of defense around Polohi, and well, this might be why they're going to take a double line towards it, that they can basically surround it, cut it off, and keep on moving. I think that's the plan, and it does seem as though there is an awful lot of news of armed forces of Ukraine advancing, also in a few other areas. So towards Tokmak, and then towards Polohi in the Zaporizhia region. And I think we're going to start seeing more and more of this because they have been battling for so long through major minefields, and well, they've been dealing with absolutely brutal conditions, and for every inch they're having to fight really hard. According to information, Ukraine lost or were damaged 40 vehicles, including tanks, IFVs, pickups, and APCs in one day, as the Russians throw their reserves towards the front line. And this is in the area of Robotny. I've also heard that they've been bringing further reserves into Bakhmut, because that's going to help them. It would seem that yeah, they're putting their reserves in places where they really don't stand a chance. In Bakhmut, there is a report that they brought in tanks and armored vehicles, which were destroyed by Ukrainian forces, and then they replaced those tanks and armored vehicles with reserves, basically just walking infantry. And I'm going to say, if the tanks and IFVs didn't survive, don't think that these infantry are going to have a good day either. But you know, that's how it is. Now, I'm also hearing that the PMC Wagner Telegram channel, the Grey Zone, not to be confused with the Twitter website, with the website or the Twitter account, has been in full doom mode over the last couple of days, and yeah, they're not having a good time either. So, oh, wow, yeah. So some of these things are quite fun, actually. So this is what they're talking about. They're trying to determine a location of where the training ground was hit. If we remember, there was a training ground that was taken out recently. Quite impressive, actually, that they could see the guys lined up for training on the field. They took out those guys first. And then a few minutes later, a vehicle comes to pick up the guys, and they all go to the main training building and go inside, where then the main training building gets exploded. And yeah, it was a bit silly of them to just like literally poodle down the road where they were still in range. So the grey zone is saying, some moronic moron placed the range within enemy MLRS. I thought this one was definitely in the rear. Now, it might have been in the rear, mate, at some point, but have you noticed that Ukrainian forces are gaining? So yeah, they're bringing themselves into range of these places, not the other way round. It's almost as though he thinks this place has shifted in the night. Anyway, I searched and searched for geolocation, did not find. Then I thought I'll look at the locations closer to the front. Voila, 50 kilometers from the front, a training ground of personnel on the ground, which during aerial reconnaissance clearly betrays the presence of military contingents. We must take into account the locals in this area. He's basically saying that the locals have given away this location, and it's very possible they did. So then he says, oh, this is sad. Sad but true. Don't waste your money in Moscow or St. Petersburg. Over the past year, prices in cities have increased by, hold on to your hats, 163%. Wow. If earlier you could go to the cinema for 200 to 300 rubles, you won't even be allowed to go to the cashier with this kind of money. So it would seem, you know, that things are not as perfect as they're making out. If we remember the video as well from yesterday, I think it was, might have been the day before, they all roll into one these days, of migrant workers being rounded up in areas of Russia and offered Russian passports, being made to get Russian passports, and of course signed up for the military at the same time. Remember that, Ioana?
Yes.
Thanks. Just checking I'm not still talking to myself. So, the Grey Zone have commented upon this on their Telegram channel, saying, this is an amazing video from St. Petersburg. The new citizens of Russia were lucky not only to receive a passport of the citizen of our country, but also be registered with the military and have a chance to prove their loyalty to our fatherland on the battlefield. Just imagine how happy these people are now. Even if they look a little confused in the video, this is the surprise of receiving such a gift. I hope that they will call all their relatives and friends in their homeland and tell them about this unique campaign that the Ministry of Internal Affairs is holding for new citizens. I have a tiny feeling that he's being a bit sarcastic there, me being an aficionado of sarcasm. Yeah, I just get the feeling that he's being a tad sarcastic about what a fabulous gift that is. And then he comments on the Sea Baby. So, a report published from CNN News Agency that showed previously unpublished footage from the SBU showing how an unmanned sea drone, the Sea Baby, swims up and explodes at one of the pillars of the Crimean Bridge on the night of July the 17th. The footage also contains segments from past attacks. For some, of course, the question arises, where does the SBU get access to the cameras on our bridge? For me, this question is rhetorical. In addition, it is clear that the recording was sent to the Ukrainian Special Services by removing the screen of the official device onto a mobile phone. The second video also shows the sea drone from the SBU, which has been tested for more than a month. According to information, the drone now has a payload of up to 850 kilograms of explosives. Well, they're paying attention at least to the fact that Ukraine has these sea drones, and I like that. I like that a lot. I do think that it's going to continue, that they're going to have to keep their eyes out for these drones.
Indeed. I'm really sorry, Marcus. I was looking at the news from Chernihiv, and I searched. Indeed, there is a holiday today. It's called Apple Feast of the Savior. It's a pre-Christian Slavic holiday that was integrated in the Christian calendar, and basically it celebrates, the harvest and the beginning of the autumn. So in Chernihiv, people were going to church or maybe to the market or in park with kids, and very big missile struck, 500 kilograms of explosive, anti-plane carrier missile. It's not designed to strike in cities, and what we are seeing from there is absolutely horrible. At least 6 people are killed and about 40 injured, among them 11 children apparently. Maybe the numbers are not very good right now. We will wait for some update, but it's absolutely horrible, and it's an act of terrorism, and I think it should be acknowledged as such, because this town is at least 300 kilometers from the nearest front line, and this is not a war, targeting the center of the city, the theater, I don't know, it was really a square in the center of the city with only civilian buildings. What will they say, that there were like mercenaries in the theater or what? I'm really so upset about it, and I'm really sorry, Marcus, for not being so responsible earlier.
It's okay, sweetheart. I understand. The images and information coming out is really upsetting, actually. And yeah, I'm trying my best not to really deal with it right now. I do have a bit more information from Meliuk, who spoke about the second attack on the Crimean Bridge by the SBU on the 17th of July. So this is about the Sea Baby drones, stating that the bridge was attacked on that day by 2 drones made of material invisible to enemy radars. They were tested for the first time last fall, so that was, about this time last year. So they've been developing them for quite some time. And upon testing, it became clear that they were not capable of sinking large ships. Therefore, the amount of explosive on them was increased to 850 kilograms. And the control systems have also been modernized. So that's just a bit more information on how they've been developing the Sea Baby over the last year. And we did indeed see some attacks that didn't appear to go to plan. They did appear to be, testing for failure, I suppose. And, it soon became apparent that they needed to have a larger warhead, and now they do. And it would also seem that the Russians are quite scared of them. So we'll see what happens to the Vasily Baikov eventually. Hopefully that one will be the next one to go. Now, I'm just looking here at this airfield attack. So this airfield at Siltsy, somewhere, where the drone arrived, there is more information now that the airfield was attacked by a helicopter type UAV, and it was launched from within Russian territory. Russia has transferred all the surviving aircraft from this airfield to Alenia in the Murmansk region. So it would seem that they're having a bad day.
And I hope they they hit one of those bombers. I really hope. No, as a matter of fact, I hope they did damage them all on the airfield in Salt Sea.
Yeah, well, hopefully they've taken out some of the bombers that have been bombing the country. It would be nice for those things to be directly, you know, that they're directly responsible, basically. So I think it's a very good thing that they continue to be taken out. And you know, Ukraine has every right to target the very things that are targeting them. And you can see this was obviously done with planning and precision. And again, just literally targeting the military targets that are targeting them. And I think, you know, they couldn't show more care for civilian lives. And then you look at what's happening in Chernihiv right now. Yeah, horrendous. According to information, oh, go on, my love.
No, I just wanted to say that if any other country in the world will target with anti-ship missile the center of any other city in Europe, this will be called out as terrorism. But we failed to call Russia a terrorist state, and I don't understand why.
100%, my lovely. And, well, I don't understand why either. I will go through some of today's information just because we will keep bringing updates of what's happening in Chernihiv, but yeah, I'm going to do other things in the meantime. So, Putin apparently made a visit to Rostov today. This is a city near the border where Russia's military command for the war in Ukraine is based. It's also the city Prigozhin took over at the start of the Wagner rebellion. And this Putin, we don't know which one he was, met Gerasimov. And, well, I'm going to say it looks like a double to me. And I know the reason why, because he was shaking hands and he was close to people. And also, the real Putin looks a bit older. I hate to tell him that, but he's aging. So, there has been a resolution proposed to Ukraine's parliament to make it illegal to cede ground to the Russians, to make it absolutely impossible for them to make any sort of agreement like that. And this information comes after.
Marcus, did I lose you? Can you hear Marcus?
No, she disappeared. No, can't hear her, Joanna.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Marcus seems to have
Yes, she just crashed. So she just messaged that she crashed. She will be back up, I hope. So let's give it a minute.
Yeah, so I can't continue with what Marcus was saying. I will just note that indeed in the Russian press there was information about Putin visiting Rostov, and apparently he held a meeting at the headquarters of the special military operation in Rostov-on-Don. Of course, it is not close to the front lines, but it's still closer than Moscow or St. Petersburg. And apparently he talked with the General Staff Gerasimov and other high-ranking officials. And there was a statement about this on the Kremlin's site. So yeah, he's trying to look that he's caring for what is happening and visiting the front, because of course there were some bloggers that said that nobody is going, the high-ranking generals and Putin is not going enough to the front. So yeah, he tried to make it seem that he went to the front. Of course, I don't think it's him, as Mokers said. It's probably a double, because Rostov, quite close to Ukraine. You never know. You never know when a drone arrives in Rostov. Don't you think, Mr. M?
Sorry, I was doing some other things. What did you ask me?
I said that it could be quite dangerous for Putin to actually be in Rostov-on-Don.
Yes, of course. He is one of the convicted from the ICC. So yes, it would be very dangerous for him to go somewhere. But I don't think Putin at all dares to go out of the country at this moment. Yeah, maybe
totally agree.
Maybe some impersonator.
Yeah,
Double.
I think so.
Doubles.
So Rostov is still in Russia, but yeah, I don't think he wants to go closer to Ukraine. Maybe closer to a bunker. Chris?
Yeah, I think we're also opening a Super Buff 200 office in Rostov as well, Ioana. So yeah, very dangerous place.
Indeed, yeah, I want to see that. I really want to see that.
I think we all want to see him in Den Haag with the ICC in front of the desk. There is already a cell with his name on it in Den Haag, so I hope with you that one day he will be catched. He will be too carefulness and thinks he is untouchable.
Yeah, and about that, you know that starting on 22 of August, there will be the BRICS summit in South Africa, and Putin already announced that he will not go there. He will be, however, present via a video call. Of course, South Africa is among the signatories of the Rome Statute, so it will be obliged to arrest Putin and deliver him to The Hague. Also, Putin stated that he will not go to the UN meeting in September, which is at the UN headquarters in the United States. United States is not a signatory of the Rome Statute, but I think that Putin wouldn't want to step on American soil right now. So let's go to Genesis. Maybe he has something very interesting to bring us. Genesis?
Thank you, Anna. No, not really. I was enjoying Mokers' report, and I'm rather pleased that every time we hit any type of airbase, instead of increasing the air defence around that airbase, they move their aircraft, and that seems to be across Crimea and Rostov-on-Don and all around the peninsula. So I'm really pleased. We're obviously knocking out all their air defence, which really pleases me. But no, good chat, people. Good chat.
Indeed. Maybe they lack a little bit their defense. I don't know. What do you think? Because indeed, we have seen that they have a problem inside Russia, they have a problem in Moscow, and they have some problems in the neighboring territories with their defense. Remember those planes that were taken down in the north of Ukraine, but on Russian territories. So may they have a problem with their defense?
I think they're having a problem with kit, period. I mean, they're obviously, keep seeing pictures of ancient stuff being rolled out of warehouses from God knows where, and it all looks decrepit and old, and I wouldn't want to shoot anything out of them. Not only that, but the mighty Ukrainians have been hammering their artillery down south and knocking out, I mean, we're talking like 20, 30 units a day. And that will also include air defense systems. So, you know, I think, you know, Ukraine is attritionally starting to push, and I'm really pleased about this.
Indeed, we have seen that there is an increase. Sorry for the noise. There is an increase in the special equipment and air defense systems and all kind of weapons and vehicles and whatever in the last few months at least. So yeah, I think that this attrition effort is giving some results now. Just a moment, I will bring Marcus up.
Magic.
Yeah, last point. Sorry, Marcus. Oh, have you got it? Oh, no. Has anybody got any information on those small diameter glide bombs that were supposed to be done by Boeing and Saab? They sort of keep bouncing in and out of the news. I just wondered if anybody had any updates on them.
I see Denjon with a hand up, so maybe he does.
Unfortunately, no update on. Can you hear me, by the way?
Loud and
Yes.
clear.
No update on the military front, but I'm driving here in the southern part of Sweden on the E6, which is the main artery for Sweden, and I just passed a Russian car. I was so tempted to take it off the road, but yeah, I held back my rage. And I want to ask, what the fuck is it doing? Is it doing here? Sorry for my language.
Hiding from the draft, Denjon. Hiding from the draft. Yeah, apparently my phone needed an update. Who'd have thunk it? So Android people, you may need to update your phone if you're having any problems. So we have had some really good news, though, from Sweden. President Zelensky has made a statement planning to introduce the CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles in Ukraine. Zelensky has stated he will begin negotiations. Oh, no, sorry, he has begun negotiations with the Swedish Prime Minister and is looking forward to the defence cooperation and receiving more of the Swedish CV-90s.
Well, that's great. When they get those things, that will be making some changes on the battlefield for sure.
Yes, and it's important that they continue to build up, any assistance that they can get.
Yes, indeed.
So I'm just checking.
You want to hear some news from? Let me look at it. Staromayorsk, Mariupol.
Please.
So the AFU is concentrating on 4 key areas in the region. Russian sources describe the situation as difficult. The battle for Staromayorsk has begun. If the Tuvan degenerate Shoigu surrender it to it will already be a strategic defeat, which will mark the complete collapse of the front in the Zaporizhia direction. This is from Alex Parker said this. Note the following are based on OSINT for existent conditions, and this is from his forecast. So AFU units are increasing their efforts to capture pressure Priyutne from the north to secure their right flank. Once captured, they will continue moving southward to the secure Remivka and Volodina. AFU units are advancing southwards from Staromayorsk, west of the Mokry-Yali River towards Zavitne Bazania. Once captured, they will continue moving southwards toward the west part of Staromlinivka and the acid security. I will send this to you, Marcus. You can read it out because I get difficulties with it.
I've got it in front of me, actually, as it happens. So I can't say Staromenivka either. I'm trying.
Yeah, it's a struggle for me.
So in that particular area, they are indeed moving southwards, continuing to push towards the western part and to assist in securing Volodine, maybe. Yeah, they're advancing southwards from Uruzheni as well, east of the Mokryali River, towards Staromenivka. Indications are that they have begun to engage Russian occupiers on the northern outskirts of this settlement, with the primary goal to be securing the Kremenchuk road prior to focusing on the capture of Staromenivka itself. Note, yesterday, the Armed Forces of Ukraine units clearing the agricultural areas south and east of Uruzheni came under Russian artillery fire. However, they did manage success, but at a cost. There is a concern that the Russian forces are actually getting themselves together in this particular location. However, the Armed Forces of Ukraine did succeed in pushing them back. So they're also pressuring Novodonetsky from the northwest to secure their left flank. Once captured, they will continue moving southward to secure Kremenchuk, another one that I can't say. And indeed, there is an awful lot going on the battlefield. Roos, are you hot micing on me, my love?
Looks like it. I have no idea how it happened since the phone just was here, but I am.
Just checking. Yeah, I could hear some rustling, and I am one of those people who would be horrified to hear anything really private from somebody on the space. I'm sure that's happened before. Now, I have got to go back to Chernihiv, I'm afraid. The central square in the weekend, and in the middle of a public holiday. They appear to have hit a drama theatre, would you believe? And
Advise everybody not to look specifically for these pictures because they are horrible. So I advise anybody who can't cope with it not to watch these videos or search for it.
yeah, and Russia has wasted basically a huge missile to hit a civilian center when their counteroffensive is doing really well at the moment. Passing the minefields, I think, has been a really big step. And this is almost like a child lashing out. It's the mentality of them losing, basically. And what is shocking and surprising is that people continue to treat Russia as a rational state worthy of negotiation. That doing this stuff, they're never going to make a gentlemanly agreement over anything, are they? So let's change our mindset, please, because it's horrifying to me.
Take a minute to ask yourself, why would they use such large and expensive missile to just hit a building? There must be something behind it. Is it because they don't have any other artillery or something? Because they do it all the time.
Then, John?
Yeah, I think that they do it because they want to be cruel. I mean, cruelty is the point. So the bigger the better, I guess. And to hit civilians seems more cruel than hitting the military targets. But anyway, Marcus, you said that you would feel shame if you heard someone hot micing. I'm sure you wouldn't feel any shame if you heard me hot micing. You would only hear swearing and cursing of Russians all the time, which is that's what I do 24/7.
I think you're not the only one.
There's a few of us that feel a bit like that right now. Yeah, I'll pull myself back together anyway. Right, so where was I? I've got things to say.
You were
We
reading
know
that message.
What's that? Sorry.
You were reading out the one post.
Yeah, I got to the end of
Did you
it.
finish?
Genesis, man, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. No, I just wanted to touch base with Dan and say, mate, don't worry about it. We're all shouting at them every minute of the day, both internally and externally. I find myself walking around the house going in Russians. I'm just appalled at some of their tactics. Absolutely appalled.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's getting to be a regular occurrence, isn't it? And well, yeah. Now, yet, with all this going on, I do have some good news. And there is good news that a drone provided to the armed forces of Ukraine caught a Russian occupier within 24 hours of them having it. And the Russian occupier came to kill them, of course. And when they took him off the battlefield, they actually say to him, "Congratulations, for today is the feast of the Saviour Day." You know what? They probably even fed him, and yet, you know, the feast of the Saviour Day, unfortunately, has been tainted with that. Right, I'll pull myself together. So there is a bit more information about what's happening at this military airfield. We are waiting, obviously, for more details, but the Armed Forces of Ukraine have released a statement saying that they have successfully attacked the military airfield there, and a number of aircraft have been damaged. One of the aircraft is currently on fire. That would explain the smoke. And of course, the Russians have issued a statement themselves. The situation in the region is calm and controlled. All necessary security measures have been taken. It sounds like a default setting, that, doesn't it, Ivana?
Every time.
Yes, they seem to always issue these fabulous responses that, well, they basically say, you know, everything is not as it seems. We are terribly panicking, and damn. Now, yes, you were saying before, this is the home of the Tupolev Tu-22M3, which has definitely been used for missile attacks against Ukraine. And, you know, this is why they need long-range missiles. But I love the fact that Ukraine have decided, well, you know what? If we haven't got long-range missiles, we'll just create something else that that works for us. And so they've created these long-range drones, and I just think that's incredible stuff. But They still need attackums. I've got to say it the American way. So I'm just thinking that, yeah, that they're not waiting around, basically. They're not hanging about for others to help them in this way. But unfortunately, air defence is something that they can't do without assistance. And, well, we can see the results of that now. Unfortunately, this is happening far too often. And I think we need to remember that they can't do this without our assistance. So, oh, excuse me, that's my tummy rumbling. I thought I'd eaten today as well. Yeah, just give me a moment. So I'm also hearing information that the Chernihiv City Council have now stated they did not grant permission for the exhibition that took place today that was targeted. And they have opened a blood centre, inviting anybody to come and donate blood if they can assist. So it would seem that, unfortunately, somebody's arranged this, you know, trying to do something for the community, I suppose. I'm not going to say it was done for any bad reasons, but it would appear that Russians may have got wind of it. And, you know, all large gatherings had been suggested that they weren't had. And this is unfortunately one of the things that happens when people gather together. Now, we're hearing that the death toll has increased to 6. And there is, yeah, at least 40 injured. And they really have targeted this building, the roof of the building, it would appear. So yeah, I'm just hearing that the organizer of the exhibition has now stated that the information about the exact location was not in the public domain. It was sent only to the participants a few hours beforehand. And as soon as the air alert began, the exhibition was stopped. So at the same time, judging from the other messages, part of the participants of the exhibition from the strike were indeed those injured. As after the announcement of the air alert, they didn't go to the shelter, but they went outside the building onto the street, but didn't actually get any further. After the strike, it has turned out that the announcement of the exhibition was published in advance. And because of this, the organisers in social networks are now all trying to find out whether or not they leaked enough information to point the missile at themselves. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that the Russians do. They're going to keep an eye on everything that Ukraine's trying to do, and you know, anything of any joy they're trying to crush. And
you know, they are. Yeah, I just wanted to say that they are targeting. Targeting areas where people gather, like, you know, train stations and markets and supermarkets and churches, and they are doing this on purpose. So, but yeah, you cannot blame the organizers of the exposition. It's the Russians that send the missile there. Of course, you have to be careful. Of course, people should go to shelter when they hear raid alerts. I understand that people got used in Ukraine to have those alerts all the time. We know that in Kyiv, for example, sometimes there are 3 or 4 in one day. but still people should go to the shelter, should try to protect themselves, because the Russians are just doing this, you know, on purpose, targeting crowded areas.
Yeah, exactly. And no, I don't blame the organisers, but I do say that this is why the call keeps going out. Be careful what you post. Be careful whether you're giving out geolocation of events and things like that. Let's just be really careful that, you know, people aren't left in this situation where they're blaming themselves. Because, yeah, I find it really unfortunate, but it is what they do. It is what they do. So there's no evidence that the information was leaked directly to the Russians, but it does look as though they've been keeping an eye on any events that might have been going on today. And yeah, it makes you feel a little bit ill that you can't do anything. You can't have anything nice, basically. Now, yeah, somebody's just saying here, we're going to see another arrest by the SBU for this very soon, because they believe that somebody connected to this has probably leaked the information directly. And well, that's the problem, unfortunately, that there are a few people who are still within Ukraine who are working against them. And every single one of these people should be rooted out. I have a change of subject, Joanna. Let's have a change of subject because
okay, let's.
So, a video has appeared of a Russian man in a Russian hospital. Now, he appears to be on a bed in a corridor with a number of other people. Doesn't look like great conditions, I'll be honest. And he's complaining about overcrowded wards and poor conditions in the hospital. He should have stayed at home, shouldn't he? That's all I can think. He should have stayed at home. I think that there's going to be more upset Russians, and he was very lucky, really. He's managed to make it to a hospital. I wonder who actually brought him to the hospital. Maybe he was important, or he was related to somebody important. But either way, he made it to the hospital. He's all bandaged up, so he's definitely been injured. And I'm wondering how typical this is, because we've heard an awful lot of this sort of thing, that the hospitals are basically breaking under the weight of all the people that they're having to treat. That's the word. You know, I was going to say repair, and I was like, it's not quite the right word. Yeah, my brain does these things. And Ukraine, tangent here. But Ukraine have announced that they have destroyed 10 small boats that have been trying to maneuver between the islands on the Dnipro in the Kherson region. Russians have been commandeering civilian vessels, and well, so has Ukraine, by the sounds of things. So civilian vessels have been commandeered and used by both sides. The Ukrainian forces are moving personnel and supply between the islands, and around 40 Russian soldiers have tried to infiltrate them so far and not been successful. So I think that's going to continue. And Randy, welcome up.
Hi, I thought you needed some upbeat news. I just posted a long thread of evidence the Russians are losing badly. It includes General Popov's statement that Colonel, I think you picked up on a couple of days ago, videos of their troops saying they don't have any food. The statements even on Russian TV that the Ukrainian drones are everywhere and they can't do anything about it. And all these things largely really from Russian sources that if you piece together says this is not the picture of a winning army. And I put it together because there's so many Americans I'm dealing with that have absolutely no information on what's actually happening on the war. And we have these miserable press stories, which really don't give an adequate picture of things at all. We've complained about it on the space a lot. Everybody has. But so this is a bunch of empirical evidence of the Russians running from their positions, units saying they were left out there with nothing, generals complaining and colonels complaining that they're getting beat, that the cluster munitions are just annihilating them. They're not rotating troops. They don't have an artillery advantage anymore. All from Russian sources, and not propaganda sources. Really, from leaked information and stuff from their social media, and sometimes pictures and sometimes documents. But anyway, I thought I put it together because I still see Americans with the pre-war myth of the mighty Russian army, where they could just they marched all the way to Berlin, and they can do anything. And I deal with tank production and them sending in those T-55 tanks that were designed in the late 1940s. And make a number of points. So anyway, I thought it'd be useful thread for anybody who is encountering this. Oh, the Russians are winning, because they won't believe the maps. They don't believe General Ben. They don't believe any opinion piece. Even the confirmed casualties and equipment. Hard to keep seeing a bunch of videos of the Russians saying they're beat in their own words and ignore it. So I thought it was kind of pretty good. It's tried to make it pretty good graphic, emotional content. So I just wanted to let that out for everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much, Randy. And yes, you're absolutely right. And it does cheer me up, actually. They have certainly given us a lot of information to show that they're getting pretty desperate. And I'm just looking at your thread now, and it's very well put together, I must say. I'm a speed reader, don't you know? Yeah, the fact that they're having to bus in convicts who are thoroughly untrained, the fact that we see tons of videos of them complaining, although a few have been retracted after a short period of time, which just goes to show they're even trying to suppress that information coming out. Don't mention the supplies. Yeah, just don't.
Come in, Conrad, to this room by the open window. We want to go over your statement that leaked.
Exactly, and yeah, so there's obviously an awful lot of problems that they're having, which is leading to an awful lot of them being very unhappy, and they don't seem to have any course of action to do anything about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making these crazy videos, would they? That are appealing to, I don't know, somebody above. I always feel as though, it's almost like a prayer that they're saying, please, please, whoever you are up there, can you come and help us?
It's like some morning they're going to wake up and realize they live in a tyrannical police state, but somehow they don't know that yet.
I know, it's incredible to me that they haven't actually opened their eyes. I mean, we see, some of them getting it, shall we say. It is starting to sink in some places that they're not really able to do anything about this situation. We've seen a lot more people actually surrendering to the armed forces of Ukraine. That's giving me a lot of hope that, you know, their morale is absolutely through the floor, and they're just starting infighting with one another now. I mean, we've seen a number of instances of infighting, especially with the Chechen soldiers, the Kadyrovites there. They seem to enjoy fighting with one another. But I've noticed whenever they go anywhere near the battlefield, they really don't enjoy fighting with the Ukrainians. So maybe that's why they're causing trouble in the rear.
Yeah, there was I saw a report that the Chechen units are not really all Chechen. They've been recruiting, and they have other nationalities in their units, and those are the ones they send to the front. Well, the Chechen guys sit in the back looking for another store to loot, you know, and I'm sure the whole Russian army knows that when they see the Chechens. I'm sure they know they're as much TikTok warriors or more than we, that they're TikTok warriors. So I'm pretty sure some of those fights, you know, pretty easily start with the Russians calling them whatever the Russian equivalent is of TikTok warrior, and then, you know, all hell breaks loose. But not a good sign when you have mutinies, desertions, shooting engagements between your own troops, videos where they complain that they don't have equipment, they don't have food, they were given no orders, they're conscripts, they're not supposed to go to the front, they're supposed to be in. We're told they were going to be in support units, and the bus just goes right to the, you know, and they march them through the woods, and there's the zero line, and they're put on it. So it's going to have to mushroom. It's a spiral down. There's no way out of this. As Chuck is fond of saying, you know, the Russians cannot win. There's no strategy where they can win. Right now, they're struggling to get a draw. They're struggling, hoping that political process will neutralize NATO and Ukraine, and that then they can somehow claim, you know, what's ours is ours. But I also don't think that's working. I just did a little research on, because somebody said, you know, what if, you know, I said, well, Congress, no matter what, and the U.S. Congress is going to remain about 75% in favor of Ukraine aid. Nothing in this election will change that. So I said, and someone said, and I said, Congress will have the appropriation power. And somebody said, well, what if the president doesn't want to do it? And the answer is there's a dozen ways that Congress can force the president to do it, regardless of what he wants. And including specifically making him spend the money they've appropriated for the purpose that they designated it for, withholding approval of confirmations, slashing their budget. They've got enough to override presidential vetoes on anything on Ukraine. And I looked at all this, and then I thought, you know what? I don't think any of these candidates that are coming up with this BS about, you know, we've done too much for Ukraine, I don't think any of them, A, really mean it, and B, are doing anything but doing what I call a throwaway political line for the uninformed voter. It's kind of like saying, I'll put a chicken in every pot, which was an old American campaign slogan from decades ago. They're just telling people what they want to hear. And I don't think there's any real intention of any candidate that has any reasonable chance of getting elected of actually cutting anything. Because at that point, Ukraine will have made enormous progress. Whether or not by January 25 they've won or not, it'll be very clear that they are winning. And who is going to say after they're winning and they see the map changed and all the news the news cycle changes with more stories, who's going to say, okay, now it's time, we're going to quit, we're going to bug out now? It's not going to happen. And in 2025, the aid to the Ukraine that's been authorized so far is $25 billion. Which is not even, it's 1.5% of the DoD budget. So nobody's going to be making any big, you know, show about how much money they're going to save by cutting the aid. So I think it's all, first it's the Russian disinformation, and then it's the U.S. politicians' disinformation. That's my current take.
Yeah, I suppose there's a lot of people sort of trying to hedge angles in order to, to secure certain parts of the electorate, especially in America.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I got a joke. An American congressman gets his district rezoned, and they put in a tribal reservation. Suddenly, it's in his district. All these friggin' Indians, and he has no idea how to deal with them. So he hires this young college Native American kid from the tribe, and and uses him to help translate and try to throw in some Native American words in his speeches, and he's appealing to these people. So he has this big rally, and they build a wood platform out in this cow field, and all the Native Americans, the reservation populations, gathered out there to listen to this guy. And he jumps up on the stand and says, "I'm going to give everybody in the reservation a job. And I'm going to improve all your schools. We're going to improve your housing." And after every promise, the crowd roars out, "Caramba, caramba." And and they're very, very vocal, and they're waving their arms, and "Caramba, caramba." And he comes down off the platform, and coming down the stairs, he steps in a cow pile, cow manure. And his young aide says, "Careful, Congressman, you stepped in the caramba." Anyway, that's politics. So if you're in a rural town and they don't care anything about foreign relations, some of them haven't even traveled out of their state. That's a politician's going to say, "Oh, we should keep giving all our money to these foreign countries," and that's a standard line, to appeal to a certain brand of American as isolationist. Do they ever actually do that? No, they don't, because they also go back, and there's another constituency whose major part of their business model is selling stuff to people who get American aid, because the aid is typically keyed to Buy America. So we'll give you $50 million to buy new tractors in Botswana, but you're going to buy American tractors, or basically subsidizing American exports. And that is very similar to the Ukraine aid. We're not giving them money, we're giving them the weapons, and then back home we're paying people in Ohio and Indiana and North Carolina to make new ones. The money never leaves the U.S. basically. And then the value we put on the equipment is a book value that the Pentagon has. It's not the market value. And the market value is much lower. So the other argument is that Europe have actually given more total aid to Ukraine than the U.S. has, because the U.S. evaluation process is overstating the value of the equipment we give. But anyway, I've gone far afield. Thanks.
No, you're all right. I mean, the thing is, I'm in the UK, and I understand that there's there's lots of differing opinions, but what I have found is that those local issues that people are using in their campaigns and what have you, they're different for every area that they go to. And that they will appeal to people's local issues and their particular sense of what's going on in the world. And you're right, some of those are low information people, and so they're only bothered about certain things, which are great sound bites, but not always actually possible. And I think it's important to remember that these people are saying these things in order to achieve votes. And
Yep. And you have certain, another throwaway line. If I were advising a candidate who supported Ukraine aid, and I've been a little bit in that kind of situation, and he was in an area where there was resistance to the aid, but he had no intention of cutting the aid, because he knew that he would be crucified the next election if the aid was actually cut and Putin actually won, or every time there's a hospital bombed, he's going to have a whole bunch of constituents say, why did, so he's got to say something to this skeptical crowd. So he can say, I'm against a blank check to the Ukraine. Okay. Yeah, there is no blank check. It's authorized by Congress. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. It's impossible that anybody gets a blank check in appropriations. It's always got to be authorized and then appropriated, right? There's no blank checks. But he can say he's against a blank check. Second thing he can say is, I want every dollar audited, and I want, financial accountability where the money's going. And everybody, well, great, because we think, Zelensky's bought villas and everything. The answer is, well, that's already been done. It means nothing. Again, he's telling them something that's essentially meaningless that appeals to their bias. So if you cut through what a lot of these guys are saying, I think that's exactly what's going on. So when Speaker McCarthy said he was against giving a blank check to Ukraine, that was a throwaway line to keep some of his conservative members in line. The small number, the dozen or so that have been voting against the bills, just trying to outflank them. So, there's real speech, and then there's a political speech, and that people have to somehow understand the difference.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I've always been told that you have to read between the lines with everything a politician says. They never answer a direct question unless it really suits them to do so. And they're always trying to promote their angle, and it's all about appealing to as many people as possible. And in some cases, that will mean that they say things that they just totally don't even believe in, but it sounds good. However, we do have people who are making good statements, and General Milley. To begin with, he was skeptical. I think skeptical, but he's had a change of heart, and he is agreeing that the Russians are in pretty rough shape. He says they've suffered huge amounts of casualties. Their morale is dreadful. Their leadership is questionable and spotty. And it just depends on what type of unit and what kind of leadership they have at that particular time as to whether they can actually do anything. Strategic leadership is clearly having a lot of friction. Logistics aren't great. So the Russians are, even though fighting in the defense, they're still not having as much success as the Ukrainians did when they were fighting in the defense. And he states that, as he said a couple of months ago, this offensive will be long, it will be bloody, and it will be slow. We've seen that, haven't we? And that's exactly what it is right now. It's a very, very difficult fight. He was asked if Ukraine can win. For Ukraine, this is an existential fight, a fight for survival. But for the rest of Europe and the rest of the world, really for the United States, it's about making sure that rules of international order stay in place. What Putin has done is a full frontal assault on the rules of international order that have been in existence now for 8 decades, since the end of World War II. If the end state is Ukraine is a free, independent, sovereign country with its territory intact, that will take a considerable level of effort yet to come. And this is a long, very difficult, and probably high casualty producing war that is currently ongoing. You can achieve those objectives through military means, but in this case, it will take a longer time. But he believes they can achieve those objectives through some sort of diplomatic means in the future. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the negotiating team is on the battlefield, but I think he's pretty much said that, but just hedged at the end there with a little bit of maybe there'll be negotiation in the future. I suppose there's no point in ruling it out completely.
Yeah, I have the diplomatic solution. If all the Russians lay down their weapons and go home, we won't kill them. That's the peace offer. Otherwise, if they're running down the road, we're going to shoot at them. So you can take your pick.
I'm with you there. War Doggo, welcome up.
Yes, good afternoon, or good early morning, depends where you are. Unfortunately, that horrible strike that being Russians conducted today in Chernihiv, unfortunately, is also connected to drones, because there was expected to be the drones exhibition over there. They tried to do it with the safety measures, like not announcing the place and so far and so on. But fortunately, I'm not trying to say that yesterday we had Russians exhibition center where there was expected the exhibition of the drones. They hit our exhibition of the drones, but to me, since 2015, I continue telling everywhere where is possible that gathering the guys who do the drones, I mean, it probably should be treated in specific safety measures. I don't know, making such events in the subway stations or something like that. But nevertheless, what we can do, very practical and very pragmatic, not emotional driven, apart of just writing that Russia is a terrorist state and they're miserable, is, I don't know, people in Ukraine can go and donate their blood, what many people like already are doing. Donate to the armed forces of Ukraine, for instance. I don't know, many people join the armed forces too, and different National Guard of Ukraine and different structures in order to help practically this horror to get to an end with Ukrainian victory, because there are a lot of practical means how we, particularly we, can help, and that's exactly what MriyaReport is also doing by stepping in the fundraisers, like for the equipment and drones, for 132nd Recon Brigade that worked for the air assault, for the Air Force, and this equipment helps a lot. This is the practical mean helping Ukraine getting the proper equipment that will help to hold Russians more effectively, or to stop Russians and give them a good foot in the direction of home. And that's very practical and less emotion mean, because this is a war. It is not new that Russia is conducting strikes to civilian infrastructure, and we've seen already that at least 6 people were killed in that strike. They were the just regular pedestrians were walking in the city center of Chernihiv, and fortunately, that how for them this Saturday morning have started. Again, this is war that we never asked to participate, if we want to participate, but Ukraine, as you rightly mentioned, offers fights for its existence and defending its Ukraine's our civilization choice, and not more but not less than that. And in that fight, Ukraine continuously needs help, from those whom we are already grateful, and we thank a lot for all the help that many countries, NATO countries, and the other countries have provided to Ukraine. And Ukraine holds this imperialistic expansional war of Russian Federation on Ukrainian land in order it doesn't spread further, because the idea, as we already discussed many times, that the space is not recovery of the Soviet Union. Their idea is a recovery of Russian Empire, and their appetites can be limited with a good proper strike that will make their nose bleeding. That's the perfect countermeasure to show where the Russia is finished, because they think that where Russia is finishing is where they can send the tanks and send the rockets. That's what they treat to be there. This kind of barbaric, cruel mindset that they have. They need to have the proper response. Unfortunately, another horrible attack that they have done, and it's not because Ukrainians have organized its drone event in certain or manner, is because of Russians sent the rockets, and this is something that Ukraine is learning very painfully in order to apply all of the safety and security measures in order to avoid such thing happening. But it doesn't mean that Russians would not be sending rockets. That they can send rockets in any moment they prefer, and it's only a matter of Ukrainian Air Force and air defense for protecting peaceful Ukrainian skies. That's why it's important. Every piece of equipment, every penny that dear listeners spend here in the space in giving the proper equipment to those who hold peaceful Ukrainian skies and help to limit Russians going where they have intentions to go. And that's probably it. Thank you so much, and thanks a lot from Ukraine.
Yeah, and thank you so much. Yeah, it is indeed unfortunate that these, these lessons have to be learned. So, well, they have to be such hard lessons, shall we say? But this is the case that there are still people who will leak information to the Russians, and that's why we've all got to be extra specially careful. And yeah, much hugs and love today, because yeah, it's necessary, I think. Randy, do you have your hand up, or is it just a ghost?
Oh, it must be ghost. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. It's very important, like you say, the air defense, and that is something that is continuing to happen. That there is more air defense being promised and given, and it's something that we'll continue to what do you call it? Advocate for. God, my brain's terrible today. I just have this yeah, this head that's not finding words today. Must be the weekend. Must be the weekend. So I'm just having a look at the latest information from the Institute of the Study of War. And oh, but before I do that, I have hands. Randy?
I think it's still the ghost.
Yeah. I keep
But they
taking
have-
it down. It keeps coming back. I can't take it down. See, I'm a lawyer. I'm always butting in.
That's gonna hurt if you stay with your hand up so long. But we have Boyar.
It's got to be amputation. I ignore it if it comes up again and I'm not waving. I don't. It's a ghost.
Okay, we'll wait for a wave. Boyar or Boyar? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Sorry.
Bojar is nice. Hello, everybody. Nice to hear from you all again. A great thread from Randy, by the way. I just looked upon it and it looks very good. Anybody got any updates on the bridgehead or the crossing of the Dnieper?
Well, I can probably, do a little bit of info on that. So bear with me 1 second while I just get my most up-to-date source. So there was some information last night that over the left bank, there was, here we go, Ukrainian forces maintaining lodgement now north of the Konka River at the Kazachilaheri camps, and that they are within range of Novokhovka, because they have now taken places which are in the middle of the river, you know, the islands, basically. They're starting to move forwards all the way along that area from, well, just below Oleshki. Then they appear to have their second bridgehead at this Kosechi Lahiri, which is now spreading out down the islands in the river, and they are actually able to reach Novokhovka with fire control now. And they also yesterday hit what appeared to be a meeting of the so-called head of the city departments, the colonel of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, Pavel, oh my God, Valerevich Chezanevov, something like that, and his deputies. So I'm just looking. They did name the deputies, but I haven't got the thing in front of me. However, yeah, they were able to do that in Ernerdgar, and that just goes to show, doesn't it, that they're getting closer to these places. Yeah, there's not lots of detail, but there is certainly information coming out that would suggest that the armed forces of Ukraine are inching forward on a regular basis in this area, and are still continuing to take out artillery and ammunition bases in order to facilitate that further. Does that help? What Doggo?
It helps a lot, Knockers. Thank you again for your great updates.
I try my best. I try to keep up to date. War Doggo, please go ahead.
Yeah, coming back still to this terrorist attack that Russia today conducted, another painful lesson that we all have to learn and we can do is, if you are in Ukraine, a volunteer or different matter, if you are just crossing the border, touching the ground with your boots, carry the bloody tourniquet with you. That's the must. It's not only the soldiers on the front line that they need random rule of thumb, as many limbs they have, as many tourniquets, minimum 2 they should have. And quality, proper quality tourniquet, not the cheap Chinese, but the TCCC tourniquets certified, or CAT, or even their local tourniquets that Ukraine produce. They are already good at doing tourniquets, Siege or the Pro Tool. They are fantastic, and they don't cost a lot. And this is totally mandatory and paramount important must that civilians start carrying tourniquets with them. Even the fancy, beautiful small ladies' holiday bag that people usually take during the walks can can fit at least one tourniquet that everybody should have. Ideal thing is to carry the tourniquet in the pocket where you can easily reach in the situation of stress. There's many events, terrorist acts happening in Ukraine shows people are not always dying from explosion or explosion wave, but they're dying unfortunately being impacted by the objects being destroyed with the explosive wave and just simply bleeding from the wounds and critical bleedings. And that is why the tourniquet and knowing how to use the tourniquet is something that is a must. I still see many volunteers who are making nice pictures in shorts and t-shirts, not having any sign of the tourniquet together with them. In the best case, they have the iPack in the trunk, but when something happens, car can be damaged, trunk can be blocked, and so far and so on. That is why the golden rule is your tourniquet is a lifesaver and is always with you, and you know how to use it. Not just because you watch the video on YouTube, because what you watch you forget, but what you train you remember in the moment when everything goes dark and you remember nothing, but what is left with you is only a muscle memory, what you train. So people who are regularly going to Ukraine, I don't believe that anybody from any of the friends whom we regularly have in the space who are from Ukraine or who are in Ukraine from time to time, they will tell me that, yeah, you know, or you're telling bullshit, we don't need the tourniquets. I believe that every of them would say, hey, yes, always tourniquet in your pocket, at least one. Ideal for you, one for you, and second for someone you see bleeding on the ground and you can help. Because since 2014, when the war had started and many horrible terrorist acts Russia have been doing in people.
Where do go?
Oh, apologize. It was always visible since 2014 when Russia have been conducting horrible terrorist acts in the peaceful Ukrainian cities that these devices are absolutely must in even civilian life, where much less casualties could be happening if someone around could simply have the proper tourniquet with them. I'm not even telling now about the quantity of fake tourniquets, the copycat Chinese tourniquets that don't work and they simply break when with the attempt of use. That is why always regional tourniquet and always with civilians since the moment the leg touches the ground. It's mandatory, absolutely the must. Apologize for this long monologue, but it's another hard learning that we will never tired to be repeating why it is so needed and why it is so important. Thank you so much, Axel from Ukraine.
Thank you, Wardogo. And yeah, this is something which language learner who we've spoken to is really adamant about, that, you know, these tourniquets, they need to be of good quality. He's identified a few which are, you know, that they feel are acceptable. And they do their best to try and provide people with the correct ones when they can. And the training is also important, because he's training people how to, you know, do medical assistance. And your initial first aid for trauma is important for, I think, everybody in the country at the moment. That, you know, if somebody is on hand who knows how to use a tourniquet rather than just holding one, I think that makes an extra difference. They're going to remember how they've been trained. They're going to be much more confident in using it as well. No matter what the situation, they can fall back on that training. So yeah, it is really important. And I do believe anybody who's going to Ukraine at the moment should be carrying them, and should also make a point of being trained in how to use them. I think that's pretty important. And it does make a difference to have a little bit of training on them. Hackafella, welcome up.
Hello, thank you. Just a thought. There seems to be a serious problem with these Chinese tourniquets, which are being manufactured by somebody in China. It occurs to me that somebody in Ukraine, like a government official, needs to file a class action suit against China for basically killing people with, material that's advertised as one thing and in fact doesn't work for its intended purpose.
You know what? In many places we have like trade descriptions, don't we, and stuff like that, where we can do that. And I don't know how that works internationally, but well, it does seem as though it's a problem that needs dealing with.
Yeah, they're killing people. At this point, they have to know it. Whoever's manufacturing probably follows the news also, so they have to realize they're manufacturing a substandard product that's actually killing people. Doesn't matter what the price is. If it doesn't do the job it's made for, they need to be sued big. Just a thought. Thanks.
Well, we've got a lawyer in the house, so Randy, maybe you can add to this.
Yeah, the problem would be getting jurisdiction and finding money to a judgment. My son did early on, he does fuel buying, and he had a contract, and somebody had offered a guarantee by a Chinese bank, and he was new to the area, and he accepted it. And then when they needed a draw on it because something went wrong with the transaction, he calls the bank, and excuse my fake accent, but it's like, "What you gonna do? Sue us in China? Ha ha ha!" Yeah, there's no recourse to dealing with a Chinese company. That's why they're just huge problem. We had the same problem with protective equipment during COVID from China. And Governor Newsom bought $500 million worth of masks from China through an intermediary, and they were every other one was completely defective, and it was just too dangerous to even hand them out. So they bit the bullet, and that was the end of it. So I just don't. I think anything that's Chinese is there's a real heavy risk. I know from manufacturing companies that do stuff there, at least right now, they have quality control rejection rates as high as 30% because everything is so slipshod. And the same production line in Europe or the U.S. would have a quality control rejection rate of 0.5%, 0.25%. But so massive, just simple things that aren't done right. It's very common.
Yes, but this is kind of a life and death thing. And the Chinese are very sensitive to their image internationally. And I just think they need to be embarrassed on a global scale.
Oh, yeah,
over
absolutely
this.
on that. Absolutely on that. They did the big road contract here in Poland early on when Poland was spending a lot of EU money adding roads. Thank you, all of you in wealthy EU countries for that. And the Chinese got the contract and screwed up. First of all, the Poles were under the naive assumption that it would be jobs for Poles, and the Chinese always bring in their own labor force. They bring in everybody. And then it was all messed up, and Poland canceled it and was in disputes with them about who owed what to whom. And the result was there are not any more big Chinese contracts in Poland. People just said it's pointless. You look around the world, Hacker, and it isn't just the simple products. It's the power plants they make in Africa that were supposed to be 120 megawatt and end up effectively producing 20 megawatt. It's the bridges and dams that break and are defective. How many stories come out of China about buildings collapsing and things? Because somebody cuts corners on the concrete, doesn't put in enough rebar, or adds more sand than they should, or whatever. So, yeah, you're also dealing with another corrupt supply chain besides just the QA/QC problem. So, yeah, but they ought to be embarrassed by it, and every failure ought to be broadcast. And I hope that we find other supplies for tourniquets. There can be made a lot of places, and I think people need to know that if they need to spend 10% more to get one that works, that's probably pretty well spent.
Well, I understand the Dnieper tourniquets are pretty good, actually. And they're made in Ukraine by Ukrainians, and apparently they work. They're just a little different to use than the approved U.S. version, but it's basically the same thing. It just has slightly different instructions. But that sounds like a solvable problem, because from what I've read, the tourniquets actually work. They don't break when you're applying them. It sounds like the Chinese tourniquets are essentially, you'd be better off using your belt and a windlass, belt and a stick, the way you're taught in first aid in an emergency.
War Doggo, go ahead.
The point of Chinese tourniquets is not only about that they're breaking, but is also the fact that the Velcro is poor quality, meaning that when the tourniquets need to be used in the environment of, I don't know how to call it, your hands are covered with blood and you are in a trench in the mud, and the Velcro simply doesn't work, and you cannot properly wrap it and fix it around. That's not only about the breaking tourniquet that is breaking. Second terrible issue with the tourniquet, even if it is not breaking during the use, when it stays tight on the victims, or how to call it, on the person injured limb for like 15 minutes, it starts being loose. So that's the equipment that if you put on, like, phew, you're great. It doesn't break on you, right? And
Yeah, they slip.
Yeah, they simply slip and they loosen. And the problem of the main arteries that you really need to squeeze them to the bone with the muscles, and it means that
Right.
even small tiny release of the arteria, it simply results the blood loss, and the person simply dies being sure that he did everything well. And during the transportation, when they see that the tourniquet is on, but unfortunately it kills the person still. So those tourniquets, they are absolutely must. If we see a person who carries the tourniquet, we ask to give it away. It will be used for the training. It will never be used for its direct purposes when it is needed. But that is why many people try to substitute as much as possible with the quality tourniquets. And you rightly mentioned Siege Company. They do quality tourniquets. Dnipro, they do quality tourniquets, and they're in Ukraine. They have already analyzed best experience on the tourniquets, and they provide the tourniquets. Dnipro and Siege, they are just different on. It is all the principle is always the same. Use the proper material of proper width that will not traumatize the nerves and will not definitely result the amputation of the limb, because you can squeeze the artery to the bone just using the wire, right? If it is if it is needed, but it will guarantee that the limb, as a result, unfortunately, will be amputated because of the I don't remember the English term. It is called necrosis or something like this, when the limb actually dies.
Necrosis.
Yes, exactly, necrosis. When the limb actually dies, because of that, and they used the same method. It uses the same, but is again is approved and is good to use. They have a small little differences. If the lock of the tourniquet has the wider hole to put the stripe in, or smaller, but is the, how to call it, is the convenience matter, is not the survival matter like the original tourniquet or the Chinese tourniquet that doesn't work. These Dipro Siege cat, so they work. They just work because they are approved and they're good. And Chinese, they simply don't work. They simply, as you rightly said, kill people. Unfortunately, that's absolutely true.
Another angle, aside from suing the Chinese manufacturer, would be to just block them from being shipped into the country. Don't allow the import, just block Chinese imports. And make it loud and clear why you're doing it.
Well, I think there's got to be some comeback on it. Bojan?
Yeah, speaking of the Chinese, anybody has any ideas what we should do about this new Chinese initiative to block the West from buying civilian drones from China? And since we have War Doggo here, does he knows anything about the Ukrainian plans to get around this new Chinese law?
Could you repeat which law is in the discussion? I apologize, I missed that.
It's a law that's going to be enforced from September on, which the Central Committee of China has decided that the Western countries will not be able to buy civilian drones from China anymore.
Oh my God! In Europe, they, a part of the legislation, they already limited the availability of the drones in, I don't know, intense scale manner, and it's also impossible to find the drones in Europe in order to buy. Therefore, coming back to what Randy said regarding legal case against the Chinese, is only how to call it, it's only to leverage on some other process that will definitely work, rather than appealing for the process that will work in relation to any other civilized country, but will definitely not work for China. As Randy said, haha, fight to Syria in China. That's absolutely correct. Therefore, other leverage could be used. And it's not something that will happen from September. It's something that you cannot find in Europe already now.
Well, this is it's a very aggressive measure from the Chinese. They know how important this war is for us, and while they are tacitly supporting the Russians and doing this, that's tantamount, I think, to to a declaration of, if not war, an economic war against the West.
But they are in that already since pretty long time, and that is why many analysts are saying that it's only a matter of it's only a matter of time, if nothing extraordinary happens, that unfortunately many countries will have to shift their focus to the things happening in in Pacific Asia in particular, and that's also the reality. Ukraine, if I may bring here the Ukrainian perspective, Ukrainian drone operators are only since spring, they have started learning that all of that is coming, and therefore they are putting different mitigating measures, shifting from the copter drones to FPV drones, from I don't know, from the civil drones to the locally produced different type of drones, and but still, of course, the area of civil drones is the most convenient, let's call it this way, for this purpose. And yes, I know the how to call it, one way that you could call a trade war, because you can imagine limiting those supplies to Europe. They don't limit the same supplies to Russia, even if they declare so, because China is supporting Russia.
Yeah, so actually, this notification about the changes in the export regulation for the drones, according to Chinese, is for the West and for Russia too. It's a change that they have done in the regulation. It's a temporary ban on export of certain types of unmanned aerial vehicles and their components, including engines, lasers, communication equipment, anti-drone systems. Among others, the export of civilian long-range drones capable of flying beyond the sight of their operators, staying in the air for more than half an hour and weighing more than 7 kilograms and having the ability to drop objects on the ground will be limited. So they say that they do not encourage the dual use of drones, the military use of drones, and this is in line with their policy. So according to them, the export will be limited for these types of drones. It's basically the largest drones, and it concerns all the partners. Of course, we know that China helped Russia, and there are a lot of drones, commercial drones, that are ordered by the Russians from China. So yeah, I just wanted to present the exact scope of this decision, and they say that they want to safeguard the national security and interests, and yeah, to restrict this type of drones.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Officially, it sounds like that, but just the day before yesterday, we've been discussing here on the space how China helps Germany to supply the components to Russia that are under sanctions, right? So these guys are giving a good hand to Russians, same as Soviet Union being giving a hand to China back in the history. Those weird countries circle around China, and the others, they have some kind of capabilities avoiding the limitations and measures, unfortunately, and that is also true.
Thank you, Verdogo. I was just trying to bring someone up. Yeah, we have seen that the Chinese are eager to maintain their commercial contacts and contracts with Russia. Unfortunately, we have seen the trade between the two countries increasing, as well as for other countries like India. So yeah, there are some that are trying just to profit from the situation created by this illegal invasion, unfortunately. So in the meantime, I have some updates from the strike in Chernihiv. Apparently, 7 persons died in this attack. One of them is a child, a girl of 6 years old. This is the 503 child that is known of that was killed by the Russians by their terrorist acts in Ukraine. And according to some reports, apparently more than 90 persons injured. So there was a strike in the central square of Chernihiv. There was a theater there. The roof of the theater is damaged, and also there was a university and square, the center of the city. A peaceful city, 300 kilometers from the front.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're going to start seeing more bad news coming out of there. Well, this is unfortunately the result of what happens when Russians get wind of something. So I'm going to go back to the airbase in Saltsy, because there may actually be a bit more information now about what was hit. So there was a fire broke out in the parking lot of aircraft. So they're saying that was promptly eliminated by fire brigades, which I doubt very highly. And the rest of their aircraft have flown out of there and gone to another location. So it does suggest that now they believe that this place is probably not safe, and it's going to continue not being safe. We are also receiving information of the type of craft, the type of drone, and it does appear to be a helicopter type drone. And I've had a bit of info about the drone, and I will find it because there it is. They're called Skynight 2 drones. They apparently have artificial intelligence and a maximum payload of 2.5 kilograms. These have been announced by the Ministry of Defence. It is quite fast, powerful, and quiet, as well as easy to control. In case of loss of communication by jamming or enemy EW, the drone will still continue to fly to its target, which has been indicated by the operator. So I think that's definitely something that we're going to be seeing a little bit more of. And they don't sound as though they're very big in the way of payload, but they sound as though they could be pretty effective. And it might account for some of the videos that we've been seeing recently. Kerry, welcome up.
Hello, my love. How you doing?
I'm not too bad. As long as I don't move, it's fine.
Oh dear. Just to let you know, I'll follow it up later. I have got somebody who I'm hoping to turn into a new person that will be useful on MriyaReport. So I was catching what we call the noddy train. It looks like a toy train. It's a top speed that it's allowed to go is 10 miles an hour. Goes through the forest in the daytime down to the huts. And the guy who was the guard on the noddy, he was in the British forces for 30 years because they need to have, believe it or not, for this toy train, they need to have a bus license. So he has a bus license because he was in the forces for 30 years and sort of got all different, various certificates, licenses and so on. But he has trained people to use the, is it Star Streak or Sky Streak? One or the other. So I said when I go back down again, I'm going to try and collar him and I'll show him the MriyaReport and I'll try and get him on because I think he could be quite interesting. He was operating in the Cold War, so I'll try and drag him into the fold, see if we can get some interesting info out of him. But I had good discussion with him, so I shall do my work, see if I can get him on because that would be interesting to hear about. And I'm really sorry, I'm just trying to catch up the news. It was such a horrendous attack on Chernihiv today. So could you fill me in, guys? Any key things, because it is hard for me to get signal at the moment. Major things I need to know about. Anything you can fill me in on, please.
Well, with regards to major things that are going on, Zelensky and his wife have visited Sweden, and they've been having chats about having more CV90s. I think that's something that should be announced very shortly. And he's also having a very interesting dinner tonight with somebody. Oh, I can't remember his name now. Begins with a K, I think, Cow or something like that. Anyway, he's a very high-ranking negotiation specialist, and you never know. He's got a lot of connections. He is an ambassador that goes and meets a lot of different people, and this might be somebody that he's going to have a very productive chat with. So we'll see what comes out of that dinner. Kerry.
I was going to say, because I couldn't get on the other night, so Randy, I was really interested to find out what sort of contacts ins you can get with the new Republican grouping. I know that you said you were going to do a recording for them, so I was interested to hear what you think the mileage is there with your input. And the other thing was, can't remember off the top of my head, but that was one thing I was really interested. Oh, that was it. I noticed the induction of the new diplomat, and it was really interesting to see the number of Asian diplomats. No, sorry, the South American. And I thought, well, that's interesting given what we've been looking at in terms of Brazil and the BRICS and the lack of direct influence there at this point. So I found that really interesting in a positive way. So yeah, anything on that, guys, would be good. Randy's dropped, so he might not want to answer. But yeah, at some point, if you could fill us in, that would be good. I can see Hops come up.
Yeah, I think I would need some help to be able to answer that question, to be honest, Kerry. So I will go to Hop and see what he has to say.
Unfortunately, Kerry, I can't help you with that one. That is definitely Randy's bailiwick, and he's so good on that stuff. I'll wait to hear him answer the same question, but I'm very interested in it. And I think getting your Sky Streak fellow up could be fascinating. I wanted to just sort of point out that drone kill in I can't pronounce it. I'm having a Mockers moment. Forcing them to move their aircraft isn't just change the ranges and things like that. It moves them away from their logistics, their maintenance personnel, their ordnances, all stored in preparation in one place, for those missions that they've been operating against the Ukrainian populace. And so that one destruction of one or two airplanes is a mission kill on all the other airplanes that were there, because now they are moved away from their maintenance and ordnance. And it's a big, huge force multiplier, and even more cause for celebration. So I'll just listen, but you guys are doing a great job. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Hop. Yeah, that was something which I was going to mention, but I had a feeling you would talk about it. Yeah, the airfield hit there is indeed a lot more than just taking out one or two aircraft. It's spooked them now, and they've had to move. Kerry.
Just guys, it literally felt like I lost my arm, and I'm now hanging around waiting for a guy to get another pair. So I've got to go off for a bit, but I'm going to try and grab a chance to listen back in because I'm off the beach, so I've got a bit of signal. So I'll catch up with all of you later, and I really hope that I can get to hear what Randy's been up to. Speak to you in a bit, guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kerry. I'm just seeing now President Zelensky has made a statement, and well, he's saying this is what it means. This is with regards to Chernihiv, obviously. This is what it means to live next to a terrorist state. This is what we're uniting the entire world against. Today, the Russian missile hit the heart of Chernihiv, a square, a university, and a theatre. Russia turned an ordinary Saturday into a day of pain and loss. There are casualties. My condolences to everyone who has lost a loved one. All services are working on the site, rescuers, police, and doctors. I urge the world to stand up to Russian terror, provide Ukraine with additional tools to safeguard life. For life to win, Russia must lose this war. And I think that's a nice, solid statement that we all need to get behind. Russia must lose and Ukraine must win. There's no equivocating there. These things have got to be said and done. I'm all about actions and not words. So great words, and we should act to assist. Now, Ivana, I don't know if you've seen anything interesting in the Russian press today.
I was looking in the Russian press. Yeah, there are, the usual. They claim that they intercepted 15 drones in Belgorod. They claim that Putin visited Rostov. Pretty much this is it. No significant news about anything. Of course, they noticed that Romania has made some statements about helping Ukraine with the grain, and the yesterday visit of Denis Mihal in Romania. They noticed Zelensky's visit in Sweden, but the press the paper I'm using usually is Commerçant, and this is quite balanced. For example, they are publishing the story about Chernihiv. They say that there was a big explosion and the theater was damaged and there are victims. And they say that the Ministry of Defense claims that there were no strike in Chernihiv. Of course, we know that there was a Russian strike in Chernihiv. So it's just how it's reflected in Russian media. They are showing all the damage, but yeah, it's not us. It's not us. Because of course they claim that they are not targeting civilian buildings or civilian infrastructure, but that's what they are doing because they are cowards and terrorists.
I can't believe that they just can claim that it's not them. That's absolutely nuts. And absolutely obvious that it is them. I mean, the lies. It annoys me. Yeah.
In any such in each report of missile strikes on civilian infrastructure, there is a last line that says Russian MOD claims that they are not targeting civilian infrastructure. I guess they are forced to put it there. I don't know, but it's for people that are saying that Russians don't know what's happening. I will remind them that in Commerçant, for example, there is a photo gallery with more than 500 pictures of this war, and you can see the destruction that Russia brought to Ukraine. You can see pictures of everything, of the theater in Mariupol, of the train station in Kramatorsk, of the apartment block in Dnipro, of the market in Odessa. Everything is available. You have the photo gallery to see there. So when they are claiming that they are not, they do not know what's happening, you only have to look. You only have to look, and it's obvious that there are no military targets. Like, it's really obvious that a supermarket is not hiding strikers and Bradleys and Leopards. It's a supermarket. You can see the tomatoes.
Yeah, it's very frustrating and upsetting, isn't it? But what I can tell you, flailing desperation. That's what it appears to be to me. It's a form of lashing out because they can't do anything else. they're in a real bind with regards to the war that they're fighting on the front. In fact, even their own military correspondents are admitting there's major issues, and there's also major issues now with explaining to people why the war needs to continue or why it's even needed. So military correspondent Slapdov, I don't know, maybe that's it. He has, we've heard of him before anyway. I think I've called him Sladkov before. Maybe that'll be my dyslexia. So according to him, any Russian that doesn't understand why his explanations of why they need to continue this war should be punished or ground into powder, which seems a little harsh. So for those who do not understand what's going on in the what's happening in the SMO zone, this is and why this is happening, suitable arguments must be found. In other words, we must find ways to explain better why it's important to us. I think we know why. Because you thought you were going to take over the country in a few days and it didn't happen, and now you just don't know what to do. Anyway, the process of explanation should not be slowed down or weakened. In other words, our propaganda needs to be increased greatly. You can punish people, you can grind them into powder, but if possible, explain. Many are hesitating. Oh no, we're starting to lose the will to war. What a shame. And we need everyone. I meet students a lot, a rough audience, but they are not stupid. They accept facts as an argument, they know how to think, and with active, honest work, they agree with the obvious. This is important. You mean they agree with you, mate? They probably don't agree. They know what's going on. I've seen an awful lot of students interviewed on the streets of Moscow and St. Petersburg, and I'll be honest, none of them are very keen. Anyway, in general, there are a lot of methods of education. Ugh. Why in the army, after 2 years of service, a young man becomes disciplined and tidy? We've seen your army, mate. I don't think disciplined and tidy calls for, yeah. Plus a generation of new methods for Sharshinas, commanders, and, to be honest, old-timers. The main goal, a useful person for society. But that is another story. Oh, they're talking riddles.
Useful person for society. Yeah, as if, yeah. I will.
Well, I was going to say, you know what that use is, don't you, Ivana?
Exactly. I will not say what I wanted to say because, you know. Okay, I better shut up.
Well, if you're not going to say it, I'm going to say it. More meat for the meat grinder. That's what makes them useful. Useful to throw into battle for no good reason. And he admits as well that people are hesitant now. And would that be that they're hesitant to sign up for military service, perhaps because they know exactly what awaits them, and they're not keen? I'm going to say I think it's probable that they're not keen. And there's been, I think, too many people returned from the war, and it's starting to affect them in their daily lives. And that's what it's all about. That's kind of the point, isn't it? When it starts affecting them, then they start getting concerned about it. So, and there is good reason to be concerned, I would say. And Iwana, thank you for this this delightful tale of woe. Gosh. So there is an article here in the Guardian, and they state that Russian women fear the return of murderers free to fight for Wagner. And I've been saying this for a long time, when they even started conscripting the convicts and making this promise that they could be pardoned and released, that it was going to be horrible, horrible for the people back home. And I think they've started to wise up to this fact. It might just be all the murders and things that have been happening ever since they started to return. Anyway, they have concerns that convicts re-entering society after stints in Ukraine will bring waves of murder, rape, and domestic violence. Gosh, there's a shock, eh? So, the 2020 murder of Vera, insert Russian name, by her
Bekteleva, I think Bekteleva.
Okay, thank you. By her ex-boyfriend was so gruesome that even in Russia, where violence against women goes under the radar normally, it actually caused a media outcry. Vladislav Kanyus spent hours torturing her before she died. Neighbours repeatedly called police to report the horrifying screams coming from the neighbouring apartment, but the police did not even show up. At trial, it emerged there had been 111 injuries on her. Last summer, a court in Siberia sentenced Kanyus to 17 years in prison for the murder. The lady's family members were disappointed at the judge dismissed additional charges of rape and unlawful imprisonment, but were at least relieved that the murder charge would put him behind bars for 17 years. But 9 months later, in the middle of May, the mother received 2 photographs from an anonymous account on WhatsApp showing a man in military fatigues accompanied by a message, "Kanyus is free and fighting in Ukraine." She states, "I couldn't believe my eyes. I tried to calm down. I tried to say it wasn't him, it was Photoshop, but we quickly realized it really was him." Vladimir Pekalev, whatever, Vera's uncle, stated in a telephone interview from his Siberian city of Kemerovo, Kanyus, it seemed, was one of tens of thousands of Russian prisoners who have been freed early to fight in Ukraine, the vast majority ending up fighting for Wagner Group, private army run by Evgeny Prigozhin, who, let's note, in June went completely rogue and launched some sort of armed mutiny, which was just hilarious, sending shockwaves through the political system before it was aborted. As part of the deal, convicts were told if they fought for 6 months and survived, they would be allowed to go back to normal life without serving the rest of their sentences. Later, prisoners were also freed to fight for the regular Russian army and for Wagner-like formations who are still fighting with the Russian army in Ukraine. When the family put in an official request to prison authorities to locate Kanyus, they were told he had been transferred to the prison service of Rostov, bordering Ukraine, and had then disappeared. Shocking. Activists say this is a typical administrative trail for a prisoner recruited to fight in Ukraine, and there are no other plausible reasons for him to have been transferred to Rostov. Nobody can tell us how he was released. Nobody can answer or give any explanation. Well, that's not a surprise, is it? It's not clear whether Kanyus is still fighting, but certainly it would appear he's still arrived. He's still alive, in fact, as he's posting regular updates on an account on VKontact. He also has the tagline, "There is no such thing as the right choice, there's just the choice you make and the consequences of it." Consequences, that word. In July, Kanyus responded to a message asking about his current status and whereabouts with a demand for payment in order to answer questions, and later locked his account. The full ramifications of the decision to allow Prigozhin to build a private army of prisoners became clear when he launched the aborted mutiny, As well as the political fallout, Putin's experiment with Prigozhin is likely to have had a significant social impact on Russia for years to come. And we have seen that. There have been numerous reports of ex-prisoners surviving the Wagner stint, 6 months, and returning home to cause havoc. Amongst those freed are many who committed violent crimes against women. Russian authorities have a long history of not taking domestic violence or threats of violence against women seriously. Now, even in those cases where offenders receive jail terms, victims and their families fear of them returning home much sooner than expected. And quite rightly, because, you know, these people have gone back and literally just murdered people. Yeah, I saw this coming a mile off. So, one chap, Vyacheslav Samilov, from a small town in northern Russia, murdered 33-year-old Olga Shemenina in March 21, and later dismembered her and hid her body in several places. I remember this story. He was jailed for 9 years and 7 months in April 22, but is now apparently walking free in Russia after fighting for 3 months in Ukraine. Samolyov's mother told a local news site in Russia, in the Arkhangelsk region, that her son had fought and been injured in Ukraine and is now pardoned. She stated he is cleansed before God by his service in Ukraine. Another one, Vadim Tekov, who killed 22-year-old Regina Gagareva in the southern Russian city of, Vladikavkaz in 2019, was meant to be in jail until 2035, but has been pardoned after fighting in Ukraine and returned to his hometown. He was sent there, he served for 6 months, and in accordance with the law has now been released early, said the head of the North Ossetia region, Sergei Menyayo. I have terrible pronunciation problems with these names. I'm not even going to continue to try. So he confirmed in a press conference earlier this year, adding that in Tekov's place, he would not have returned home. There are those who were jailed for rape or violence. Those victims are still alive and are now again at risk. We have been getting so many messages from people who are scared, especially from the regions they know, that if the men who tormented them come back from this war and start to beat them again or even kill them, the police will likely not do anything because these men are now considered heroes instead of rapists or killers, said Elena Popova. I can say that one. A Russian women's rights activist. She states they are returning to a situation where they will now be setting the rules of the game. They are all seriously traumatized. Nobody is working with them to socialize them. There will be a wave of murders, rapes, and domestic violence. Well, you reap what you sow. I think it's horrendous, but, you know, they've done this to themselves. It's horrific. In the case of Kanyus, the victim's family fears he could return and try and take revenge for their efforts to publicize the case at the time of the trial. The family's refusal to stay quiet meant that the case resonated with the public further, and the police who failed to show up to the repeated calls for help from the neighbors were even tried for negligence. So the sister-in-law, Vera, the girl, Vera's mother, is now scared for herself, said the sister-in-law. What if she will take him back? What if she will see him back in Kislevsk, walking down the street? She is worried that he could try to take revenge for the campaigning the family has been doing. And it is a very real concern that, you know, these people will return and will continue to cause chaos because, like the lady said, they're not being socialized. They're not receiving any sort of psychological assistance or anything. A lot of them seem to be returning with weapons, which doesn't seem correct, does it? Smuggling grenades and all sorts of things back home. I do have a really sinking feeling that it's going to be awful, you know, Ioana.
Yeah, so they were already killers and murderers and rapers and very violent. So they went to the war in, you know, Wagner Group or whatever, even regular army or other PMCs. They were encouraged there to be the most violent of themselves, encouraged to do, you know, we all know what. And many of them maybe have been a little bit injured or stressed or have concussions or whatever, or PTSD or some things that can really affect them psychologically. And now they are coming back to a society like Russia, which is kind of indifferent to violence to a certain degree. So of course they are reaping now what they sow. How do you say that? Yeah, they will find the consequences of the choices that, you know, their leaders make for them.
Yeah, and those consequences are going to be dire, and it's going to be very unfortunate for the regular people. That's all I can think. Now, thanks to Jorn, who sent me a message about who it is that Zelensky is meeting this evening for dinner. This is Carl Bildt, a former prime minister and former minister, and he was fiercely anti-Russian already in 2014, and he's also much braver than other foreign ministers in Europe. He is a state elder that will continue to push the government to give even more assistance. So that's why he's meeting with him, because he's extremely influential. Again, another class act. You absolutely know that Zelensky is always doing the right thing with regards to the people he gets involved with. Sorry, I've just lost my spot.
I don't know about you, Marcus. We have seen that
disappeared.
Sorry?
Go on. I was just looking at something that disappeared.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was just a comment, you know. We have seen that news about F-16, about the United States administration being agreeing with, you know, the release of the F-16 and the training and so on. We don't know when this will happen. I still have hopes that it won't be next summer, but maybe sooner than that. Much sooner, possibly. I don't know. But I think we should all push for sending ATACMS to Ukraine, because, and ignoring that absurd rule that Ukraine cannot strike on Russian territory, because we have seen those bombers taking off from deep inside Russia and coming and bombing cities in Ukraine. So send Ukraine ATACMS. They have to finish with this war quickly, because we have seen that the Russians are targeting civilians every day. This is not just a normal war. This is a terrorist campaign against Ukraine and its people, and the genocidal invasion. So yeah, ATACMS for Ukraine. I'm sorry, but you know what happened today is really, again, horrifying.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And this is something that we can always rage donate for. Folks, this is what happens when Russia is your neighbor, unfortunately, and they want to take you over and you're not going for it. Now, I've heard that the amount of wounded has now increased to 117. So, you know, it's no small attack. It's going to be absolutely one of these things which, unfortunately, you're not going to see an awful lot in the news, probably. And yet it's a massive attack that's made a peaceful city into, you know, just another place that's been destroyed by the Russians. Not the city, but, you know, the people are going to feel this for some time to come. And there's just going to be not enough coverage as far as I'm concerned. We need to be sort of waving these images in the faces of our elected officials, our leaders, people who can help. It's really important that we continue to keep the pressure on governments and make sure that they know how important this is to us. It's really important. So please make sure you keep doing that, folks.
I totally agree, Marcus. And you know, we are getting used with these kind of pictures. They are in the main newspapers everywhere. We can see what happened. We can see, even if the bodies are blurred, and we can see the consequences of these strikes. And no, it's not normal. We shouldn't get used. We say this is a war, things like this happen. No, it shouldn't happen. This is not just a war. As I said, and I repeat it, it's 300 kilometers from the front line. It's not just a mistake of an artillery piece that fell on a house instead of a trench. It's a missile that was sent in the city, in the center of the city, 300 kilometers from the front line. So this is not normal, not even in a war. So yeah, rage donate if you can. I hope you can. There is a tweet, the first tweet to the left. We are fundraising for drones for the 132nd Recon Battalion. Of course, MriyaReport was involved in other type of campaigns for tourniquets, for, you know, for Kherson, helping the people after the flooding of the region and so on. So yeah, I think it's a good time to donate. And in a few days, it will be 24th of August. This is the Independence Day of Ukraine, and also this will mark 1 year and a half of this war. 1 year and a half. For 1 year and a half, the people in Ukraine suffered and were wounded and died, and we must help to stop this as soon as possible. But I see Rus wants to speak, so Rus.
Yes, I have some more information on the Zelensky visit to Stockholm. Apparently, he was here to sign the deal that was mentioned earlier when Sweden disclosed the latest help package. The deal says that Sweden is going to help training more soldiers, and that there is going to be a cooperation regarding production of weapons. Production of CV90 in Ukraine will start as soon as it's possible. Apart from that, there was of course lots of niceties and politeness and
Marcus, do you hear Rus?
Oh, I don't. I thought it was me, considering I'd had so many problems today. Ruth, can you hear us?
I think we lost him.
I think we did. Maybe he got a phone call. He just cut off all of a sudden, didn't he? But yeah, it is great news. I'm just going to mute his mic just in case he suddenly comes back on us. And I'm sure we'll figure it out. Tracy, please go ahead. Oh, he's dropped now. So yeah, maybe that's oh, he's coming back. Yeah, I think he got a phone call then. Very rude of people, isn't it?
Twitter decided to update the app, so I couldn't continue.
Well, that happened to me earlier.
where did I get cut off?
You were just talking about the fact that they were looking to start producing CV90s in Ukraine as early as possible.
Yes, and well, there was of course a lot of niceties and condolences and politenesses too, but they also mentioned that outside of this deal, they also discussed Gripen. No more information than that they discussed it. But it might at least make Mette happy that it was mentioned. That's pretty much all there was, I think. But the visit continues, and Olena Zelenska visited the hospital just outside Stockholm, where they treat Ukrainian soldiers. We will probably hear more of what she did later.
Yeah, it's really good that she's also maintaining a strong visual presence, and she's also making sure to follow the things that she's backing. You know, she's not just talk, is she? She's following up with actions and making sure that when she gets the opportunity, she can visit the injured soldiers. I'm imagining that's going to make a massive difference to them, to be honest. So, you know, they know and feel that they're not forgotten about.
There will probably be more info later about the dinner with Carl Bildt and stuff, but I'll be offline for the rest of the afternoon. But I'm sure there's going to be other Swedish people covering this.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure we'll get more information later. And yeah, it does appear to be quite a successful and interesting day for Zelensky. Unfortunately, he's had to deal with a tragedy as well. Welcome up, Tracy.
Thank you, Marcus. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that for every tweet that I have to make today, updating that death toll from that attack in Chernihiv, I'm going to be tagging the BBC and Sky News. I'm not telling everybody else what to do, but it's just a suggestion if they'd like to follow it and tag their own news sources, see if we can get some more coverage for this. And also, I was going to buy something today, but I'm going to Rage Donate instead because I don't need the something I was going to buy and Ukraine does need the money. So I'm donating $10 today. I hope somebody can match me. There's just over 400 people in the room right now, in the space right now, not including those that we can't see on YouTube, etc. If everybody was to donate $10, that would be £4,000 or $4,000. I understand everybody can't afford $10, so I'm not expecting everybody to do that, and I don't want to make anybody feel guilty. And as many of the members at MriyaReport have said, and the co-host, please don't spend your rent money or your essentials or your food money. Please just use your disposable income. But if you do have some, please consider donating it today to MriyaReport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And while you're here, aren't you doing something a bit later on?
Well, I am, Mockers. It's quite a little bit later on, isn't it? It's going to be tonight on Prince Heather's and Nefo Dave's co-hosting session, which I believe is 10 p.m. Eastern till, I'm not sure what time they finish, but I know it starts at 10 p.m. It goes on quite late, doesn't it? And we will be doing an SBU intelligence update. We're hoping to bring you all the progress of the SBU each week. And especially since President Zelensky is choosing to highlight these things, we would also like to highlight all the good work that they're doing and have a good discussion about that with everybody.
Thank you very much. I thought it was worth giving you a plug while you're here, considering you weren't taking the opportunity. So yeah, by all means, people, set your clocks. And yes, it is very late for you and me. So I'm impressed with your dedication, my dear. Maybe get a nap this afternoon. And I do love the information you bring us about the SBU, so I'm going to imagine that that's going to be really worth a listen. And so to our American followers, I would say, if you want to stay up and listen to The Late Show with Prince and Dave, you will also hear from the lovely Tracy and get a good SBU update for the week. And I think it's important to highlight the anti-corruption efforts they're making. Chris, welcome up.
Hi, mockers. Yeah, I was just like adding to the Swedish visit and the AMRAM things, right? So it was sort of bugging me a bit. So I thought, oh, I'll just do a little bit of like research here, try and pull this together. So I think you might have said some or all of this before, but just to say, so the Swedish government is preparing a Swedish krona 3.4 billion military aid package, which is apparently about 313 million US dollars. So the assistance includes ammunition and spare parts for several of the equipment donated to Ukraine by Sweden, including the CV-90 armored fighting vehicles and Leopard 2 main battle tanks. And then on the main story of the AMRAMs, right? In addition, Sweden intends to supply via the US its licensed RB99 AIM 120B AMRAMs, right? Which involves the US acquiring the missiles before donating them to Ukraine. And then Sweden will have the option to procure the more modern AMRAMs. This is detailed in the announcement, right? So also transport vehicles and mine clearing equipment are being donated as part of the support package. So following this donation, Sweden will have contributed over 20 billion in military support to Ukraine since the conflict began, apparently. So that's a good reason to go visit, isn't it? I was thinking all of that. Now, I don't know if you've said all of that before, mockers, but I thought, well, that's interesting, isn't it? Right. And then I was just trying to work out, and some of the guys that are actually, flying F-16s and using AMRAMs may be able to help me here. But from what I can figure out, the 120Bs that are getting bought back, those are for, or potentially for, the F-16s, right? Whereas the AMRAMs that are supplied directly for the NASAM systems to Ukraine are the AMRAM ERs. So so basically a little bit more stuff on that, but that's what I've sort of figured out so far. Like I say, if anybody knows better, please let me know. But I've bunged all of that in a Substack and I've sent it to you.
Thank you very much. And no, I haven't gone through all those details. And you see, if Doman was here, he would have reeled off all those details perfectly. But no, unfortunately, I don't. So, yes, Sweden are indeed proving to be an extremely good ally to have. And you're absolutely right. It's a very good time to visit them when they're feeling so terribly generous. And I do wonder if being sandwiched between two NATO countries and basically almost a NATO country themselves, I do wonder if that has some bearing on the fact that they're able to be so generous, because they have some assurances now that make them feel a lot more secure. So I have a few things that I've been looking at, as I usually have. And this guy that I can't say his name, this is all of him. He's trying to explain the retreat of the human army, of the Russian army, by the fact that it is humanitarianism. So, due to their humanism, they have decided to retreat. This is the current line that, oh, we could have wiped them off the face of the earth, but we've decided, due to the fact of humanity, we're going to, retreat back and let them have more. And that's what happened in Kyiv. That's what happened. That they made a humanitarian decision. Guys, do you think they're lying? Do you think they're getting trounced? Because I do.
What was the expression that you used at that time? It was an act of, I don't remember. Yeah, an act of goodwill, yeah. So I guess that's what they are doing now also.
Absolutely, yeah, that is what they're doing now. They are indeed retreating due to the absolute humanity.
In a retrograde movement. Because of course you have to follow the planets and
no, they're moving to more advantageous positions. I remember that one. That's a particularly good one. More advantageous positions. In other words, places where we can't get shelled. Yeah. So I'm being talked to in the background here, and the left bank of the Dnipro is the subject. Ukraine needs to clear the whole of the left bank. Novakhovka appears to have been in range for ages, as Ukraine is on the other side. But those who are on the islands are clearing operations so that I suppose they don't get attacked or observed while they are shelling Novakhovka. Yeah, but basically they're getting there. It's going to be slow. Well, there's a possibility that there are still plenty of troops in Novakhovka, but as we saw with the information coming out that quite a lot of them appear to have disappeared in the occupied Kherson area, that might also be happening in other places, and that's also a reason why Ukrainians are able to maybe move forward a little bit easier in these places. You know what? Everybody's funny today. Everybody's hilarious. I think it's because I'm annoyed that I just find everything amusing. So, I don't know if you saw just recently, there was another video of Ukrainian forces returning to Ukraine from Spain. And I just wondered, are these recent videos? Are these particularly recent? Because it would seem that, every so often there's more and more trained troops being returned to Ukraine. And it can only suggest that they've still got more in reserve. And yet some people claim that they have already used all of their reserves up. It's very strange, isn't it?
it is, and I'm sure, as Thomas Steiner said many times, that Ukrainians do have reserves. And yes, there are still Ukrainian soldiers that are in training right now. So I don't really know about that specific video from Spain. I've seen it too, but it doesn't surprise me if it's recent.
Yeah, and it's always a little bit bittersweet because these people are going back to fight an existential war, and you could see what it meant to some of the soldiers that have been cheering them off and saluting them off, especially the Spanish soldiers. There was a couple of tears shed, I believe. Big manly men, but not afraid to show it, the fact that that they've got a heart. And so, yeah, I found it really nice to know that these people have received their, the correct training and they're ready to go back. And the soldiers that are seeing them off actually care about these people. They've got to know them, they've trained them. And I know some of the British soldiers actually said, we kind of wish we could go with them, but not possible. And I think also that bit of frustration would also make you feel a bit more emotional. We did say this about the CV90. Sweden and Ukraine have now signed and declared their intention to jointly manufacture the CV90. This has been now formally announced by the Swedish Prime Minister, and it ensures long-term volume and support. Wow. There are some not fun photographs today on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Just be aware of that, people. Protect yourselves. Anyway, the first military cargo train of the Russian armed forces arrived in Belarus to participate in the CSTO drills. This is according to the Belarusian Hadron project. So on August the 18th, a military cargo train with equipment, I'm surprised they've got any left, and personnel of the Russian armed forces arrived at the Brest-Podinovny station. According to their information, soldiers of the Russian armed forces arrived in Brest to participate in the Interaction 2023 joint drills with the CSTO Rapid Reaction Forces, which will be held in Belarus from September the 1st to September the 6th. Now, I've got to ask you, Ioana, what kind of rapid reaction do you think we're going to get out of the Belarusian team?
Oh, we can see some acrobats doing stuff, maybe with smoke, colored smoke. But do you have the information besides Russia and Belarus who is participating to this CSTO exercise? Because CSTO is Russia, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan.
Well, it might be supposed to be, but at the moment, as far as it says, just the Russian armed forces.
Just the Union State, Russia and Belarus.
Yeah, it would appear so. So they've announced that they're going to be doing the following drills in Belarus, which is search with reconnaissance forces, echelon with logistics support forces, barrier with joint radiation, chemical and biological protection and medical provision formations, and rock with units of the Ministry of Emergency. Sounds exciting.
I know what they are doing. I really know. They are helping Belarus to harvest potatoes. You know, search and drill.
Of course, of course. Well, they're having a potato shortage in Russia, aren't they? So maybe so, maybe so. Now, it was reported about these drills going to be taking place in June 23 when negotiations on the organisation and conduct of the joint CSTO drills were held in Brest. Sorry, Brest. Just have to say that again. According to our information, at least part of the planned drills will take place at the Bretsky training ground, where soldiers of the Russian armed forces will be staying until at least September the 9th. So that's what CSTO is doing. Well, it would appear that nobody else is there. I don't know. Maybe they're a bit sad about the fact that they knocked down some statues yesterday.
Maybe, have you seen those videos?
Yeah, do you think that that's slightly oopsie on purpose? Maybe not the one with the head, but the other one looked very on purpose.
The other one, yes, it looked very on purpose. And the one with the head, I don't think it was intentional, but you know, sometimes it happens. So, yeah.
I'm told that guy as well, where the head popped off, is facing charges for negligence. Which I think is quite a shame, really, because he was just ridding them of something that was necessary to rid them of. He's done them a favour.
Sorry, I was just trying to bring up Ernest, and I think I managed. I'm not sure.
Oh, honestly, it's been glitchy as today. It's really fun. Now, what am I looking at here? This is a statement by the Lieutenant General of the Bundeswehr, so that's Germany, Andreas Marlow, stating that Ukraine has changed priorities during the training of its military in the EU. 18 months after the Russian invasion, Ukraine's demands for training have changed from the original need for training in defensive tactics and how to fight in urban areas. The training of sergeants and officers is what Ukraine is most requiring right now. And some people have said this, train up a pile of NCOs for them, because, you know, that's something that they really need to get into their military. So he states professional soldiers have been fighting this war for a year and a half. Many of those have died or been wounded, so they need a fresh supply of sergeants, officers and NCOs. And that is something that's being made a priority now. And I think that's important. You've got to have good leadership in order to have a good army. And welcome up, Ernest.
Bonjour, Marcus. Je m'appelle Ernest. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for listening to MriyaReport. Retweet and share the space. Let the world know you're at MriyaReport.org. Make a donation according to your means. It is tax deductible, so if you pay your tax to the IRS, you can get a tax receipt for your charitable donation. Please encourage your employers, if they do charitable giving matching, to enroll with MriyaReport in their scheme. That's for those who know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ask and we'll happily tell you. I wanted to ask Mockers about the attrition rate of ranking Russians. Yesterday, I was able to watch a first-person view of a drone as it made its way into occupied territory, and from there aimed itself and went into the second from the top or third from the top floor office window and took out a ranking Russian who was visiting. And now he's a rancid Russian who won't be visiting anywhere except Hades. So I wondered, you know, it seems that that'd be a good Friday night release if I were someone who was trying to get appropriate, you know, images and video material released that wouldn't compromise or leave someone exposed. That'd be a good one for a Friday night. So I just wondered, was there anything else in the offing? I'm sure that I've missed it. And yeah, that was it. Just good morning to everybody, and thanks for being here, for having the facility. I feel very lucky to have you all available and willing to share with me. Happy to learn. Slava Ukrainian.
Hello, Slava. And sorry, you asked me a question then, and it's gone completely out of my head.
High-ranking Russians that are no more. I saw last night there was a particularly high-ranking Russian who had made his way to a meeting with local police and gauleiters and traitors. And I wondered, it's a great way to finish the week, you know, to have a video like the first-person drone tipping into occupied territory and hitting him through the office window, third floor from the top of the building. I wondered, was there any more? Have we had any more news? Because I'm hungry. I have an insatiable appetite for dead Russians. Higher ranking, the better.
I love that appetite that you have there, Ernest. And well, there was a report that there was quite a number of them injured